The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. It is January the 14th, 2025, and tonight a new show joins the lineup as we finished off our allotment of Burns and Allen episodes last night. So, Mayor of the Town will be joining the lineup in Burns and Allen's old spot. But before we get to that, let's get on with this day in history. In 1526 AD, Charles V and Francis I signed the Treaty of Madrid, forcing Francis to give up claims to Burgundy, Italy, and Flanders. In 1641, Dutch East India Company conquers the city of Malacca, killing 7,000. In 1724, Spanish King Philip V abdicates the throne in favor of his son, 17-year-old Louis. Returns to rule in September when Louis dies of smallpox. Oh, that's sad. In 1761, Third Battle of Panipat. In one of the largest battles of the century, the mostly Muslim Afghani Durrani Empire defeats the mostly Hindu Maratha Empire in northern India. An estimated 60 to 70,000 were killed in the fighting, and about 40,000 Maratha prisoners massacred afterwards. In 1784, U.S. Congress of the Confederation ratifies the Treaty of Paris, signed September 3rd, 1783, ending the Revolutionary War and forwards it to Great Britain. In 2011, Tunisian President Ben Ali flees to Saudi Arabia after popular protests known as the Jasmine Revolution. In 1952, Today's Show premieres with Dave Garroway and Jack LeSure on NBC TV. In 1900, Giacomo Puccini's opera Tosca premieres in Rome. In 1898, Australian cricketer Joe Darling hits the first six in Test out of the ground. Born on this day, Mark Antony, Benedict Arnold, Bereth Morest, John Dos Passos, Thomas J. Watson Jr., Nathaniel Rochester, Carl Weathers, Faye Dunaway, Steven Soderbergh, LL Cool J, Jason Bateman, Alan Toussaint, Dave Grohl. Dying on this day, Edmund Haley, Lewis Carroll, Humphrey Bogart, Anthony Eden, Ray Kroc, and Zhao Yongyang. And that was This Day in History, and now let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, the copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Calling all cars, attention all Santa Clara County Sheriff's cars. Broadcast 123. Be on the lookout for two men who just held up the Pacific Theater in San Jose. Suspect number one described as 33 years, 5 feet 10 inches, 160 pounds, wearing a gray suit, a gray hat. Suspect number two, 20 years, 5 feet 11 inches, 150 pounds, wearing a dark blue top coat, a brown hat. These men are believed to have escaped in a Ford coupe. Stand by for further details.
You will be amazed how quickly the police catch the criminals in tonight's crime. Enlightened civic officials have supplied the police forces of many western cities with the newest scientific devices to fight lawbreakers, including high-powered police cars equipped with radio and powered with Rio Grande Crack, the only Pacific Coast gasoline made by the very latest scientific Sinclair refining process. Police cars have proved that cracked gasoline develops greatest speed and power. In Los Angeles, where the police cars answer from 700 to 1,000 emergency calls every day, it takes an average of only 2 minutes and 42 seconds for a police car to reach the citizens who call for help. Police give Rio Grande cracked gasoline full credit for making this great speed possible. And in the largest cities and counties of the West, more police and emergency cars are powered with Rio Grande cracked than any other gasoline. This is the same gasoline you can get from the Rio Grande dealer near you. You, too, can enjoy police car performance in your own car. And now it is our pleasure to introduce Chief of Police Black of San Jose, California, who will speak to you from the studios of KFRC in San Francisco. Chief Black.
Good evening. The cop on the beat is a thing of the past. Nowadays, the officer who helps preserve the peace of your community rides in a high-powered patrol car, constantly in touch with headquarters by means of police radio on the dashboard, and, as is becoming more and more the case, able to communicate directly with headquarters by means of a shortwave sending set in the car. Behind the officer in the radio car is all the equipment science has given to criminology. Laboratories for testing physical evidence, fingerprinting, the statewide teletype which flashes the news of a crime, and the description of the criminals over the entire state in an instant. Against such a formidable array of equipment and knowledge, how can the criminal hope to win? We who know that he never does often wonder at his stupidity in trying. The story you are about to hear is one in which the criminals attempted to enlist the most modern developments of the day to their side. But quick as they were, the police were quicker, as you soon will see.
Late in the fall of 1932, that a young man calls upon the manager of the Pacific Theater, a first-run movie house in San Jose, California.
When did you wait to see?
I want to see Mr. Stanley, the manager.
Oh, yes. Mister, I've forgotten your name.
Andrews. Robert Andrews. You ought to know me by now.
Oh, yes, of course. I remember you, Mr. Andrews. You're the lobby display artist, aren't you?
That's right.
Well, I'm afraid Mr. Stanley's tied up. If there's anything I can
now
do...
listen, girlie, don't hand me that chatter. I've heard it before. I want to see Stanley.
But he's busy right now.
Busy looking over last week's motion picture Herald, I bet. Tell him I'm here.
Very well. Mr. Andrews is outside to see you, Mr. Stanley. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. Mr. Stanley is busy, Mr. Andrews. He can't be disturbed.
Okay, I'll wait.
He may be tied up for some time.
I'll still wait.
Very well. Please, if you don't mind.
Oh, sorry.
Please.
You're sort of hard to get along with, aren't you, girlie?
Huh. Yes, David?
There's a man outside with 3 pies on it.
Lucky guy.
What'll I tell him to do with it?
David, you know the film goes in the projection room.
Yes, only the door's locked.
Oh, very well. I'll tend to it. Come along, David.
Well, I guess I'll be my own secretary. Good morning, Mr. Stanley. What? Oh, I told my secretary to tell you I was busy. You did, but you had to step out a minute, so I just thought I'd drop in. I've got nothing for you. Now, listen, Mr. Stanley, don't be so sure about that. Look here. Take a look at this bill. That's the lobby of the Occidental in Los Angeles. I did all the cutouts and lobby cards for Madeline Corday for it. Did you ever see a sweeter job in your life?
That's all right.
And then look at this. The lobby of the Grand. There's my stuff on the 42nd Street campaign. Yes, it's all
very
nice,
nice,
Stanley. I can paint you lobby cards and design cutouts that'll drag them in off the street. I can give you the... believe I said before that I was busy. Oh, you did? And I meant it. Now listen to me. I don't want any lobby cards or cutouts. You get all that display stuff from the cinema display in Frisco. And I told you that the first time you came in here, and I'm tired of repeating it. Good morning, Mr. Now, Mr. Stanley, I can do you a better job at Let's Go. Good morning, Mr. Andrews. Oh, I don't know why I waste my time talking to you. I don't either. I'm used to doing big jobs, not decorating the fronts of Tanktown show shops. You don't seem to realize who I am. Will you get out now, or shall I call the police and have them escort you out? Oh, you're going to get tough, huh? All right, don't bother. I'll get out. But I won't forget this, Mr. Stanley.
Back to Los Angeles goes discouraged, unemployed, still-card writer Andrews. And one day, a few weeks later, he runs into Harvey Spangler, an acquaintance of his. Hello, Andrews. How's things?
Not so good. How things with you?
Managing to eat. That's about all. What's the matter? Ain't you working? No, things are slow. I've been canvassing all the theaters over the state, but I couldn't pick up much card writing. Yeah, tough. Didn't face any good prospects, did you?
What do you mean?
Theaters are pretty easy to knock over.
Rob?
Sure. When things are as tough as they are this winter, I figure the guys entitled to his any way he can get it.
Well, I hadn't looked at it quite that way.
That's the only way to look at it.
Yeah. Well, you're right.
Now, you take theaters. They're sweet layout. They do business Saturday afternoon and Sunday while the banks are closed. That means that any good-sized house has got a real bankroll in the safe by the time Monday morning rolls around.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I remember when I was talking to the manager of the Pacific in San Jose, he was counting the takers. Well, there must have been $2,000 spread around.
Pacific in San Jose. That's a natural. The liquor get away into Frisco and lose ourselves before the cops wake up to answer the phone.
Yeah, we could. And I got a little matter to settle with the manager of the Pacific anyway. I don't like that guy.
Just after Christmas, Spangler and Andrews drive north. In San Jose, they take a room in a hotel facing the theater. For several days, they watch the movements of the theater staff from their window. Then, shortly before noon on the 31st of December. There goes Stanley with a sack of dough.
What time is it?
11:45.
It's early today.
Banks close at noon.
Oh, that's right. I forgot today was Saturday. He never takes the dough out until about 1 o'clock on weekdays.
And today ain't no regular Saturday.
What do you mean?
Tonight's New Year's Eve.
That's right, so it is.
And they're having a special midnight show across the street. That ought to boost the box office receipts.
Yeah. Figuring on knocking them over tonight?
I said same not. Let them collect the Sunday take for us, too. And we'll relieve them up at Monday morning, just before your friend, Mr. Stanley, takes it to the bank.
In broad daylight?
Sure, why not? Nobody around the theater at that time of day.
Excepting the porter and the secretary.
We'll handle them okay.
Just
at noon the following Monday, Andrews and Spangler parked their car in front of the theater, get out and saunter across the deserted lobby. Blinking, they stepped from the brilliant sunlight into the chill darkness of the empty theater.
Where do you suppose that porter is? Oh, probably sitting up under the seat. Yeah, there he is over the side. Hey, don't call me like it's this mask adjusted. I don't want anybody to recognize me. Yeah. Okay.
Porter, come here a minute, will you?
Remember, don't say anything in front of these people. They might recognize your voice.
Don't worry.
What was it you did?
Pick it up.
Yes, sir.
And keep quiet if you want to keep your health.
Don't worry, I ain't gonna lose it.
Okay. And lead the way to the manager's office.
But I can't take you all in jail. Mr. Stanley's dead.
Yeah, I know. Busy counting the weekend receipts.
And besides, he got the door bolted from the inside.
I know about that, too. And you're going to walk in there in front of our guns and knock on the door and ask him to let you in.
You won't like that.
What do I care? You're going to tell him you want to clean the windows in there, see?
Yeah, but I
Get
can't.
going, get
Yeah,
going.
but I was going as fast as my shaky legs left me. I was moving down quickly. Here we go.
Okay. Knock on the door.
Yes, it's me, sir. David.
What do you want?
If you don't mind, boss, I'd like to get at those windows and go. They're powerful dirty.
Can you come back a little later, David? Miss Toomey and I are busy right now.
Tell him you got to come in
But
now.
I can't.
You letting your ribs go on.
But if it's all finished up as the place goes, I sure would like to get at those windows.
Oh, very well, then. Pick him up. What? David, what do you mean to do?
I'm sorry, sir. I couldn't help it. They were
Inside, all of
trying.
you. Back against the wall. Where's the dough, Mr. Stanley? Oh, I see. All counted out on the disc. Mighty nice of you. Okay, pal. Shovel that jacket up his bag.
Okay. Your friend looks familiar to me.
Yeah. How's that? He's got a mask on.
Still, he looks familiar.
Well, he ought to. We've been staking his joint for a week. He's been coming to the show every night to look the place over. You must have seen him in the lobby.
Perhaps.
But I wouldn't advise you to try to identify him. We bumped guys off for that. You know what, pal?
That?
Hand over your key ring.
What for?
Don't ask full questions. Hand it over.
Very well, then. Here you are.
I'll just keep these so you won't be able to get out of here for a while.
The phone. Hold the phone.
Yeah. Well, just make sure you don't call the cops too soon. Now you'll keep your trap shut for a while if you know what's good for you.
Oh, Mr. Stanley.
All right, let them get away. Don't you see? They yanked the phone on my desk, but they didn't know about this one back here in the projection room. The sheriff will be looking for them before they 6 blocks away.
Sanitary Sheriff's Office. Just a minute, now I'll connect you. I'm ringing the sheriff.
Sheriff Emmett speaking.
Oh, sir. This is Walter Stanley over the Pacific Theater.
Oh, yes, Mr. Stanley. How are you?
Listen, Sheriff, I've been held up.
Oh, you have? When?
Just 3 minutes ago, 2 men came in and held up my secretary and myself and took our weekend receipts, over $2,000.
Well, can you give me a description?
Well, they both wore masks. I could tell that one of them was about 5 feet 10. He wore a gray suit and a gray hat. The other was about an inch taller. And he had on a dark blue coat and a brown hat.
Number 1, 5 feet 10, wore a gray suit, gray hat. Number 2, about 5 feet 11, dark blue coat, brown hair. These men robbed the Pacific Theater in San Jose 10 minutes ago. Cassidy, get that on the teletype to all points right away. Yes, sir. With the speed of light, the law throws an invisible net across the state of California as teletype machines in Los Angeles, in El Centro, in Eureka and San Bernardino, in Watsonville and San Francisco receive the description of the wanted men at the same moment. The news of their crime travels 1,000,000 miles faster than the speeding getaway car in which the two robbers were going along the Bayshore Highway toward San Francisco.
You know what I tell you? It was a pushover, wasn't it?
Yeah, sure was.
Well, by the time those birds break out of that office and tip off the law, we'll be out of the heat. Better turn to the right at this next road. There's an airport down there.
Okay.
Lucky. There's a ship out there on the runway warming up. Pull up by the office. Yeah. You wait in the car. Okay.
Yes, sir?
How much to fly my partner and me into Frisco?
$5 apiece.
Okay. Got a ship ready to go?
Yes, that red monoplane out there.
Good. Let's get her rolling.
Yes, sir. Well, Tom.
Yeah?
There's a couple of fares to Mill Field.
Okay.
Tom will take care of it.
Fine. Now listen. We'll leave our car here and pick it up tonight around 6. My partner and I are late for a business appointment in Frisco. Got to get there fast.
Well, we'll look after you, Tom.
All right. Let's go.
Right.
Come on, Bob.
All set, huh?
Yeah.
How long will it take to get to Frisco, pilot?
Well, I'll lunch at Millsfield in 15 minutes. That's swell.
Hop in.
Well, here you are, Dent. Sure was fast. That'll be $10. Here you are. And here's 50 cents tip.
Thanks.
Now, let's grab that cab over there, Bob. We gotta hurry.
Okay, let's go. Yep, so long. So long, boys.
Oh, Tom.
Hi, Eddie.
This is pretty good, huh?
Yeah, but I can't figure it out.
What?
See those two guys getting to that cab over there?
Yeah.
Well, I just flew them over from out Palo Alto. They said they were in a hurry to get to San Francisco. Said they'd been driving all night. So they left their car at the airport, and I flew them over here.
Well, what's so mysterious?
Well, by the time they get to town in that cab, they won't have stayed more than a few minutes. It looks suspicious.
It does.
I think I'll tell the boss about it when I get back to the field. Later, Eddie. So long.
All of detail, San Francisco Police, Glasgow speaking.
This is Mr. Waters, manager of the Palo Alto Airport.
Yes, sir?
Strange thing occurred down here, which I think I should report to you.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
About a half an hour ago, a couple of men drove up to the airport and served the place.
Sheriff Emmett speaking.
Officer Goldstein of San Francisco Auto Detail, sir.
Yes, officer.
I just received a report from Palo Alto Airport. Two men who fit your teletype description of the men who robbed the Pacific Theater in San Jose took a plane from Palo Alto to Mills Field a half hour ago.
That's fine.
I suggest you cover the airport in case they return for the car.
I'll do that at once.
In the meantime, I'll check with the captain.
Blue Top Tech Company.
Goldstein of the police department.
Right away, sir.
No. I don't want a cab. I want some information.
Yes, sir.
Get the driver who brought two fares from Millsfield into town about 3/4 of an hour ago and have him call me right away.
Yes, sir. I'll try to get it from you.
Auto detail, Glasgow speaking.
This is Gordon Peters speaking.
Yeah?
I drive a cab for the blue top. You wanted to talk to him?
Yes. Did you bring two men in from Millsfield an hour ago?
Yes, sir.
One of them wear a blue overcoat and a brown hat, and the other the gray overcoat and a gray hat?
Yes, that's right.
Where'd you drop them?
They stayed over at Hotel on South Street.
Did you overhear their conversation while you're driving them in?
No, he didn't say much. I can't remember what he
Bureau of Inspector, San Francisco Police, Lieutenant Mitchell.
Goldstein, the auto detail, Lieutenant.
Yes, Glasgow.
You see the all points teletype about the San Jose theater hold up a couple of hours ago?
Yes, I got it right here in front of me.
Two men who pulled that job were registered to St. Edward Hotel.
Yes, sir. Would you like a room? Yes, it's a good room. Question, you know who I am, don't you? You look like you're from the police department. That's right. What is it you wanted? How long have you been on the desk? I came on duty at noon. Have two fellows taken a room in the last 2 hours. One wore a blue coat and a brown hat. The other a gray coat and a gray hat. Why, yes. I think I do remember them. They're in 1005. What names did they give? Now, let's see. Robert Andrews and Harvey Spangler. Fine, get the house taken and come along with us. We're going to put them under arrest. Now, please don't create a disturbance. I wouldn't want to get... Don't worry, we'll be as quiet as hell, let us be.
Ernest Mitchell assigns his men to cover all exits to the hotel. Then, accompanied by Inspectors Butts and Lally and the hotel manager and house detective, he takes the elevator to the 10th floor. But in the meantime, a bellboy is tapping on the door of room 1005.
Yes. What is it?
Shoot from the valet, sir.
Yes, sir. Thanks. Here's a dime.
Thank you, sir. By the way, was you expecting someone?
Me? No. No, why?
I heard somebody asking for you today.
Oh, yeah? Thanks. Here's $50 for telling me. Nice cram.
Yes, sir. Gee, thanks.
Boy.
Yes, sir?
Where's the fire escape?
Just out down to the hall.
Fine. Now beat it, will you?
Yes, sir.
As Mitchell and his companions are coming up in the elevator, Potter steps out into the fire escape and starts down the outside of the building. A moment later, the officers are knocking on the door of Potter's room.
Come on, open up. Apparently he's out. Shipped out, you mean. Try the door, but
It's unlocked.
yeah, you can see he's left in a hurry.
What's all the trouble, gentlemen?
Have you seen the guest who's in this room hurrying?
Well, sure. I just delivered a suit to him a few minutes ago. I told him you gentlemen were asking for
You
it.
did?
Yeah. And he gave me a 50-cent tip.
I should think he would. Which way did he go?
Oh, he didn't go anywhere. He just asked me where the fire escape was.
The fire escape. What floor did it come out on?
The third.
Okay, but you stay here in the room. The rest of you come along with me. We'll head him off when he gets to the bottom of the fire escape.
Back down the elevator go the officers. And as they are walking down the hall toward the fire escape on the third floor,
There he is, Lieutenant. Stop hiding in that window.
All right, you keep coming and don't pull no gun. I said don't pull a gun in a minute.
Okay.
Snap the cuffs on him, Lally.
Right.
What's your name?
Albert Taylor.
Where's your partner, Andrews?
I don't know.
Come on back up to your room. I want to ask you some questions.
By the time the officers and their prisoner return to 1005, Inspector Butts has searched the place and found some items of interest. Well, Lieutenant, I found the hall from the Pacific Theater. It's all here. $2,200 in cash and $500 in checks.
Fine. Well, Spangler, what about it?
Looks like they got me. Huh?
I'd say so.
Oh, okay. I pulled the gun.
Where's your pal, Andrews?
Well, I can see his girl.
Where she live?
She works in his candy store on Jerry Street near Powell.
Jerry Street near Powell. What's her name?
Sally, I think.
Sally, candy store. Jerry near Powell. Get going, Lally.
We have a special today on chocolate covered almonds.
No, thanks. This will be all.
Yes, sir. Can I help you, sir?
Yeah. Your name's Sally.
Why, yes.
You're Bob Andrews' girl, aren't you?
Why, I know Bob. Yes. Why?
I'm a friend of his. I just ran into Spangler, and he told me Bob was in town. Said you might know where I could find him.
Why, that's a coincidence. Bob just left here a few minutes ago.
Oh, he did, eh? Where was he going?
Why, I think he was going back to the hotel.
That's fine, Nick. But thank you very much.
Back in room 1005, the officers are questioning their prisoner when the phone rings.
I'll get it again.
No, wait a minute. That might be Andrews. You answer it, Spangler, and don't tip him off that we're here.
What'll I say to him?
Feed him sugar. Get him back up here.
Nice to me to double-cross my pal.
We're telling you what to do if you don't want any more trouble. But get on the extension in the other room.
Yes, sir.
Now go ahead, Spangler, and play straight.
Yeah, okay. Hello?
What's the idea? When did you answer the phone?
All right. I was asleep.
Yeah? Well, stay awake. We ain't out of the heat yet.
I know it.
Go clear.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Where are you?
I'm down in the locker. I'll be right up. Get ready to sit down.
I'm ready. Right now.
Well,
Downstairs. I'll be right up.
how about it, Butch? Did he cause us up?
You played straight, all right.
A wise boy.
What I can't figure out is how you guys caught up with us. We knocked that joint over only 3 hours ago, and we never get away in an aeroplane.
Listen, Potter, we can't beat the law. As fast as you think you can get away, we can be there ahead of you. You see, you're in the crime business on a small scale, and we're in the business of catching you on a large scale, with expensive equipment, radio, telepath, and so on. And we've got a nationwide organization. You can't beat us.
Looks like you're right.
Well, here's our friend. Pick him up, Andrew. What is it? You're under arrest.
So that's the kind of a pal you are, Franklin. Lead me into a trap like this. I couldn't help it, Bob. Bad get from me. Nothing we can do about it anyway. The coppers are too quick for it. Within an hour, Sheriff Emmett is on his way back to San Jose with his prisoner. The next day, Andrews and Spangler, having pled guilty, and waive preliminary hearing are standing before the judge in Superior Court.
This case,
The State versus Robert Andrews and Harvey Spangler, charged with grand larceny.
how do you plead, gentlemen?
Guilty. Guilty. And, Judge,
Yes,
get it over with as soon as possible, will you?
with pleasure. It is the sentence of this court that you be confined to San Quentin Penitentiary for from 5 years to the rest of your natural life. Next case.
Within a little more than 24 hours after they had robbed the Pacific Theater, Andrews and Spangler were entering the grim portals of San Quentin Penitentiary, dazed by the sudden turn of their fortune, but not too dazed to realize that crime doesn't pay. The new Calling All Cars news is out today, and we urge you to go to your nearest Rio Grande service station and ask for your free copy. The news tells you more about the cases you hear on these broadcasts, and it illustrates some brand new free gifts for boys and girls. Every time you go to a Rio Grande station, you can help some youngster get a G-Man or a junior detective outfit. Nearly every listener to this program realizes that the outstanding gasoline value in this market is Rio Grande Cracked. But not all of you know that every Rio Grande dealer now features Sinclair motor oil, because they unquestionably give you more value for your money. All useless wax and valueless petroleum jelly has been removed from Sinclair motor oil. You get nothing but pure oil. No waste, no filler, more lubrication for your money than ever before.
Attention all Santa Clara County Sheriff's cars. A cancellation broadcast 123 regarding a holdup at Pacific Theater. Suspects in this case are now in custody. That's all. Narrator Frederick Lindsay, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company. Listen to Calling All Cars, now also broadcast over the Western Network, KMX Hollywood, KSFO San Francisco, every Thursday evening, 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time and 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
A young cadet captures Data's affections.
Well, then it seems the next move is yours.
But I am not capable of love.
And now he's determined to pursue a romantic affair at any price.
I think you should be careful.
There are always risks of getting hurt.
Will Data finally achieve the passions of human emotion?
What's wrong with you tonight?
Perhaps there is something wrong with you.
Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
This is Ken Carpenter welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show, transcribed from Hollywood.
Moonlight becomes comes you. It goes with your hair. You certainly know the right thing to wear.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The Academy Awards have come and gone. Last night, the members of the Motion Picture Academy of Arts and Sciences picked their choices for the different awards, and I think that they were all very good choices. I was particularly happy to see Marlon Brando win an award. Here's a fellow who is unquestionably one of the best actors in our business, if not the very, very best. Many times he's been up for the award. I think he should have won it for Viva Zapata, not to mention several other performances. And it was a very heartwarming thing to me. If I couldn't win it, of course I would have liked to. But this fellow was successful. I congratulate him, and I congratulate all the other Academy Award winners. I personally am renewing my subscription to Look magazine. I thought the show that Charles Brackett, president of the Academy, and Johnny Green and John Nicolesco put on, the show representing the presentation of the awards, was a beautiful job. Bob Hope was bland, unctuous, beautifully dressed, looked like a rich penguin. Walked like a penguin, too, I thought, a little in his tails. But he was very funny, very amusing. It was a good, smooth show. Grace Kelly looked queenly, regal when she walked out on the stage. Wonderful girl, this girl. A great credit to our industry. All in all, it was a beautiful evening. I think probably the folks all over the country feel the same way about it. At least I hope so, because everybody worked very hard to make it an honest, dignified function. Well, here's a little song we got here. I recently recorded from Decca. It has rather a colorful history. It's an Hawaiian song, but it was written in Germany, first recorded in Germany, too, and a very good record it was. And the record moguls over here, the Decca people particularly, heard it, and they had an American lyric, an English lyric written by Johnny Bond for the song. It's called Jim, Johnny, and Old Jonas.
One night, while the full moon was shining so bright, there was hardly one star. I strolled on a beach in Hawaii and thrilled to a distant guitar. And there in the moonlight they wandered, remade by the water so blue, and the sweet melody they kept singing. Now just listen, I'll sing it to you. Jim, Johnny, and Jonas, we miss you since you sailed away. Each moment without you gets longer and longer each day. Come back to Hawaii, back to your darling so true. Jim, Johnny, and Jonas, we're waiting, just waiting for you. Back to your darling so true. Jim, Johnny, and Jonas, we're waiting, just waiting for you. We're waiting, just waiting for you.
Just want to tell you something, folks. Just want to put you wise, give you a little tip. April Fool's Day is tomorrow. So be on your guard against them practical jokers. Look out for the fellow who surreptitiously pins the kick me sign on your back when you're not looking. Be wise to the person on the sidewalk with the string attached or the hat with the brick under it. Be prepared for the sly ones who will point at the non-existent hole in your sock, the thread on your coat, or the smudge on your face, and then gleefully yell, April Fool. Why, a fellow shouldn't even believe his Geiger counter tomorrow, I guess. Look out for... Well, I could go on and on naming the many pranks that are routine on April Fool's Day, but you know all the cute capers, so what's the use? Actually, there's not much use in advance warnings, because try as we will to avoid it, most of us all will be caught at least once on the receiving end of the cry, April Fool. And then as we gather our crumbling dignity and slink off with muttered imprecations and dark looks, we'll say, how did this foolishness ever start? Where did it begin, anyway? Well, I got to wondering about that, and I decided to look it up. What I was able to find out proved about as frustrating as a typical April Fool's Day joke. Because the truth of the matter is that nobody really knows for sure how the darn thing did start. We do know that the custom was brought over to this country from England, as so many customs were. But it didn't originate in England. In fact, it didn't really become popular in England until the 18th century. And it had been popular in France for almost 3 centuries before that, and in India for a couple of 1,000 years before that. If we're going to do the right thing and do it perfectly and examine this thing carefully, we might as well go back to the beginning. And that was in India, where the Feast of Holi is celebrated by sending people on foolish errands. This celebration takes place on March 31st and has been going on as long as recorded history there. There are 2 theories about its origin. In fact, I found in trying to track down the origin of April Fool's Day that there are always at least 2 theories. Sometimes there are several theories. Almost never is there any agreement about it. Anyway, the 2 theories as to the Indian celebration of April Fool's Day on March 31st are quite different. One theory maintains that it has something to do with the observance of the spring equinox. And if you think I'm going to get involved in an explanation of what an equinox is, you're tuned to the wrong brainwave. I'm a man who don't know an equinox from a water buffalo, which is why I invariably leave sleeping equinoxes lie. So much for that theory. We blew that. The other theory is that the custom is a relic of Roman mythology. Well, the Romans did Rome, so perhaps a Roman traveling salesman or something brought the legend to India. Rather mild for a traveling salesman joke, though, isn't it? Anyhow, that leaves us with one definite bit of knowledge about April Fool's Day. It was celebrated in India centuries ago, but nobody knows why. There is a fairly plausible explanation for April Fool's Day in France, and it dates back to 1564. Up to that time, under the old calendar, the French had celebrated the start of the new year on April 1st. But in 1564, King Charles IX changed it to January 1st. Well, the conservatives objected to the change, and so to badger them, the French wags sent these people mock gifts and made pretended ceremonial visits on April 1st. There seems to be considerable agreement on this, but there's considerable disagreement on why the person fooled in France on April 1st is called an April fish. That's right, April fish. One theory is that because on April 1st, the sun is leaving the zodiacal sign of Pisces, the fish, while another theory says it's because April fish are so easily caught. I have a third theory, which is that someone was tricked, and the trickster, for lack of a better name, simply called him a poor fish. One more theory to add to the already well-cluttered theoretical history of the origin and the meaning of April Fool's Day. Thought I'd throw that in there. Now you don't know a lot more about April Fool's Day, but at least you can't say you haven't been forewarned. I like to let people know what they're in for. Makes me feel like a commentator, you know, or an air raid warden or something. Now let me warn you that for the next minute or so, you're in for a little song. That's what impending, because I got a mind to warble. It's a song called The River. This was an Italian song that some enterprising fellow over here put some American lyrics to. It's rather an unusual tune, an unusual arrangement, too.
The river, river, river flowing, fierce and strong. The river flowing down the mountain sings this song. Come follow me, and I will lead you to your destiny. I talk and talk and talk and talk to the stream, although I know I'm only talking to a dream. I still can see that it will lead me to my destiny. My heart cries, come back to me, I'm lost without you. My heart dies a little more each day without you. I'm like a ship that's caught within a whirlpool and doomed to drift forever in the storm. Like the river that keeps rushing to the sea, this heart of mine keeps pounding, pounding restlessly. Oh, love of mine, as long as there's a breath of life in me, I'll wait for you until eternity. And like the river that keeps rushing to the sea, this heart of mine keeps pounding, pounding restlessly. Oh, love of mine, as long as there's a breath of life in me, I'll wait for you until eternity.
Well, that's the end of this 15. Shall we get together tomorrow night, huh? Same time, same place? Good night, then, and thank you very much.
Be sure to tune in again tomorrow night to Bing Crosby with Buddy Cole and his group, transcribed from Hollywood.
This is Easter Seal Month. In this period, you can help bring strength and happiness to thousands of crippled children by buying Easter seals. These seals finance the important work of the National Society for Crippled Children and Adults, which last year helped more than 100,000 youngsters on the road to health. This year, the National Society hopes to increase its educational and vocational services and enlarge its Center for Crippled Children. Make a generous contribution by buying Easter seals. For top reporting first, hear the news on the CBS Radio Network.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to another world. A world of suspense. A world of the unexpected. And a world where fantasy and reality may often wear the same face. We are told the truth shall make you free. However, in certain situations, the truth can send you to jail. And so it's all a matter of what freedom really means, not to mention what truth really means. For Eleanor Hartley, this is no philosophical, theological, or intellectual exercise. It has become suddenly a tangible and terrible fact of life. Our mystery drama, A Tiny Drop of Poison, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tammy Grimes. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser, and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
You don't see many people putting salt in their beer nowadays. Not that there's anything wrong with salt on radishes or French fries, but man, not in the king of beers. Truth is, the only thing salt can do for Budweiser is make it salty. An unwise thing to do to the only beer in America that's Beechwood aged. Unsalted Budweiser has become the most popular beer in the world. And that's because in brewing Bud, the Budweiser brewmaster goes all the way for a taste, a smoothness, a drinkability you'll find in no other beer at any price. And something else you can take without a grain of salt. The fact that when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Dreaming about becoming richer? Why not wake up richer every day? At Suburban Savings in North Jersey, getting richer is an everyday reality because Suburban has put into effect higher effective returns. Suburban's limited issue 7.50% savings certificate has an annual effective yield of 7.90%. And Suburban guarantees it from 4 to 10 years with a minimum investment of $2,500. You'll sleep a lot more soundly knowing your savings are earning more money at Suburban Savings. So sleep on Suburban's high effective return tonight and come into any of Suburban's convenient offices tomorrow in Bayonne, Edgewater, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Hackettstown, Morris Plains, Nutley, Paramus, and Sparta. Early withdrawal prior to maturity is, according to regulations, subject to a substantial penalty.
There's simply no way of knowing. So often, a fateful day will begin quietly, prosaically, with absolutely no hint that the steady pace of the commonplace is destined to quicken or falter. With no intimation that today a die will irrevocably be cast, and henceforward our lives will change forever. Or even cease to exist. A day like this has dawned for Eleanor Hartley, but she doesn't know it yet. Eleanor Hartley, at 32, she has it all. Looks, brains, personality, and a mission in life that seems certain of fulfillment. And on this day, this particular day, Eleanor Hartley is in a recording studio making a very important statement.
The principal issue, the primary issue, the overriding, indeed the only issue, is morality. Do you or do you not? Can you or can you not trust your elected representatives?
Okay, Eleanor, thanks. We got it.
But I haven't finished.
That's all we need.
Tom, I intend to run my own campaign.
Absolutely. Maury, don't edit any of this stuff now. Grab a portable rig and come on with us. We're going to the Madison Beach Club.
Just a minute. I have no intention of going to the...
You know, we didn't even drink our coffee. Why don't we just relax for a couple of minutes?
Mr. Caldwell, I think it's time we reached an understanding.
I thought we understood each other all along. You want some sugar?
I agreed to run for Congress because a group of concerned citizens asked me.
Well, they did.
And I thought it would be that simple. Why do I have to go to the Madison Beach Club?
You want to talk to people? That's where thousands of them are. Also, you look great in a bikini.
I think that's dishonest.
Why? It's your very own body. Is it your fault that it's more attractive than your opponent's, who happens to be a bald, paunchy old party hack?
Oh, why can't politics be simple?
You know, it's been such a morning. Didn't even get a chance to see the papers. Oh, look, right here. Right here on page 1. This is what the game is all about.
What?
Look, we got some more results from the surveys. You have gone up 7 points in the last week.
That's not very much.
Are you kidding? An unknown running against Big Jim Parkhurst, an entrenched incumbent? The way you're gathering momentum, we are in. Look, Eleanor, I have to know something.
What?
Big Jim is going to take you seriously from now on.
I should hope so.
Things may get rough.
I'm not afraid.
You don't know what rough is. You don't know how Parkhurst's people will probe and pry and dig. So, if there's anything in your past, anything at all...
What are you trying to say?
By now, Parkhurst has unleashed the hounds. They'll examine your life from the day you were born.
I have nothing to hide.
Good.
That is...
Yeah?
No. No one would ever come up with anything to embarrass me.
The year you were 22?
What about that year?
Eleanor, we can't account for it.
What are you talking about?
Well, we've checked you through school. We've checked you through college.
You mean you've actually investigated me?
Of course. When you were 23, you married Ted, and the past 5 years have been an open book. But that whole year, while you were 22...
Yes. Well, like so many kids who get out of college, I was at loose ends. Didn't know what I wanted. So, I just took off. I traveled around the country. I was just trying to find myself. And I did. And that's all there was to it.
Okay. Come on, finish your coffee. We're off. Hey,
what?
Look at that. Oh, no, it's just nothing. It's just an article here.
Which article?
Oh, it's got nothing to do with politics. I just happen to know this guy.
Who?
Oh, some guy. He was killed about 5 years ago. Murdered one night. Nobody knew why or by whom. Well, this sure throws a new light on the case. Turns out he was a foreign agent. Who'd ever thought that Paul Grover could turn out to be a foreign
agent? What did you say his name was?
Grover, Paul Grover. Why, did you know him?
Grover. No, I never knew anyone.
Go figure some people.
Tom?
Something the matter?
I didn't feel good. Got a headache. Maybe I better go home. I'll rest for a while.
Eleanor, what's the matter?
I told you I have a headache.
Okay. It's a woman's privilege.
Hi there, Congresswoman.
Hi there, Detective.
Get any votes today?
A few. You catch any crooks?
No. I'm on a whole new thing. Sherlock Ted Hartley, that's me. I draw all the weird ones. This was a guy named Paul Grover.
Grover?
How do you like this? He was murdered 5 years ago, buried and forgotten. Now it's suddenly wide open again. You know why?
Tom showed it to me in the morning paper.
He was a spy. Which means we have to find out who killed him.
Wasn't it always important to find out?
Well, now more than ever. The information we have now is that he was ready to come over to our side and spill what he knew.
But, isn't this out of your,
The Federals asked us to cooperate. So the old man called me in and said, Ted, go get him.
Oh.
I'm a victim of my own reputation. So now I have to lone wolf around and try to sniff out a case that's 5 years old. Let's eat in tonight.
Okay.
It's a rare night I have you all to myself.
Maybe I should never have gone into politics.
What are you talking about? Here you are, a cop's wife.
You're more than just a cop.
And you're more than just a wife. It's one of those crazy things. You're going to go to Congress.
I have to be elected first.
Oh, baby, you're home free. My career took off the day I married you.
Oh, come on, Ted.
No, I was always a good detective, but in the last 5 years, you'd be surprised how many ideas I got from you. You really taught me how to think.
What do the police know about the murder?
Well, just about zero. They figured Grover stopped for a hitchhiker because when he left his office to drive home, he was alone. They found his car at the side of the road, and he was about 30 feet away, stabbed to death. Funny guy. Lived all alone, no friends, just people who knew him casually.
Well, after all this time, how can you expect to find the killer?
Oh, I'll find the killer, whoever he is. At least that's what I keep telling myself.
I looked at Ted. If he's determined to get the killer of Paul Grover, eventually he will. And I don't know what to do. Should I tell him now? Suppose I did. What would he do about it? But why? Why should I tell him? He can never find out. For all his skill, experience, instinct, he could never find out. No one could find out. It all happened 5 years ago. When I was someone else, drifting about in another world. How could anyone ever link me to Paul Grover? There were no clues. No one ever saw us together. No one saw it happen. No one. Thanks for picking me up, mister.
Grover. Paul Grover. What are you doing out all alone this time of night?
Oh, I just feel like walking, moving.
You, one of them hippies?
What's in a name?
Talking about names. What's yours?
Eleanor.
Eleanor what?
What does it matter?
Okay. How'd you like some supper?
That would be, welcome.
I know a nice little place just off the state highway here.
You're very kind, Mr. Grover. Very kind. Why are we stopping?
Oh, well, I figured before supper we...
We what?
Well, let me put it this way. You want your supper, you gotta sing for it.
Take your arm away.
Hey, now listen.
Don't you touch me.
Who are you kidding? I know your kind. Hey, you come back here.
Let go of me, let go.
What are you fighting me for? Girl like you don't care, and I'm even willing to pay.
Help!
Scream all you want. Who's going to hear you? Okay, you asked for this.
No, please, put that knife away.
You quit scratching and slapping, and you just behave yourself, and you just do as I tell you, and you won't get hurt.
I'll go to the police.
Yeah, who'd believe you? Who'd take your word against mine? I'll say you're trying to frame me. You'll go to jail. Now, come on, honey, be nice. I'll even give you money.
All right. I'll be nice.
Don't you try to run away now. I'm holding this knife.
Sure.
Well, now you're talking.
Drop it.
You break my arm.
That's right. That's the way I was taught. Drop the knife.
I'll kill you.
Drop it.
Oh, you...
I told you. I told you to drop the knife, but you wouldn't.
I don't want to die.
Mr. Grover, I'm sorry, Mr. Grover. But what was I supposed to do? You wanted to kill me. What was I supposed to do? He was dead. The knife somehow had been turned against his own body. I just stood there. I remember now. I wondered why I didn't panic. But I was cool. I made sure to leave nothing behind me. Not in the car. Not anywhere around. There was no blood on my clothes. And so, I just walked away. I walked away into the night. And no one saw me. No one had seen me get into his car. No one saw me kill him. No one saw me leave. Nowhere does any shred or scrap of evidence exist to link Eleanor Daly. Now, Eleanor Hartley to Paul Grover.
Well, she certainly told it the way it was. But is it true that there are really no clues? Perhaps there are no fingerprints or bloodstains, but how about other clues? Stronger clues. The clues that exist in the mind, the heart, the conscience. We may find a few of those when I return shortly with Act Two.
Great taste in the morning. Kellogg's has that wholesome taste to get you up and grinning.
This is Jerry Coffer for Kellogg's Special K. We've been having some fun in our television and radio commercials by using a ball and chain to symbolize the slight overweight problem common to so many of us. We point out that being a few pounds overweight is just a little more difficult for you. Climbing stairs, just walking around, even sitting down can feel, well, like you're wearing a ball and chain. In case you missed the message, it's this. If you really want to get rid of that extra weight, you really have to work at it by exercising and with sensible meals like the Special K breakfast. A 1-ounce bowl of Special K, America's favorite high-protein cereal, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee. Less than 240 calories. Nutritious and, by the way, delicious. So why not begin each day with a Special K breakfast and then keep up the good work? Special K can't help you lose weight all by itself, but it really is a good start.
Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got?
What's for dinner? Your ShopRite is featuring ShopRite or Shenandoah brand Grade A Rock Cornish hens. A real family treat at just 47 cents a pound. What's for breakfast? Listen to these ShopRite values. ShopRite Grade A large eggs, 59 cents a dozen. ShopRite sliced bacon, 1 pound package, 79 cents. ShopRite Grade AA butter, 1 pound brick, 69 cents. Crown Top white bread, 22-ounce loaves, 3 for $1. Save on every meal at ShopRite.
She loves her family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
The Talk of New York, WOR, your Mystery Theater station.
They are a most unusual and attractive young couple, Ted and Eleanor Hartley. Ted is a brilliant detective on the city police force. Eleanor is so bright and sincere and articulate that a citizens committee has asked her to run for Congress. Eleanor is busy with her campaign. Ted is busy trying to track down a murderer. This sounds like two different stories, but actually, it's really one story, because the killer Tom is looking for happens to be Eleanor.
No, don't. Let me go. I'll kill you, Mr. Grover. Kill you.
Eleanor, darling. Eleanor, darling, wake up.
What? Oh. I must have had a nightmare.
You were muttering and mumbling the craziest things.
I think it's just I've been working too hard.
Darling, you don't have to put so much into it. There are lots of people working for you.
I want to be elected, Ted. I feel I could do so much good.
Sure.
I feel I owe something.
You owe something? What?
I feel I have a debt. I have to make up for something.
What?
Oh, well, once I did someone an injury.
Who?
It was a long time ago.
Yeah, but if it bothers you...
This person had it coming.
Then forget it.
It's not that easy.
Want to talk about it?
No. Part of our bargain, remember? We'd never press each other for details about what happened before we met each other.
Well, I'd say overall it's a good bargain, but... Tell me, did I bother you with this Grover case?
Bother me?
Yeah, your nightmare. You were mumbling, but
you don't want to talk about it.
No, I'll talk about it if you want. I remember reading. It was such a messy murder.
I have to find the killer, no matter how long it takes.
I'm scared because I know Ted means it. He never quits. He'll stay with it forever. I don't know what to do, but how can I tell him? How can I confess? It was self-defense, but it'll be the end. Not just the end of my career, but the end between Ted and me. For my part, I offer you a dedication to the truth. I will follow the truth, wherever it may lead. I will seek the truth, whomever it may hurt. What we need in our lives today, at every level, is the truth. The truth. Unvarnished, stark, simple. Thank you.
Come on. We have to go. Come on.
How did it sound, Tom?
We'll sneak down the back stairs. You're due on the south side in 15 minutes. There's the car.
You didn't tell me how it sounded, Tom.
Yeah, I know I didn't. What's the matter, Eleanor?
The matter?
Yeah, with you. The speech. There's something missing.
Oh. What?
I don't know. Let's say some of the fire was out. Anything wrong?
Nothing, Tom.
Having a bit of a tiff with Ted?
Ted is absolutely in favor of my running.
So what's wrong?
Why do you insist something's wrong?
Your speech. I didn't believe a word of it.
Why?
Because it was obvious to me that you didn't mean a word of it either.
But
Eleanor, something is wrong. Something has been just a little off-key all week. Now, why didn't you tell me about it?
Tom, I wish you'd believe me. Everything's just fine.
Yeah?
I mean it.
Well, if everything's just fine, why are you so pale and why are you perspiring?
Tom.
Then there is something.
Tom, there's nothing we can talk about.
But it's serious.
Yes. Serious.
Eleanor, if it should ever come out.
It can never come out, Tom, believe me.
Eleanor.
Please, Tom, don't ask me any more questions. Please.
Sure. Okay. But whatever it is, I'm in your corner. I'll back you. I'll fight for you no matter what you did. Even if you committed murder.
I can't believe we have a free afternoon.
Not Ted. You've been busier than I have.
Well, that's true. I'm the one who's been doing the neglecting. Guilty. I even got you out here on false pretenses. I'm working.
Working?
Mm-hmm. I said, let's park the car and go for a little walk in the country, but right here is the site.
What site?
The site of the murder. The Paul Grover murder. Right here, past this tree.
Ted,
Huh? What is it, darling?
something about this place.
What if you want to leave?
No, after all, if you want me to help you.
Right here, past this tree, is where he drove off the road.
To, pick up a hitchhiker.
No. I don't buy that story anymore.
Why not?
There was another car.
Oh?
There were tire marks about 50 feet south of here where another car pulled off the road.
But, didn't the police know this 5 years ago?
Oh, sure. It was in the report, but the police are like everyone else. We have a considerable body of knowledge, but we only use what seems relevant at the time.
You think there was another car involved?
That's right. Someone met him here and killed him. It has to be that way, because he was being set up. So you see, I've got some clues. I have those tire marks. They made a mold 5 years ago. And I've got this little button made of bone. It was clutched in Grover's hand. You take a look at it.
I looked. There was a little button, a sleeve button, from a corduroy jacket. One of a host of buttons that adorned that jacket. The jacket I had worn that night. There were so many buttons, I never even noticed the one that was missing. That jacket. I still have it. I don't wear it often, but I still have it. It's in one of my closets. What you're saying is that if you can find the jacket it came from, you've got your killer.
That's right. I've got him.
Him?
Well, it's from a man's type field jacket, very popular about 5 years ago, although lots of people wore them. I think you've got one like it back home. Anyhow, there was a fight. Grover was stabbed. The killer took the money.
But I didn't...
I didn't what?
I didn't know that robbery was the motive. Wasn't it supposed to have been a secret agent thing?
I figure a hired killer. But he was stupid enough to pick up some loose bills. That should hang him.
Are you sure?
You know what else I've got? I found a witness. There's a little restaurant a couple of miles down the state highway.
Certainly, I don't mind telling you the story again. There was this young man who came in here that night.
How can you remember so far back?
Oh, Mr. Grover was a steady customer, was a good customer, so I remember what happened the night he died. Yes, he was a good customer, but he put ketchup on everything. Anyway, on that night, this young fellow, he comes in, he was wearing a corduroy jacket and denim pants.
Why did you notice him?
Well, you see, he ordered a steak, and then he pays with a $10 bill, and there's blood on the bill.
Blood?
Yeah, so I says to him, this looks like blood. He says, does it? And I says, how did blood get on this bill? And he says, maybe it's blood money. He takes his change, gives me $1 tip, and leaves.
Why didn't you tell this to the police?
They never asked. Would you believe that this lieutenant here is the first policeman that's walked into my restaurant since it happened 5 years ago?
And can you describe him, Hugo?
I have never forgotten him. He was a big man, 6 foot tall, about 200 pounds. He had black hair, brown eyes, a big scar on the left side of his chin, and the tip of his left pinky finger was missing.
Thanks, Hugo.
Oh, no, sir, yeah, don't mention it, Lieutenant. As far as the wife is concerned, madam, if I get up early on election day, I might even vote for you.
You would? Why?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe that's why.
What?
Well, you see, you tell the average politician that you're going to vote for him. He shakes your hand. He looks sincere. He says, thank you. You look sort of surprised. You say, why? That is honest. It shows you're honest, and that's something. Hi, Eleanor.
Come in, Tom.
Got here as soon as I could. Something wrong?
Nothing's wrong. Or maybe everything's wrong.
Okay, Eleanor, spill it. I don't care what you have to tell me. I don't care how bad it is. Let's get it out of the way.
You carry the thing around with you, Tom. You justify it. You say there was no help for it. It wasn't your fault. Why should you pay for it? But it doesn't let you alone. Whether you admit it or not, it keeps building inside of you, and you feel you just have to tell someone.
I understand. Everyone has his own little secret.
This isn't a little secret, Tom. Funny, isn't it? Of all the people I know, I feel I can only tell you.
What about Ted?
No, I can't tell Ted.
Does it concern another man?
Yes, but not the way you might think.
Okay. We had to come to this point, you and I, Eleanor, because, well, we're going places together.
I know.
Eleanor, 10, 15 years from now, you could become president of the United States.
Oh, Tom. Oh, Tom. Thank you. Oh, I needed a laugh.
Why are you laughing? Sooner or later, we'll have a woman president. Why not you?
Dream on, Tom Caldwell. Dream on.
For all of them, it began with a dream. So ask yourself, why not you? You'll be 40ish, even more beautiful than you are now. Wiser, more experienced. Now, what could hold you back?
Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Darling?
Ted, where are you?
At police headquarters. I won't be home until late.
Can't it wait?
No. I have to do it now because I just brought in my prisoner.
Who?
The killer. You know, the guy that murdered Paul Grover.
The man who murdered Grover? Can you be sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. We got him cold.
Is it possible? Can two people have murdered Paul Grover? We know of one, but who is the other? Can there be another? Maybe it's possible to murder a man twice. We will deal with a number of interesting possibilities when I return shortly with Act 3.
Oh, sure. You can talk about good-tasting diet drinks, but I know. I'm Goldilocks, and here at my taste-testing laboratory, I taste-test them all. And nobody's been drinking my diet drinks until I tested sugar-free Diet 7-Up. And then, kabloomy! Every bear wanted some. Diet 7-Up is fresh, natural, delicious. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This one's just right.
Hello, Amco. My automatic transmission just got automaticing. I was wondering, do you service Chevrolets?
Do we service those sensational Chevrolets? Ma'am, Amco has serviced over 3 million automatic transmissions of all kinds. Nearly 900,000 Chevrolets alone.
Ooh.
Do we service Chevrolets? George, pitch pipe, please.
Chevy Nova and Impala and the Bel Air and Camaro and the Chevy too.
Oh, my.
Yep, we know 'em. Every Chevrolet automatic make and model on the road today, from the oldest Biscayne to a bright, spanky Caprice. By the way, what sort of Chevy did you say you had?
A Chevy Mustang.
Well, no matter. Nobody knows your automatic transmission better than Amco. AA MCO.
There are over 500 AMCO centers coast to coast. Consult your yellow pages for the AMCO center near you. AA MCO. AMCO.
Although once is usually par for the course, it does appear that some people can be murdered twice. 5 years ago, Eleanor Hartley was forced to kill a man in self-defense. And now it develops that the police have evidence against another killer. And Eleanor Hartley, whose horizons are unlimited, now has to make a crucial decision.
Everything all right with Ted?
Yes. Just fine. They got the killer.
Killer?
The one who murdered that, Paul Grover.
Oh, that's great. Well, Ted is really a great detective. Who's the suspect?
I didn't ask.
It'll probably be in the news. Okay, Eleanor, I'm waiting.
Tom, I don't want to lose everything. Why should I lose everything?
You won't lose anything.
Don't say that.
Is it that bad?
Yes.
Well, then it'll have to come out.
No, it won't.
Eleanor, Big Jim is out to get you. He'll stop at nothing. Whatever it is, believe me, sooner or later he'll uncover.
No, he can't. No one can. Only I know.
Eleanor, there is no way out except the truth.
You're wrong, Tom. There's another way out. And it turned up for me tonight. So, the problem is solved. It's settled. It no longer exists.
Eleanor,
No, Tom. I've pulled myself together. I realize the stakes I'm playing for. It simply will not bother me anymore.
You say that so easily.
It's a matter of alternatives. What will be best for everyone in the long run?
Well, I don't know what it is, but I sure hope you can live with it.
I've lived with it for 5 years. I can live with it forever. I'll have to. Ted?
Oh, I'm sorry. I woke you.
Did you think I could fall asleep? Tell me everything. Who is he?
Vince Perry. Very bad boy. He's had quite a career. 5 or 6 years ago, he was just a punk. Now he was on his way to being number one in narcotics in this town.
But, you've got him for murder. How did you? Well, after all, 5 years ago, the police couldn't get anywhere.
Well, I had one break. That little restaurant. I guess the detectives never went there last time. It is an out-of-the-way place, but...
But why didn't Hugo come forward?
Hugo represents a large group of people. Guys like Hugo simply don't volunteer.
But all Hugo gave you was the description.
It was enough. It told me it was Vince Perry.
But the description, is it enough?
2 other things put him on the scene. The tire marks. They're a very special Italian tire. I checked back. I found out that Vince Perry had come into some money, bought an imported custom Italian car.
Oh.
And the button. I made the rounds of clothing stores all around his neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
Found out where he bought most of his clothes. Guy checked back through his records, and sure enough, Vince had bought a corduroy jacket with that type of button.
Will all that be enough?
The description, the button, the cast the cops took of the tires 5 years ago. Plus, well, I shouldn't say that.
What?
Plus the fact he looks like a killer. Has a bad reputation. Well, we don't have to worry about him anymore.
Why did you say that? Who was worrying about him?
Well, I'm sorry. Did I say something wrong?
No, let me just swallow this.
Hey, wait a minute. What's with the pills?
I need something to help me sleep.
But you never took pills before.
I've never been under this kind of pressure before.
Well, why should you be under pressure?
You don't understand politics.
I thought the idea was just for you to get up and tell the truth.
It's more complicated.
Because you make it more complicated.
Well, you don't know what a strain
We're fighting.
Hurst himself.
Do I have to meet him?
He's really a very nice guy.
He's a thief.
Oh, and this morning I've arranged for you to visit Vince Perry.
Vince Perry?
Yeah, in his cell.
Why would I...
Calm down.
How could you even suggest...
Look at it this way. You have to do me a favor because I have to do Charlie Colligan a favor.
Who's
Charlie Colligan?
Who?
Your worthy opponent, Big Jim Parkhurst himself.
Do I have to meet him?
He's really a very nice guy.
He's a thief.
Oh, and this morning I've arranged for you to visit Vince Perry.
Vince Perry?
Yeah, in his cell.
Why would I...
Calm down.
How could you even suggest...
Look at it this way. You have to do me a favor because I have to do Charlie Colligan a favor.
Who's
Charlie Colligan? He'll deliver the vote for you in the 4th Ward.
This is the kind of politics that I intend to fight.
No, my dear, these are the kind of politics that I shield you from. Vince Perry just wants to see you.
Why?
Well, it'll be a very private meeting. Nobody will even know you were there.
Why?
Colligan owes him a favor.
Do you mean to tell me that if I refuse to see this gangster, I can lose the 4th Ward?
It's not that simple, that open and shut. But elections have been lost by 1 vote.
Well, let's get it over with.
Well, nice of you to show up, Congresswoman.
I haven't been elected yet.
Oh, I hear it's in a bag.
I only came as a favor to a good friend.
Now, you're getting the hang of politics. That's what it's all about, no? Favors.
I agreed to come to your cell on 2 conditions. A, it would be kept secret. B, I would do nothing that's foreign to my principles.
Okay. Let's find out what your principles are. Let's see if you want to start out by doing the right thing.
What do you know about the right thing?
I know this. The right thing would be for you to confess to the murder of Paul Grover.
What did you say?
Come on, you know what I said. You know why I said it. You killed Paul Grover. I seen you do it.
That's a lie.
Here's the way it was. Now, I get the contract to knock him off. I followed him in my car. I figured I'd bag him after he came out of that restaurant. But first, he stops and picks you up. Then, after a couple of minutes, he stops again. So, I stopped. I heard it all. I seen it all. I let you go. Why not, huh? You did my job for me. And I never forgot what you looked like.
You can't prove a word of it.
I'm in the spot you were in when he tried to attack you. Now, nobody would have believed you then. Nobody would believe me now.
What do you expect me to do?
Like I say, the right thing. There's 2 kinds of people, honest folks and thieves. Now, there's a law. The honest folks obey it, period. The thieves break it. I'm a thief. What are you?
Eleanor, I don't think you two have ever met. I'd like to present you to your opponent, Congressman Jim Parkhurst.
How do you do?
Well, so you're Eleanor Hartley. Well, now I know why I'm going to lose. You're even prettier in person.
I think I'll leave you two to chat. Excuse me.
Are you already conceding, Congressman?
Oh, sure. My time's run out.
Really? But you're running a very aggressive campaign.
Well, you kill a snake, the body can still wiggle. No, dear, I've had it. The voters are wise to me.
You know, I always thought you were an ogre, and you are, but a very charming ogre.
Eleanor, let me give you a word of advice.
Advice?
Best in the world, because it's advice I never followed myself. Now, when I became aware of you for the first time, you broke my heart.
How?
I saw you as I was, 30 years ago, filled with spirit, sincerity, a desire to find the truth and work for it.
Really?
Yeah, sounds strange coming from me, doesn't it? Well, just remember, it doesn't happen all at once. You wake up one day and, well, yes, you're a crook. You're dishonest. You betray your constituents.
Now, you're not really that bad.
My dear, I'm worse. It starts with the first lie, the first deal. That's when you swallow that first tiny drop of poison. Remember that. Have you tasted yours yet? No, don't answer. Just think about it.
Thank you, Congressman. Thank you.
Well, I know you'll have a highly successful career because you're a very honest little lady. You might even become president. Good luck.
Well, what did you think of Big Jim?
Tom, I want to do something, but I need your advice. I want to make a statement. It's something that is true, but it would end my career.
Then why make it?
Because it's the right thing to do. Ted, what are you typing?
How was the big luncheon?
Oh, the usual. What are you typing?
Here, want to read it?
To Chief of Detectives, dear Inspector Summerfield, please accept my resignation from the police force. Ted, what's this?
Oh, I don't know. I just don't want to be a cop any longer.
Why? Why?
Well, look, you'll be going to Washington.
I thought we...
Why do I have to be a cop all my life? Why can't I try something else?
Because, Ted, for you there is nothing else.
Look, let it go.
Ted, I love you.
I love you, too.
What do you want me to do?
About what?
You know. How long have you known?
How long have I known what?
When did you first find out that I killed Paul Grover?
The first night I got the assignment. You told me about it in your sleep. You were having a nightmare, but you told me. And every night since then, in your sleep, you kept telling me. The buttons missing from your jacket in the closet.
Why didn't you arrest me?
How could I? Why should I? Besides, this is the perfect setup for Vince Perry. He's a rat. We're better off without him.
Yes.
And Paul Grover would have been killed by him an hour later. Why should your life be ruined? It's better this way. We need you more than Vince Perry. And it was self-defense anyhow.
Then why do you want to resign from the force?
Because I just made my first deal. I've taken the first drop of poison.
Someone else said that to me earlier.
I'll stop now before I become the kind of cop I have no use for. Hey, what are you doing?
You can't resign, Ted. You're going to make an arrest.
No, I won't. I can't.
You can. You must. I've taken the first drop, too. And I can't live with it either. Please, Ted.
But it'll be the end.
No, Ted. It won't. You'll see. It'll be the beginning.
It was quite an unusual arrest and an unusual confession, an unusual trial, and a rather unusual verdict. Not guilty. It would be nice to be able to say that she was elected, but no, there is a limit to the unusual. A pity. I'll be back shortly.
Hi, Ms. Goldilocks here. Professionally taste-testing diet drinks can be very difficult, but I've just had to bear with it. Then I found sugar-free Diet 7-Up. It doesn't taste like other diet drinks. It's fresh, light, natural, delicious. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up tastes so good that I've taste-tested it hundreds of times, and each time I've given it my seal of approval. Yes, this one's just right.
Our cast included Tammy Grimes, Paul Hecht, Robert Dryden, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by new sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The WOR Mystery Theater was brought to you by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less, and by Suburban Savings with offices throughout North Jersey. The preceding Mystery Theater program was furnished by the CBS Radio Network.
Got a second? I'd like to tell you about a new kind of radio program you're going to be hearing right here on this station. It's different because it's being done just like they used to do them back in the good old days of radio. In fact, we're going to play some of the great programs for you again. I'll be waiting to see you right here at 79 Wistful Vista. The name on the mailbox says F. McGee.
The good old days of radio coming your way this Monday night at 9 o'clock right here over WOR Radio, the talk of New York. Be sure to tune in.
I'm Fulton Lewis in the Mutual Broadcasting System studios in Washington, D.C. Now, my commentary. The House Judiciary Committee opened its historic hearing of evidence on the possible impeachment of President Nixon today, and almost immediately it voted to receive the complex and controversial data in closed session. The committee met in public session for only 25 minutes before voting 31-6 to move into executive session, joined only by its staff and lawyers for President Nixon himself. Committee Chairman Peter Rodino, the New Jersey Democrat, promised that the 38-member committee would meet, in his words, our high constitutional responsibility in weighing a mass of evidence on whether the president was involved in the Watergate affair and its cover-up. The ranking Republican member of the committee, Representative Edward Hutchinson of Michigan, used the occasion to define his own view of an impeachable offense, which he said must be a violation of criminal law. That is a much stricter standard than other committee members have called for. It is also stricter than that reached in a brief prepared by the committee staff. That brief holds that serious misconduct short of a criminal violation can be impeachable if it subverts the constitution of government processes. In the meantime, Representative John Anderson, the chairman of the House Republican Conference Committee, said today that the country would probably benefit if President Nixon resigned. He predicted his impeachment if Mr. Nixon does not step aside voluntarily. The Illinois Republican gave his views to newsmen shortly after House Republican leader John Rhodes of Arizona said that the president, in Rhodes' words, ought to consider resignation as a possible option if erosion of public confidence bars him from effectively carrying out his duties. Anderson said that he and other Republican congressional leaders have considered going to the president and actually asking him to resign, but he said they have decided to wait until after a House vote on impeachment. Congressman Rhodes, when asked if the Republican leaders might personally press upon the president a suggestion that he quit, seemed to choose his words very carefully as he replied, "I know of no definite plans at this time." Vice President Gerald Ford said today that the Watergate issue has caused a loss of confidence in the federal government, which he said has reached crisis proportions. He added, "The time has come for persons in political life to face the truth and speak the truth. The time has come for persons in political life to avoid the pragmatic dodge which seeks to obscure the truth."
Discussing the president's release of the edited transcripts of White House conversations, Ford said, "I believe those documents, painful as they may be, but I believe they will help establish the truth." Ford's schedule included 4 speeches in the state of Chicago and in downstate Illinois today. It's been more than a week now since the president played what one top White House aide termed his highest trump card in the continuing Watergate drama. He, of course, announced that he was responding to a House Judiciary Committee subpoena for 76 Watergate-related tapes of White House conversations by turning over to that panel and, of course, to the public 1,254 pages of edited transcripts of the tapes. Committee Chairman Rodino and Ranking Minority Member Hutchinson would be invited to the White House to hear the original tapes so they could verify the accuracy of the transcripts. As you recall, a tremendous nationwide fanfare accompanied the president's announcement, White House officials declaring that, in their words, the president has made available to the public and to the Judiciary Committee what he believes is the full Watergate story. With that, presidential attorney James St. Clair stated flatly that no further Watergate tapes would be handed over either to the Judiciary Committee or to Special Federal Prosecutor Leon Jaworski. In the meantime, White House Chief of Staff General Alexander Haig made it quite clear that neither he nor presumably any other current presidential aides would answer questions of any congressional investigating panels. Last week, Haig, following the specific orders of President Nixon, invoked executive privilege in declining to give information to the Senate Watergate Committee. To put the entire situation in its proper perspective, I think several aspects must be analyzed. First, why did the president decide to release the transcripts of the Watergate tapes? While it may have been legally proper to completely ignore a subpoena from the legislative branch of government, I think politics obviously decreed that the president had to make some response. His chief advisor suggested, and he agreed, that his own best defense would be a strong offense. By releasing the transcripts not only to the House Judiciary Committee but to the entire nation, he would be kicking off a new public relations campaign, one that would be aimed at portraying the president as having nothing to hide, being completely candid about the facts in the Watergate case, and being almost completely cooperative with the congressional panel which is now investigating Watergate in connection with the possible impeachment of the president. Despite assertions of Nixon loyalists, those controversial transcripts do not prove the president's innocence. The important thing to remember, though, is that neither do they prove his guilt. The picture they paint is one of complete confusion, one that is, of course, open to widely varied interpretations, and that, in essence, is all the White House feels is necessary in order to at least temporarily, perhaps permanently, sidetrack the impeachment proceedings. Without further clear-cut evidence of any wrongdoing on Mr. Nixon's part, no fair jury, including the Congress, could possibly find him guilty. The tape transcripts, in and of themselves, do create reasonable doubt as to the president's guilt, and that, of course, is all that is necessary for acquittal under the American system of justice. In this respect, the decision to release the transcripts was probably a very wise decision. What do those transcripts reveal? Well, when read in their entirety, they do not substantiate the president's claim of May 22nd of 1973 that he had undertaken, in his words, an intensive effort of my own to get the facts and to get the facts out. Conversations covered by the transcripts seem more like script writing sessions, a coordination, a very careful coordination between the president and his chief advisors, Ehrlichman and Haldeman, regarding a plan of action regarding the Watergate case. There is nothing conclusive indicating that they were concocting some plan of action to protect administration insiders who might have been involved in the break-in of June 17, 1972 at the Democratic Party national headquarters. There is nothing conclusive indicating that they were trying to cover up the facts in the Watergate case. Admittedly, there are very, very strong suggestions along those lines, however, and perhaps that aspect of the transcripts has dismayed and disappointed some of the president's principal defenders to date, including Senate Republican leader Hugh Scott and House Republican leader John Rhodes. Even former Nixon troubleshooter, now a columnist, Clark Mullenhoff, was prompted to comment today, quote, "Throughout his administration, he has given the impression of thorough, systematic studies of facts and law, but when Nixon-edited transcripts were published, we find no systematic effort to discover all facts of the Watergate burglary of June 17th. Instead, we find crafty, dishonest efforts to learn what the United States Attorney's Office and the FBI might develop from sources that could not be controlled or coerced into a preconceived scenario. Mr. Nixon made no systematic effort to consult the criminal law experts or the constitutional law experts to determine what the president should do in carrying out his responsibility that the laws be faithfully executed. Instead, we find President Nixon fumbling with only a superficial understanding of the law of evidence and incredible insensitivity to the problems of obstruction of justice. Perhaps the most damaging of the transcripts involves an exchange of March 21st, 1973, after John Dean had told the president of Dean's possible involvement in the crime of obstruction of justice. The president speaks first, talking about your obstruction of justice, though I don't see it. Dean replied, well, I have been a conduit for information on taking care of people out there who are guilty of crimes. The president, oh, you mean like the blackmailers? Dean, the blackmailers, right. The president, well, I wonder if that can't be. I wonder if that doesn't. Let me put it frankly, I wonder if that blackmail doesn't have to be continued. Let me put it this way. Let us suppose that you get the $1 million and you get the proper way to handle it. You could hold that side, Dean agreed. The president then asserted, it would seem to me that that would be worthwhile. Dean commented, well, that's one problem. The president, I know you have a problem here. You have the problem with convicted Watergate burglar E. Howard Hunt and his clemency. Dean, that's right. And you are going to have a clemency problem with the others. They all are going to expect to be out of prison, and that may put you, Mr. President, in a position that is just untenable at some point. You know, the Watergate hearing's just over, Hunt now demanding clemency, or he's going to blow. And politically impossible for you to do it. You know, President, that's right. Dean at that point commented, I'm not sure that you will ever be able to deliver on clemency. It may be just too hot. The president responded, you can't do it politically until after the 1974 elections, that's for sure. Your point is that you couldn't even do it then. Dean commented, that's right. It may further involve you in a way that should not be involved in this.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
The following program from the Naval Air Station at Los Alamitos is not intended as an endorsement of the product by the Navy Department, since they do not endorse any product.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bristol Myers, the makers of Ipana for the smile of beauty and Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, present It's Time to Smile with Martha Ray, Nora Martin, Bert Gordon, the Mad Russian, Cookie Fairchild's Orchestra, the Sportsman, yours truly, Harry Von Zell, and starring Eddie Cantor.
Thank you for your cordial invitation, Mrs. Jones. But with nightclub life, we're through. Non-essential spending brings inflation, Mrs. Jones. So here's what we're planning to do. We're staying home tonight, my baby and me, having a patriotic time. I've got my income tax return to hurdle, and she'll be saving mileage on her girdle. Don't wanna roam tonight, we're snug as can be. Being alone is just sublime. We bought a big salami, and though it's hard to take, we'll turn out all the lights and make believe it's a steak. We're staying home tonight, my baby and me, having a patriotic time. We're staying home tonight, my baby and me, having a patriotic time. It's not that Mommy doesn't trust her Poppy, it's just that we don't trust our old jalopy. Don't wanna roam tonight, we're snug as can be. Being alone is just sublime. We'll play a game of rummy, it's cheaper than the Ritz. The winner wins a kiss, and just in case of the blitz, we're staying home tonight, my baby and me, having a patriotic time. I want more money.
No,
Thank you very much, Harry. I have great news for you.
For me?
Not only for you, for all the boys here at Los Alamitos, and for all of our listeners. Wonderful news. There's nothing to worry about. The war is in the bag. Frank Sinatra has joined the Marines.
Sinatra?
Yes, you see, he's America's secret weapon on bombing missions. You see, when our planes fly over Tokyo, Sinatra will start singing, and when the Japs come out to swoon, bombs away.
Say, listen, Eddie.
What?
This summer, when you played the camps with Sinatra, what did the men at the camps want to know about most?
Well, glamour girls.
Oh.
Really. That's all they want to know. The Marines asked me for Rita Hayworth's phone number. The soldiers asked me for Dorothy Lamour's phone number.
Yeah, well, what about these Navy flyers?
Oh, they gave me a few numbers. Oh, but Harry, the guys here at Los Alamitos, they're really great. Yesterday, Betty Graber was on the beach when a squad of sailors marched by.
Drilling?
Drooling.
No, really, no kidding, Eddie. I know the men here do a lot of marching. I bet they get tired, too.
Yes, but a lot of these fellows have their own cars.
Oh, they do?
Yeah. And that reminds me, I have been asked to make a special announcement. You servicemen here, when you're driving around in Hollywood, please give civilians a lift. These days, if you see a civilian on the street, you know he's too weak to walk.
You know something, Eddie? I watched these fellas here today, and they have a lot of fun admiring the wonderful equipment here. Take the parachutes. You know, in each parachute, there are 100 pairs of nylon.
Believe me, Harry, they would have more fun admiring what's in one pair of nylons. Especially him.
Well, I don't care, Eddie. I think it's a shame the girls have to settle for nylon stockings. What is the reason for the silk shortage?
Well, it's simple, Harry. In 1939, we sent our entire silk supply abroad.
Oh, bundles for Britain?
No, girdles for Goering.
Say, incidentally, Eddie, have you heard any of those Axis propaganda broadcasts lately?
I heard one last night, Harry, and here's how it sounded. Take it away, Berlin. My dear people of the Third Reich, again, Hitler is right. 2 years ago, our Fuhrer said that the Russians would be fighting on our side. They're coming so fast, they'll be on our side any second. Here is good news. Since Americans is allowed only 2 pair of shoes, the Fuhrer's brilliant strategy is to let American troops advance in Italy. He figures by the time they march into Berlin, they will be in their bare feet. We give them the hot foot, they lose. Our spies report that even in America, they are making pictures about our master race. In one theater is playing the new epic film, So Proudly We Heil. Second feature, For Whom the Go Bells Toll. Also, Mickey Mauserschmidt.
Stand by, please, for broadcast from Japan.
War make everything topsy-turvy. Before war, Japanese gardeners in California were planting for Americans. Now Americans are planting Japanese gardeners. Flashy flash. American flyers have just dropped bombs over Tokyo, but absolutely no damage was done. However, there will be a slight change in our maps. Sukiyaki Street, which used to be next to Nagasaki Street, is now 4 miles away next to Wacky Wacky Street. Sukiyaki Street is now in the middle. one of our boulevards is missing. Do not be alarmed at air raid, people of Japan, please. You are protected. Right after Americans dropped last bomb, 5,000 Japanese flyers went into the air. One of them is in a plane. Now I would like you to meet a very charming girl with a lovely voice. I think you're going to like her. Nora Martin singing I Heard You Cried Last Night.
I heard you cried last night, and I know why. I heard you cried last night, and so did I. Why did you make us part? I'm so alone. Why did you take my heart? You didn't want it for your own. And if you hadn't cared to make amends, I might have never dared. We'd be just friends. So calm your fears and dry your tears. Come kiss the one you adore. Now you can smile tonight and cry no
Oh, that's wonderful, wonderful. Oh, wait, all right. All right. Cookie,
what is it,
this
Master?
has never happened to us here before. Nora, are you prepared to do an encore? Could you? I'll tell you what you do. Do the song that she did at the Hollywood, the cowboy number.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Do that, will you, with the boys? All right, Nora, here's an encore for you fellas. Here you are.
There's a riding roping cowboy in the moon. Yippee-yi, oh yippee-yay. I can hear him sing a happy cowboy tune. Yippee-yi, yippee-yay, yippee-yay. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. Yippee-yay, every night when I'm asleep, I hear him as he sings and yodels till dawn. And it seems that I'm so very near him, but when I awake, he is gone. There's a rambling Roman cowboy in the moon. Yippee-yi, oh yippee-yay. There's a hootin' shootin' cowboy in the moon. Yippee-yi,
Thank you, Nora Martin. You really made a hit for yourself. You were wonderful. I suppose you felt strange in front of all these men, huh? Harry Von Zell, what are you giggling at?
Well, she feels strange in front of all these men. What about you?
Quiet, Harry. Do you feel strange, Nora?
Oh, no, I really feel quite at home with these fellas, Mr. Cantor. You know, I've seen a lot of them at the Hollywood Canteen.
Oh, you're a hostess. We didn't know you had a pass to the canteen, Nora.
Pass? Do you need a pass?
Well, of course you do. If you haven't got a pass, how do you get in?
Well, when I get to the officer at the door, I simply smile and he lets me through.
Oh, that explains everything. Yes, Nora, you'll find that an attractive smile will open many a door, or could I be wrong, Harry?
Oh, no, indeed, Eddie. There's no question in anybody's mind about that, or about how much an attractive smile adds to a woman's charm and loveliness. The only question there could be is, what makes for intelligent care of that smile, or anyone's smile? Well, our suggestion can be summed up in 2 simple practices, which we heartily recommend to all of you. 1,
visit your dentist regularly.
2,
brush your teeth regularly with Ipana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertip and massage it on your gums.
Because healthy gums are mighty important to sound teeth and sparkling smiles. And Ipana toothpaste is not only unsurpassed for cleaning and brightening teeth, but when used with massage, it's especially designed to quicken circulation in the gums, and so help them to healthier, heartier firmness. So for firmer gums, brighter teeth, and a more winning smile, begin at once to practice the modern, healthful dental routine of Ipana toothpaste and gum massage.
Harry!
What's the matter, Eddie?
I just heard from the command, and there's been a terrible mix-up. Oh, such a mix-up, Harry.
A mix-up? What's wrong?
The government just learned that they unknowingly built the Los Alamitos Naval Air Station on property that doesn't belong to them. Well, it actually belongs to a girl, all this property here, Harry.
Well, gosh, then according to the law, she owns everything on the property. The military equipment, the buildings. She even has control over these men.
That's
here.
right, Harry. Fellas, meet your new landlady, Martha Ray.
Oh, boy. Gee, just look at all these men. Mine. All mine.
Wait a minute, Martha. Martha, what's the matter with you?
Oh, boys. Boys, you've got a date with me tonight. Yahoo!
Wait a minute. You mean you're going out with all these men? All of them?
Oh, of course not. Just the first 3 rolls. The rest of you out.
Martha, you're being ridiculous. How can you go out with 100 men alone?
I should have brought a girlfriend, huh?
Girlfriend, look, I don't understand how you got in here yourself. Los Alamitos is a naval air station operating under strict naval law. There are 3 heavily armed guards at the gate. How did you manage to get through?
I walked up to the guards, one of them yelled a woman, and the other 2 heaved me in.
Well, they can toss you right out. You can't take over here. You're dealing with the government.
Well, the property is mine. I've got the deed for it.
That doesn't mean anything to these fellas, believe me. When they land in Tokyo, it won't do a Jap landlord any good to stand outside waving a lease.
Well, all I know is it's my property, and it's illegal for anybody to take it. That's robbery.
Robbery?
Yep, you better give it back to me, fellas. How would you feel if you got caught with a hot Able Nair base station on your hands? Come on, get out!
Wait a minute! Martha, you can't put these men out. Why, they'd be homeless. Why, the housing problem is so bad today that there are... Pardon me. Hello? Hello? No, I don't know of any hotel or apartment vacancies. I'm sorry. I haven't any extra rooms. Please don't cry. I know you can't find a place to live, but I can help you.
Who is that?
Mussolini.
Mussolini? Where did he get a nickel to make a phone call? Come on, out!
Martha, why don't you forget this foolishness? You're really anxious to be connected with the Navy? Why don't you join the Waves? Think how patriotic you'd be. Why, if you join the Waves, a sailor can leave for active duty. Isn't it thrilling to be releasing a sailor?
It's more fun holding on to one.
What a landlady,
Now I've made a of my mind. I want to take over here.
All right, but I'm warning you, this place is going to be hard to take. It belongs to the Navy.
Well, so does Victor Mature. He ain't hard to take.
Martha Ray.
Oh, how I'd love to do a romantic scene with him.
With Victor Mature? Don't you think you'd have a little trouble kissing him? He's 12 inches taller than you.
So what? I can pucker a foot and a half.
Oh, stop it. Martha, you may as well forget your property deed. Why, it'll take you a long time to get these fellas out, you know.
They get out tonight. Tomorrow, the Women's Army is moving in.
Women's Army? Oh, then you'll never get them out.
No, I say it's going to be a women's camp. The only men that can remain here are the officers.
Why? Why do you want the officers?
Well, somebody has to cook for us.
Wait a minute. Did you say cook?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I think I'll phone the commanding officer about tomorrow's menu. Gee, I'm sure the girls would like pot roast.
Martha, please, don't dial the phone. You can't disturb the commander.
Quiet! Out!
All right.
Hello, this is Commander J.W. Williams, Jr.
Hiya, Junior.
Junior?
Hey, listen, can you cook a pot roast?
Don't bother me now. I'm baking a cake.
See? I told you couldn't disturb the commander.
Well, I had him a bit disturbed this morning.
Yeah?
Oh, you should have seen me on the beach. When I put on my bathing suit, I was the center of attraction. Why, I had 100 men at my feet.
Really?
Yep. You think they never saw a gal with 6 toes before?
Oh, Martha, stop fooling.
Oh, the servicemen here really do admire my beauty.
They do?
Yes. You know, they gave me an award, you know.
They did?
Yes. I was voted the girl most likely to...
Yes?
Well, to be their favorite pin-up girl.
Pin-up girl?
Yes. When they go bowling, I set up the pin.
Well, that I can believe me. Who is that? Come in.
Miss Ray, I've been in the Navy 2 years, and at last I'm going to sea. May I kiss you farewell?
Kiss me? But you don't even know me.
I'm in the Navy. I don't know any of the girls I kiss.
Oh, very well. Since you are going to sea, you may take my lips. Come, take my lips.
Come and take him. They're hanging over his shoulders now.
Come on, sailor. Here we go.
Thanks, Miss Ray. Now I'm going over to the Majestic Ballroom.
Ballroom? Didn't you say you were going to sea?
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can find a girl to kiss me tomorrow night.
Don't mind them, Martha. They have a lot of movie fans around here, you know.
Really?
Why, only yesterday, when I went to the State Theater, the place was loaded with servicemen and their girls, and the picture was action in the North Atlantic. Martha, there was more action in the balcony than there ever was in the North Atlantic.
Oh, really, Eddie? How uncouth. I shall go there tonight and find out for myself. But really, Eddie, I'd give up my property if I could find the right man.
Well, why didn't you say so? There's a pilot here who is just your type. He's brave, strong, handsome. The girls all love him, and you will too, when he steps from his plane and he says, "How do you do?" Great Gordon, the mad Russian. Russian, you are a pilot?
Quiet, peasant. Ah, Miss Ray, when I'm flying in the Solomons, I am getting a 0. In Guadalcanal, I am getting 2 zeros. And now that I'm meeting you...
Yes?
Another 0.
Ah, go on. You're no pilot.
Out! Why, I was with one of the first air squadrons in the war.
The Flying Tigers?
No, the Kharkov Cocker Spaniels.
Look, Russian, if you want a date with Martha Ray, you'll have to convince her that you're a great fighter.
All Russians are great fighters. What was last week's headline? Smolensk falls.
From the looks of your face, it must have fallen on you.
Silly dog.
Russian, I don't believe that you're in the service.
You doubt me, don't you?
Yeah.
Every day I am marching and marching and marching. On my back, I am carrying 100-pound whack.
You mean pack?
You pack. You carry what you want, I'll carry what I want.
Oh, stop it, will you?
Look, Russian, I like a heroic man.
Yes?
Tell me, what reason did you have to get into the service?
What reason has any man? Either because he wants to fight the enemy, or because he wants to uphold our American principles.
What was your reason?
I was drafted.
Oh, you were drafted.
Not only that.
Yes.
Not only that.
Yes.
When they looked at me, they also drafted my papa.
Why? Why should they draft your father when they looked at you?
Non-social production.
Well, I can understand that. Martha, look at that puss.
Oh, I can't. Russian, were you born or did your old man pick you up in the black market?
Look, silly Sally's.
Yeah. Russian, if you want to win over Miss Ray, tell her something romantic. She's very rich.
Very well.
Tell her something romantic.
That's all gonna do. Miss Rayan, every time I look on you, I think of Betty Grable.
When you look at me, you think of Betty Grable?
Can you blame me?
Russian, come here.
Yes, sir.
How dare you insult Miss Ray? Martha is a great star. On the stage, she gets over with a bang. On the screen, she gets over with a bang. On the radio, she gets over with a bang.
Is that Martha Ray or Pistol Pat Mama?
Out! Oh, that crazy Russian. But I'm glad he's back with us. Of course, I'm glad I hired you for the new season, too, Harry.
Oh, well, thanks, Eddie.
But enough of this. It's time for music. Now, who would you rather hear sing, me or Martha Ray? And if you answer, you're fired. Remember that.
Well, frankly, Eddie, I think the servicemen would
Well,
like
what's wrong with me? I'm a favorite with servicemen, too.
You are? I know, Eddie. Why, only this morning I heard an officer here say that you ought to get a Distinguished Flying Cross.
Really?
Yes. He said it requires plenty of courage to take to the air with the broken-down material you've got.
Oh, so that's what the officer said, huh? Well, you tell him he doesn't have to listen to me if he doesn't want to. But if he's wise, he'll listen to you, Harry, and to what you have to say about feeling better faster. Go ahead and say it, Harry.
Thanks, I will, Eddie. Ladies and gentlemen, if on the morning of a busy, crowded day you wake up with a miserable headache due to the need of a laxative, don't think it necessary to put off taking that laxative till night. For if you do, you risk feeling upset all day. Do this instead.
Put 2 teaspoonfuls of Sal Hepatica in a glass of water and drink it right away.
For then, Speedy Sal Hepatica brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. So you can see you don't have to wait till night to take the laxative needed in the morning. And Sal Hepatica, don't forget, has this additional advantage.
Sparkling Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So before another day goes by, get this famous saline from your druggist, remembering this: caution, use only as directed. Then any time you need a laxative, whether morning, noon, or night, see if you don't feel better faster when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
And here is Martha Ray. Martha Ray.
Ladies and gentlemen, attention please. You've got to listen to me. Here's an extra special communique. Just arrived today from Washington, D.C. Pretty little milkmaid, milk that cow. Say there, you grab a hold of that plow. We gotta do a heap of farming now. We're on a Yankee Doodle hay ride. Run your little tractor, stack that wheat. Your big boy and his buddy must eat. We need a lot of starch for marching feet. We're on a Yankee Doodle hayride. There ain't gonna be no hold down till we knock the foe down. Neighbor, we just can't slow down. Got to go like blazes. Soldiers in khaki, sailors in blue. Cannot be any prouder than you. A pair of overalls is a uniform too. We're on a Yankee Doodle hayride. Do 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 do. Hey, hey, what do you say? We gotta have beans and gotta have tomatoes. Come along, rain, we've gotta have crops. Iowa corn and Idaho potatoes. Fatten that calf, we got to have chops. If you wanna win, you've gotta pitch in. If you wanna pitch in, then you've gotta pitch. Hey, 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 are you going my way? Way down yonder in the cornfield. Soldiers in khaki, sailors in blue. Cannot be any prouder than you. A pair of overalls is a uniform too. Your Uncle Sam is calling you to come and hitch your wagon to a Yankee Doodle. Doodle doodle, hey, ride.
I don't know where the half hour went to. We're a little late. Thank you, Martha Ray. The song was from Pinup Girls. Next week, be with us when we have Herbert Marshall as our guest. Good night, everybody. Good night.
Up next, you will go on a journey into Dimension X.
Adventures in Time and Space, transcribed in future tense. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, bring you Dimension X. The rocket drove through space like a silver fish in an endless tank, the stars in black velocity swirling by. Inside her case, tiny, finite specks of humanity controlled the tremendous power that impelled her so relentlessly toward the other galaxies. Who were these men? What mad, fantastic need and desire had caused them to abandon Mother Earth and venture to the ends of the universe?
Captain Hollis.
What is it, Stone?
Magnetic storm, dead ahead, sir.
And the aperture?
About 100-mile gap between elements, sir, but shifting rapidly.
Switch on the radar screen. Let's have a look.
Yes, sir. There are asteroids in it, Captain.
I see that. Thank you, Stone.
Sir?
What?
Any change in course?
What for?
The storm, sir.
If I decide to change course, I'll issue the order.
At the rate we're approaching, it'll be too late to issue an order.
Mr. Stone, do I need to remind you who's master of this ship?
Look, sir, there are 25 other lives to be considered besides your own. Those asteroids shipped at our course.
That's enough, Stone.
It's not enough, Captain.
Return to your post.
Captain, for God's sake, don't be pig-headed about this. There's a magnetic storm dead ahead. Are you going to risk the lives of all of us just so you can hang your hat on some lousy interplanetary record? We know this means a lot to you. Sure, you can be fleet admiral if you beat those Asiatic ships to Venus. That's fine, but we value our lives.
I happen to value my life just as much as any man aboard this craft, Mr. Stone. But I wasn't brought up to be a lily-livered dare-nothing. Now get back to your post, or I'll have you court-martialed. Well, Mr. Stone?
Okay.
Okay what, Mr. Stone?
Okay, sir.
Impudent young pig.
Maybe he's right, Louis.
Well, you stick to being ship's doctor. You're good at that. I'll navigate this fish.
You're the captain. Only I'd hate to pile up on some little asteroid, especially when a simple thing like changing course.
Simple thing? Do you know what a change in course would mean? The slightest deflection would throw us 1,000,000 miles off at this speed. It'd take days to get back on the vector. By that time, one of the Asiatic ships would have landed on Venus and claimed the whole blasted planet. We're in a race, Charles.
Well, suppose they did claim Venus. There's nothing but rocks and jungle anyway.
It isn't that. It's the idea of someone beating us.
You know, Louis, I always get a little bit jittery when men are willing to die for symbols.
You're a cynic.
Maybe.
Get Mollis. Get Mollis.
Hollis, what is it, Lester?
Captain, the radar tracking shows a foreign object dead ahead.
What?
Check your screen, sir.
Good Lord, the whole blasted storm has shifted dead on. Engine room.
Vision chamber.
Fire up your starboard cyclotron.
Aye, sir.
You can't make it in time, Louis. Listen to that radar bounce.
Shut up. Now hear this. Now hear this. Condition red. Fasten your spacesuits.
Forward cyclotron at capacity.
Open the fission chamber. Emergency blast.
Aye, sir.
It's it off.
You think we'll make it?
We've got to make it.
Oh, it's one of those asteroids the size of the ship.
Will you shut up?
It doesn't sound good, Louis.
Another 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2.
No, it's a meteorite.
Good God!
Look out!
Hello? Hello, anyone? Can you hear me? I can see you floating out there. Can you hear me? For God's sake, answer if you can. I don't want to just float out here alone.
Stone, is that you?
Who is it?
Captain Hollis.
What happened?
We struck an asteroid. Ship blew up.
Is anybody else alive?
I don't know. I can see some spacesuits floating in space not far from me, but I don't know if they're alive.
Maybe they just don't hear us.
Their radios are working, they do.
Hello? Hello, somebody?
Doc, is that you?
Louis?
Yes.
Thank God. Anybody else alive?
Stone.
Hello, Doctor. Oh. Are you all right? Okay so far.
That's 3 of us, anyway.
Louis.
Yes?
We seem to be moving away from each other. Yeah, that's right. I can hardly see you now.
It's the momentum. We were all thrown in different directions. Since there's no friction, we'll pick up speed.
Isn't there some way we could stick together at least?
I'm afraid not.
If there's no friction, then there's nothing to stop us.
That's right, Stone.
But then we'll just keep falling. Maybe forever.
Not forever. You'll fall until you get into one of the gravitational fields of some planet. After that, you'll fall toward the planet.
Mother in heaven, what a way to die.
Nobody's going to die. Those Asiatic ships will be along this way. We can radio to them when they get in range.
Aren't you forgetting something, Louis?
What's that?
The commanders of those other ships may not be quite so willing to run through a magnetic storm. They may have altered course. If they have, they won't come within 1,000,000 miles of us.
We'll have to take our chances on that.
It's a long way down. A long, long way down.
Let's have no talk of that kind, Stone.
I don't want to die.
Stone, I said, can it?
Can it yourself.
What?
You heard me. This is a mutiny of one. Don't try to pull your rank on me now, mister. You'll be 10,000 miles away in another hour.
So help me, I'll have you court-martialed when we're picked up.
Let's not kid ourselves. Nobody's going to be picked up. I've got a few things to get off my chest before we lose contact with each other. Don't let it drop.
Let him talk.
Thanks. Your ship was a bad ship, and you were a bad captain. I hope you break when you hit the moon.
Thanks for the goodwill, Stone.
That isn't all. I believe there are different kinds of deaths, Captain. Just as there are different kinds of lives. Yours should be pretty interesting because you've been dead for years. So,
let him.
When was the last time you had an honest human feeling, Captain? I'll bet you don't even remember when. I don't think you're capable of any kind of strong feeling. Do you have a wife, Captain? I'll bet she won't miss you one to be a hero like his daddy. A tin hero with a piece of stone where other men have hearts.
Are you quite finished?
I've said it. Well, so long, Doc. So long. I'm headed for the sun. Somehow I don't like the idea of falling into the sun. I'm going to take a quicker way out. No, Stone, don't be a fool. I'm going to smash the faceplate on my helmet and let the oxygen escape.
Stone, don't do it. We're going to be rescued. Stone.
See you all in some other universe. God have mercy.
He was headed for the sun. I can barely see him now.
Looks like Mercury for me. How about you, Lewis?
I'm headed for Earth. Funny, isn't it, that I should be going back to Mother Earth this way? I'm nothing but a human meteor, Charles. When I hit the Earth's atmosphere, I'll burn like a match. Charles. Charles, can you still hear me?
I can hear you. It's getting fainter now. We must be several thousand miles apart.
We should be able to talk for another 20 minutes or so at the speed we're falling away from each other.
What are you thinking about, Lewis?
I was thinking about Stone. What he said.
Don't let it get you.
You know, in a way, he was right.
He was insane. The shock knocked him off balance.
No. Each of us dies in a different way. Each of us has his own life to look back on. Huh?
What's that?
I don't know. It sounds like Lester.
Hello? Hello, Lester. Can you hear us?
I don't think so. It's possible that the sending unit of his radio is working, but the receiving unit is damaged.
Singing good stuff to keep up his nerves.
Right there. Hello? Hello? Anybody alive? This is Engineer's Mate Harry Lester. Hello? Mother of heaven, ain't there somebody to talk to me at least?
Lester, can you hear me?
Hello? Listen, anybody. If you can hear me, this is Engineer's Mate Harry Lester. We had an accident. We were... Oh, what's the use?
He doesn't even know we can hear him.
Poor devil may have forgotten to switch on his receiving unit.
Well, there are three of us again anyway.
It isn't much comfort. Maybe Stone's way is best.
Don't be a fool. They're going to be picked up.
I doubt
We
it.
must. I must. I've too much to accomplish in life to die like this. A fellow like Stone or Lester, they come a dime a dozen. But I was in line to be commander of the whole fleet. You know what that means, Charles? Commander of the hemisphere.
No, I don't know what it means. I never wanted to be commander of anything but myself. And I never even came close to that.
Helen was counting on it. Stevie, too, in his own little way.
It's hardest for Helen. Steely's too young to understand.
He'll know. He'll know his daddy went out with a ship. Like a man. They'll give him a medal.
Lewis, I'm beginning to think that maybe Stone was right about you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Oh, nothing.
No, Charles. I want to know. We've shipped together a good many years. You never told me what you really think of me, whether or not you've envied my success. I'd like to know now. We've nothing to do but talk anyway.
I've never envied anything except the fact that you're falling back to Earth, Lewis. I've admired you as I admire some sort of perfect machine. But that's where it stopped. You know the trouble with you, Lewis?
Well?
You can't cry.
What?
You can't cry.
Well, men don't cry, only children.
That's what I mean, Lewis. You can't cry.
I don't know what the devil you're babbling about.
Well, skip it.
Now, look here. There's one thing...
I had a wife on Mars. I had a wife on Jupiter. And I had a wife on Venus. Every one of them had money and treated me swell.
What's he babbling about?
I don't know. He seems to be reminiscing about his life.
I had some nice times, I did. Of course, Roxy. years, and she still looks like a schoolgirl. And there's a boy, too. I wonder what he's doing now. Like he's not in some mischief. I remember when I was a little boy. I said to him, I says, now, my son, take good care of your mom and don't get fresh with the girls. He'd slap me if he didn't wink at me and smile that winning smile of his and say, all right, Dad, take care you come back well. All in all, we miss you terrible much. Oh, well, Eddie, Lister, you can't complain. You've had the best of it and some to spare.
Simple soul.
Too simple.
I envy him.
Why?
Because he has all that to hang on to. Women always frightened me. I ran from them. Always wanting them and jealous of men like Lester for having them. And jealous of him for being able to spend money without fear and for as much happiness as he could have in his own wild way. Haven't you ever wanted that?
Don't be a fool.
The difference between us and Lester is that he lives in the present. He gets into the experience of the moment. You and I, Louis, we live in the past and in the future, but never in the present.
Could we change the subject?
I thought you wanted to talk.
Well, let's talk about something else. Charles? Charles? Charles, are you there? Charles, answer me.
I just switched to my auxiliary battery. I'm sorry.
Well, don't do that.
Afraid to be alone?
I've never been afraid of anything in my life, and you know it.
I wonder.
It's a long way back down.
Why doesn't he shut up?
Louis.
What?
Louis, I got myself into a meteor swarm. Some little asteroid.
Meteors?
I think it's that Myrmidon cluster that goes out past Mars and then swings in towards Earth once every 5 years. I'm right in the middle of it now. It's like a big kaleidoscope. All kinds of colors and shapes and sizes. God, it's beautiful, all that metal. I'm going with them. They're taking me with them. Well, I'll be doggone. Remember when you were a kid, Louis? Held the kaleidoscope to your eye, gave it a twirl? That's what I'm part of now.
Keep talking. I can barely hear you now.
They're taking me off, Louis. Hold on.
Charles! Charles, don't leave me alone like this. Charles! Charles! Lester! Lester, can you hear me?
Oh, it's over time. I got drunk once and gambled away $1,000.
Why don't you shut up?
And there was a time Roxy and I made love on the sand down at Aldgate Bridge.
It's all over, Lester. It's just as if it never happened.
And Annie, you've no regrets, really.
What good does it do you, you fool? When the thing's over, it's not good anymore. You're no better off than me. Look at what I've accomplished.
Roxy.
You floating there, languishing over some skinny, misbegotten slut of a wife.
Roxy.
My wife is beautiful. Understand? Beautiful. Like marble.
Well,
like chiseled marble.
You'll find herself another man. She'll have some more good times.
No, she won't. She'll be faithful to my memory. Helen, you will be faithful, won't you? You'll never forget me.
It's a long way.
I won't listen. I'll switch off my radio. There, that's better. You're alone now, Captain Hollis. Alone with yourself. And your thoughts. And your memories. Going back to Earth like a human rocket. And remembering.
Louis, is that you?
Yes, Helen, it's me.
I've missed you.
Have you?
Didn't you know?
But I thought... I mean, we quarreled.
Oh, I've forgotten about that.
I had some trouble, Helen.
We won't talk about it. You're home now. That's the important thing. Stevie is so excited.
Stevie, where is he?
Right here, darling. Stevie? Steve? Daddy! Daddy!
Hello, son.
You're going to stay with us this time, aren't you, Daddy? You're going to stay home and we'll go fishing and play ball together, just like you promised.
Well, Stevie...
I'm collecting seashells, Dad. I've got a whole collection of all different colors. Would you like to see them?
Yes, I would, son.
I'll go up and get them. I've got them in my room. Don't go away, Dad. I'll be right back.
I won't go away. He's, quite a little guy, isn't he?
I'm glad you're finally getting together with him.
What? What do you mean, Helen?
You've always seemed so, well, detached from him. Steve is a sensitive little creature. All he ever wanted from you really was just a little affection and respect, Louis. Just a little respect for the things he felt and wanted.
I've been a good father. Nobody can ever say I haven't been a good father. Certainly not you, not after what happened.
Don't get defensive, Louis, please. I'm trying to bring us a little closer together.
I've given him everything a boy should have. Toys, boxing gloves. I've taught him to hunt and take care of himself.
Yes, you've done all those things.
Well, then.
It's just, well, sometimes when he's come to you, he feels so alone. All he wants is for you to put your arms around him and reassure him, that's all.
He's going to be a man. I don't want him to be soft.
What is it, Louis? What is there about being soft that you despise?
Sissy's a soft.
Christ was soft.
Now, don't start that business again, will you?
I'm trying to make you understand, please.
I understand what you're trying to do. You're like all of them. They want to make you a woman. Like them. They want to drain you of your manhood so they can control you. Manipulate you.
You won't understand, will you? You won't trust me or anybody else, including yourself.
Now you're talking belly wash again.
Oh, let's not build that wall between us, Louis. Not this time. I have it all planned when you came back. We'd go down to the beach. Remember the spot where we used to swim? In the moonlight, you can see the water all luminous and green. And then we could have picnic supper there, just you and Stevie and me. Stevie could sleep on the blanket. We could go for a swim. Maybe we could recapture it, Louis. It wasn't always like this. Maybe if we went back.
I'm sorry, Helen. I'd like to, really. But, well, I'm shipping out tonight.
Tonight?
I've got a new command, new ship. Having lunch with the Admiral this afternoon.
But you said you'd stay.
This is an important thing, Helen. This is the most important thing that ever happened to me.
More important than going for a swim.
You don't get a chance of being fleet commander every day. You can go for a swim anytime.
Yes, but we never do.
Now, look, honey. Ever since I was a cadet, I've been pointing toward this job. It's big. If I'm a success, you can name your own ticket. Big house up in Connecticut. Chauffeur. Finest schools for Steve.
I want you, Louis.
Now, don't be unreasonable.
Don't you be unemotional.
What?
I said don't be unemotional.
I don't understand.
No, I don't suppose you ever will.
Let's not quarrel. Why do we always end up quarreling? Well, it's almost time now.
Louis, let's try once more.
Goodbye, Helen. Say goodbye to the boy.
All right, Louis. Goodbye.
Helen. Where are you, Helen? Helen? Oh, no, I must be going out of my mind. The whole thing was nothing but a dream. If only I had someone to talk to.
Captain Hollister, is that you?
Lester?
Yeah.
No, it's just another part of the same nightmare.
Captain Hollister, can you hear me?
Why must I be tortured like this?
Captain, if you can hear me, for heaven's sakes, answer. I found a tube loose in this receiver. I can hear you talking to yourself.
Lester, is it really you?
Yes, sir. Thank heavens, Captain. Are any of the others still alive?
Stone went to the sun. Dr. Carter went off with a meteor swarm. The others are scattered all over the universe by now. I'm headed right for Earth. I'll be in the orbit soon.
Well, it's good to hear your voice, sir. I was going insane all by myself here. Seems like I've been singing and talking the old bloody night.
We heard you. I'm glad we can reach one another.
Yeah, me too, sir.
Are you really glad, Lester? I should think you'd hate and despise me.
Why, sir?
I could have saved us all by changing course.
Well, the way I see it, Captain, you did what you believed in. That's the way each of us has to do.
Thank you, Lester.
Yeah, how long do you figure we got, sir?
Not long, I'm afraid. At least not me.
It's a terrible thing, ain't it, Captain? I mean, knowing you're going to die and not being able to do anything.
At least you've got pleasant memories.
Me, sir? No, I never married to a hell of beans. I should think you'd have some good thoughts to remember yourself.
I never lived, Lester.
Sir?
It's true, I never lived.
But you were wise.
We were strangers. We never knew each other.
A son?
A son. Lester, would you believe it if I told you I've never put my arms around the boy and let him know how much I loved him?
Oh, it's hard to believe, sir.
It's true.
It's odd that you talking like this, Captain. I always envied you your position. You were commander.
I thought so, too, but I know better now. My whole life was nothing but a running away from my own feelings. I had everything I really wanted. All I had to do was reach out my hand. There was Helen, Stevie, pleasures. And I turned my back and looked at the stars. When they came to me filled with their love and their warmth, I ran. I fled to the stars and to the ends of the universe. It was all so wrong. How do things like that happen to us, Lester?
I don't know, sir.
We were going to be divorced, Helen and I.
Oh?
Stupid, idiotic.
Or maybe you'll be picked up, Captain. There's lots of spaceships taking off from Earth. Maybe one of them will reach you before you hit the atmosphere.
If I dared to hope. We aren't that lucky, Lester. Not many get a second chance.
Well, keep
I
hoping.
can see you now, Lester. Mother Earth, big and green and rich. Won't be more than a few minutes at this rate. Oh, if there was something.
Captain, you still there?
Yes, I can feel the friction starting now. I'll burn in a minute. I'll be scattered like ashes all across the land. Funny, that's a useful act, isn't it, to help other things grow?
Oh, now don't talk like that, Captain.
I'm sorry, Lester. You're a good man. I hope they rescue you.
Well, I believe you're a good man, Captain.
Maybe, Lester. Maybe I am after all.
Oh, you just got a bit twisted, Tommy, that's all. It wasn't your fault.
No, it wasn't my blame. Funny.
Sir?
I feel a sense of calm now. Almost relief. Did you ever get out of a cold shower and feel like a new man? Clean and ready for breakfast and a new day? I have a feeling like that. It's a beautiful old Earth, Lester. Good to go home. I wonder if anyone will see me.
Captain!
Down to the beach tonight?
I don't know. I just wanted to see the ocean and the stars. Are you cold?
No. Mom?
Yes, darling.
When's Dad coming back?
I don't know, Steve. I don't know.
Mom? What's the matter between you and Dad?
Matter? Oh, nothing you'd understand.
Don't you love each other?
I suppose in a way we do. It used to be quite different. Long ago, when you were a tiny, tiny baby, your father and I used to come down here and swim at night. I was the first girl he ever loved. And then somehow, something happened. He got frightened or something, and we sort of lost each other.
Oh.
Come here, Steve.
What's wrong, Mom?
Oh, I just feel a little chill. Perhaps we'd better be getting back. It's almost your bedtime.
Okay, Mom. Mom! Look up there! A falling star! Did you see it, Mom? A falling star.
Make a wish, son. Make a wish.
You've just heard another adventure into the unknown world of the future. The world of... Dimension X is presented transcribed each week by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Street & Smith, publishers of the magazine Astounding Science Fiction. Today, Dimension X has presented Kaleidoscope, written for radio by George Lefferts from the story by Ray Bradbury. Featured in the cast were Joe DeSantos as the captain, Leon Janney as Lester, and Joan Alexander as Helen. Your host was Norman Rose.
Take a trip back and pay a visit to Fort Laramie. Coming up next.
At the gallop! Ho!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Looks like the freight's at the far end of the train, Gorse.
I expect it is, Captain, because I took care to see the wagons was up front here to make the loading easier.
Well, see, they're moved to the back.
Yes, sir. You got the list, Captain?
Yeah. 2 men unloading ought to be enough. Nothing real heavy. Here you are.
Rifles, carbines, revolvers, sabers. Well, it says infantry equipment's here.
Well?
You don't suppose they tucked in a few howitzers? We only brought the 2 wagons.
Anything we can't haul back, we'll leave. Let ordnance do its own work.
Rest of it looks like ours. Bridles, halters, and straps, saddles, nose bags. I'll see to the unloading, Captain.
Right, Gorse.
You there, Captain.
Yes?
You from Fort Laramie?
That's right.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm station master here. You better come into my office and get this business cleared up.
Well, the sergeant's got the billing on the Army equipment we're unloading.
Now, that's not what I'm talking about. Now you're here, I just want you to get 'em out of my station. I'm running a guardhouse, you know.
I'd give a little to know what you are talking about, mister.
Them 2 soldiers chained together in there, and a guard with them. They say they're bound for Fort Laramie.
Private Medford and Private Stringer, that right?
That's right, sir. The little one's Stringer. He doesn't say much. Tall, blond one, he's Medford.
And you're Corporal Benjamin?
Yes, sir.
Well, their orders say Fort Laramie clear enough. You got orders, Corporal?
Yes, sir. Fort Bridger, sir, from Fort Leavenworth. A transfer, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I was to escort Medford and Stringer this far, sir, and contact Fort Laramie to secure them from here.
Well, you made contact, Corporal. We'll take over.
I don't understand, sir. Fort Laramie's 40 miles from here. I only telegraphed 10 minutes ago, sir.
We had a good wind behind us on the way down.
Beg your pardon, sir?
We came to pick up a consignment of equipment. Left Fort Laramie yesterday.
Oh, well, then, what you said about the wind behind
Was
you...
a bald-faced lie, Corporal.
Yes, sir. The captain displays a fine touch of humor.
You mustn't encourage me, Corporal. Now, you better arrange for your transportation to Fort Bridger. Good luck.
Thank you, sir. Good luck to you, sir.
All right, on your feet. Private Stringer?
Yeah?
How's that?
That's me, Stringer.
You stationed at Fort Leavenworth?
I was took there. They give me this uniform, this tall one next to me, a length of chain, then they put me on the railroad.
You're a recruit, then?
If that means that I join up of my own free will, no.
You been in the Army before?
Mostly I've been in jail. Don't it say on them papers about me?
If it did, I wouldn't be asking.
I've been in the Army 6 days. I heard talk you could make the arrangement on account of enlistments being slow. I could get out of jail if I signed I'd join the Army.
Stand up straight. Now, you get this, Stringer. There's not the time to tell you how much learning you got ahead of you. But you learn, starting now, understand?
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. I guess we can take those chains off now.
Is there any reason you ain't asking questions of me, sir?
I don't have to, Medford. It says about you in your papers.
Well, maybe it don't say it all in them papers, Captain.
Says enough. There. You ride back to Fort Laramie in the wagons with the equipment. We don't have horses for you.
We ride free of these chains, Captain?
Free of the chains.
Man alone might jump off of one of them wagons.
Might.
But that ain't your worry, sir?
That's your worry, Medford. Jumping the wagon is desertion. If you walk away, you'll be caught. If you run, you'll be shot. All right, Sergeant, dismiss him.
Yes, sir. Platoon! Yes, miss. Captain?
Yes, Sergeant?
I'll see the wagons is unloaded.
Well, pick what men you need, then take the wagons to the wheelwright. Tell him if he can't fix them proper to burn them.
Right, Captain. About the new men.
What about them?
Are they assigned to B Company, sir?
They're not assigned anywhere yet, Gorse.
We could sure use them, Captain, starting right now with the unloading of the equipment.
They'll have to be assigned first.
Well, that'll take most of the rest of the day, Captain. There ain't more than an hour's work.
Get someone else to do it, Gorse.
Yes, sir. But there's a reason, Captain, you don't want Stringer and Medford to help?
Yeah? Reasons like you'll be unloading rifles and carbines and 50,000 rounds of ammunition.
I guess when you want to tell me the rest of that story, you will.
And there'll be a right time, Gorse.
Yes, sir.
All right, you two. Fall in behind me. You'll report to headquarters company for assignment.
All right if I ask a question, mister? Captain?
What is it?
Well, now, I'm brand new to this life. I told you that. I don't even know where this headquarters company's at and all like that.
I'll see you get there, Stringer. Any more questions?
I got one, sir.
Well, Medford?
When do the outfit us proper?
Proper, Medford?
I mean, I got this brand new blue uniform. When they gonna give me my rifle and sidearms?
When you're assigned?
They mean I should have them firearms then. Just like anyone else.
Just like anyone else, Medford.
Captain Quince.
Yes, Lieutenant?
Are these the transfers, sir?
Private Stringer and Medford.
The major sent me to see if they're assigned and quartered. He's anxious to see you, Captain.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Syberts.
Corporal Benjamin's telegram wasn't quite clear, Captain. Something about respectfully urging that we pick up 2 prisoners from Fort Leavenworth.
You get my telegram all right?
Yeah, saying you were bringing 2 transfers from Fort Leavenworth. Now, which are they, prisoners or transfers?
A little of both, I guess.
If Fort Laramie's to become a military prison, I'd like to hear it from someone other than a corporal.
Now, these men aren't prisoners anymore, Major. For some reason, they sent them as far as Cheyenne under Corporal Benjamin's guard.
You got their papers?
They're at headquarters company, but I read them. Stringer, they let him out of a civilian jail if he'd promised he'd join the Army.
Oh, under that plan to make up for slow enlistments. I read about it when the order came through a couple of months ago. We decided to face that problem when it came up.
It's come up, Major.
Any idea what he was serving time for?
Oh, he gave me the idea. He's made a career for himself being in prison. I didn't ask about specific crimes. I know this. He's never been in the Army.
We can fix that part. The other one, he from prison, too?
Yeah. Camp Butler first, then Camp Douglas.
You're talking about military prisons, Captain?
Union Army prisons for Confederate captives. Private Lacey Medford. He's our first galvanized Yankee, Major.
Galvanized Yankee? Never heard that term.
Well, it has something to do with iron. When it's galvanized, it turns color. Men like Medford, they were captured in gray, sent west in blue.
Well, like you say, Lee, this is a new problem for us.
Well, it might not be a problem.
No, but it seems likely enough. Most of your men fought in the Union Army.
That war's long over.
Not in men's minds, Lee. For some men on both sides, it'll never be over.
Major, in B Company alone, we got Irish and English bunking side by side. Same with Germans and French. If we can't put a Yankee and a rebel side by side, we got more trouble than just Indians.
I'm glad you don't consider it a problem.
I said it might not be one. When it is, if it is, I'll treat it as a problem. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
The way you're talking, you've made up your mind to give me Stringer and Medford, huh?
B Company's got fewer men than the rest. Any objections?
No, not from me.
You like challenges, don't you, Lee?
You keep telling me I do.
Well, I hope Medford won't be a problem. But if he is, I'll feel better knowing he's your problem.
Thanks.
What's your impression of him, right off?
Right off, I'd say he's awful anxious to get his own rifle and sidearms. Till I know better, I'm going to figure he's itching to get himself an Indian.
I tell you, Stringer, these private riding lessons ain't going on forever.
Well, I got an idea I could ride just fine if I ever once got on the horse.
Well, you're no young'un. How you been getting around without learning the first thing about mounting?
I ain't been getting around, Sergeant. There's been no call for it.
Will you just sit where you come from?
Sit or laid down. You don't know nothing about me? I mean, before?
Don't know and don't care. But you're sure looking more like infantry to me every minute.
You mean that Captain ain't told you about me?
Captain Quint's got important things to think about.
Yeah, he sure has. That Medford. I was captain, I'd think about him a lot.
Never mind about Medford. He can mount and ride and dismount with the best of them.
He oughta. He was in the dirty yellow rebel cavalry.
Stand a horse.
You don't care about that? You want a stinking rebel in your army?
Now, you listen good to me, Stringer. I got a guardhouse with a fine view of the Laramie River down there. Any more talk out of you, send you right there.
Well, I feel a sight safer in the guardhouse. I ain't been a month out of jail since I was 10.
Well, you just talked yourself right back in again, Stringer.
All right. Fine. Can I talk free about Medford now?
You got anything to say, you say it to me and nobody else, you understand?
Well, you ain't thinking this is no secret. About him being a lousy rebel. Why, he tells everybody in earshot. You know, he's proud of it, right proud.
That's his business.
You fought in that war, Sergeant. How can you stand the thought of him being one of you now?
Maybe because I fought in that war, Stringer. What jail was you sitting it out in then?
You think more of him than me?
You're in for a lot of things you won't understand, Stringer. You can think 'em over in the guardhouse.
I ain't gonna think nothing over. But here's something you can think over, Sergeant. That yellow rebel's got himself a lot of guns, all kinds, rifles to pistols and back again. Think it over. See if you rest easy on it.
Medford's outside, Captain. You want I should send him in now?
In a minute, Gorse. How far has all this gone? Can you tell?
It's all over. About him being in the Confederate cavalry, about how he was took prisoner, sent out here now. This thing about the guns, I hear that all through the quarters, too.
You seen the guns?
No, sir.
I checked ordnance and stores. Everything's accounted for. Ammunition, rifles, carbines, revolvers.
Well, he claims he brought them all in with him. The men say that.
In a haversack and saddlebag?
I'm just telling you what the men say, Captain. You said we was going out in a few days. You figuring to take him along?
That'll be up to him, Gorse.
Yes, sir.
You can send him in now.
Right, Captain. Medford, Captain Quince will see you now.
Sit down, Medford.
I prefer to stand, sir.
Sit down. You got any complaints on your treatment here? I want to hear about them now.
I got a complaint. I'm here.
But I can't do much about that, Medford.
Neither can I. I want free to choose.
If you were free, what would you do? Go back home?
There ain't no home. There ain't nobody. Men like you saw to that.
Suppose you could get out, maybe stake a claim, maybe get a little farm,
No,
store.
It's all took out of me. I don't want none of that. I don't want anything save to be let be.
Oh, it's not all out of you. The hate's still there.
You bet it is. I get all the strength I got from hating.
Sure, you're feeding it all the time.
Well, there's a lot to hate. This here blue uniform, you can start there. That Spencer rifle you issued me. You gonna let me talk free?
You're talking right free. Go ahead.
Well, that Spencer, I never seen one. I just heard a man about him. We used to figure you Yankees spent one day a week just loading them and the rest of the week firing them at us. We didn't have their like.
No, you didn't. So now you got one. It'll fire 8 shots. Only there aren't any Yankees left to kill.
They ain't nothing but Yankees.
You better get over that feeling, Medford.
I'm gonna die with it.
You don't want to die.
You know that, do you?
You had a lot of chances to die. You could have died in prison if you'd made up your mind to it. You could have died any day out here, starting from the first day you rode in on the wagon.
How you figure that?
You could have jumped the wagon. I'd have killed you. I told you that. And since you're here, you're on the rifle range real regular. The way you've been talking, you could goad a man into killing you.
The men, they've been reporting to you right along?
You've been talking your hate right free.
They tell you about my guns, did they?
Got a lot of guns, have you, Medford?
Well, you ain't searched real good, Captain.
I haven't searched at all. I'm not going to.
If I got guns, you'd have cause to be fearful.
Maybe. Got any more complaints?
What kind of a man are you? I told you I hate your uniform, everything about you, what you stand for.
I'm this kind of man, Medford. I got a cavalry company that's short of men. We're moving out in a couple of days. Now, maybe we don't like the same things, or hate the same things. But we're stuck with each other, Medford.
Well, you taking me on an engagement? Taking me to fight Indians under your flag?
You scared of Indians, Medford?
It's not that.
I'm taking you. You got something you're living for. I want to find out what it is.
We're strung out about as thin as we can be, Captain.
You know, the longer they think we can hold them down there, the better. I don't think we'll be able to fool them long.
Got us outnumbered. 2-1 anyway.
Sure have, Mr. Syberts. Our horses still secure?
Behind the top of the rise, yes, sir.
If those Indians are smart, they'll circle us. There's enough of them to do it.
Have you thought about retreat, Captain?
I've thought of nothing else since we got boxed in. We'll retreat when we can, Mr. Syberts. If we can.
Captain, sir.
Medford?
Captain, can you see their horses from here? There must be a couple hundred of them.
Ones they stole, caught in the ravine down there?
Yes, sir.
What about them?
We stampeded those horses. Them engines would clear out of here in no time.
We'd have to ride a charge down there to stampede them. That's suicide, Medford. They'd pick us off one by one as we rode
Well,
down.
ain't that our only chance, Captain?
Getting killed's not the chance we're looking for.
Yeah, but, Captain, it's noise,
Get back
sir.
to your position, Medford. Now.
Yes, sir.
Hold your fire, men. Hold your fire.
I brought your mount, Captain. You saw what he did.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going down there, Mr. Syberts. He might still be alive. That was a fool thing you did, Medford.
I told you, Stampede run them off.
I told you it was suicide.
We was both right, Captain. You gonna court-martial me?
For breaking orders? Or saving our lives?
My rifle. Is it close by?
You want to use it, Medford?
Just you look at it, Captain.
Brass mountings? Your old Enfield, huh?
I carried that at Brandy Station, along with an old flintlock and a German musket.
Good rifle, Enfield. I got shot with one at Bull Run.
I had to kill something with it, Captain. You said I had something I was living for. You remember?
I remember.
One decent thing. I was captured after Brandy Station, Captain. They caught me running away. Deserted. I had to do one decent thing.
Yeah. Well, you're dying decent, Medford. That's something.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman Macdonnell and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Tom Henley. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Parley Bear, Frank Cady, and Paul Dubov. Jack Moyles is Major Daggett, and Harry Bartell is Lieutenant Syberts.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. The thud of approaching footsteps in a darkened room, the high-pitched creak of a door being opened stealthily, the tick of a clock that marks time running out for a doomed man. These are sounds that keep you in suspense. Connoisseurs of crime stories listen to Suspense Tuesday nights on CBS Radio because Suspense specializes in offbeat drama that makes the hair rise and the heart beat faster. Listen Tuesday night on most of these same stations for another taut, spine-tingling story of suspense.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber McGee and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Pet Milk Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, Ann Diamond, Tyler McVeigh, Dick Bryan, Lillian Lee, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie and directed by Max Hutto with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Most women are looking for ways to make their money go further. And one sure way to cut down on the food bill is still give your family the nourishing meals that mean so much is to use Pet evaporated milk. To make meat go further, for example, mix Pet milk and breadcrumbs with ground meat for making good juicy meat loaf or meat patties. Use Pet milk, too, for rich, creamy, smooth sauces for creamed meats or vegetables. And use Pet milk for making milk drinks for the youngsters. Good, nourishing drinks like hot cocoa, for instance. Remember, whole milk is nature's most nearly perfect food. And Pet milk is whole milk concentrated to double richness. Not only that, Pet milk costs less generally than any other form of whole milk. Get into the habit of using Pet milk in the many ways it can be used for making favorite family dishes extra good, extra nourishing. You save money when you do. Get Pet milk at your grocer's tomorrow. There is a certain affliction which seems to hit middle-aged men with little pot bellies and mushy muscles who keep bragging about what wonderful shape they're in. It's called athlete's mouth. And listen to a big, loud one as we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
That's why I'm going bowling tonight with Wilcox and Latrivia. It's a matter of health. Keeps me in condition. Muscle tone. You know what muscle tone is?
Certainly. That's when a cat's biceps wind up as a violin string. And I'm afraid yours would all be G-flat.
Oh, no, they wouldn't. I'm in a pretty darn good shape for a guy my age, and you know why?
Yes, because you conserve your strength.
That's it.
You let me pick your yesterday's shirt up off the bedroom floor.
It's because, my dear, I take proper exercise at regular intervals. Bowling. Do you know that bowling exercises almost every muscle in the body?
No. The neck muscles, too?
Oh, especially the neck muscles. Why, I've developed a regular bull neck just from peeking at the score sheet in the next alley. Trying to find out how other people are doing.
Well, all right. Let's admit, for the sake of discussion, that you've got muscles like cement.
You betcha.
Rubber cement. But what are you trying to sell me, dearie?
I ain't trying to sell you anything. I'm merely suggesting that you ought to take as good a care of yourself as I take care of mine. So look, put on a pair of tennis shoes, join I and Wilcox and Latrivia, and come bowling. You got to keep in condition as well as me. And
Well, come in.
Hey, that's Ole from the Elks. Hi, Ole.
Hello, Ole.
Well, hello, McGee. Hello, Mrs. I just thought I'd stop in on my way back from the doctor's and...
The doctors. Have you been ill, Ole?
Oh, no. I just go in for a semi-annual choke-up.
Check-up, you mean?
Check up till I get the bill, then I choke up.
Well, I'm glad it was just a routine examination, Ole. I hope you came out with flying colors.
No, I come out with a fellow named Jorgensen. He had a skull fracture.
My gosh, a skull fracture.
No, a skull fracture.
Oh?
He's in Yo's tavern, and he raises his glass, and he says skull to the waitress. And the bartender, who's the waitress' husband, hits Jorgensen with his stein.
Well, how did your examination culminate, Ole?
Oh, it culminates all right, missus, but it don't turn out so good. Doc Gamble says I got blood pressure.
Hi, Ole.
Hi, McGee. Then he counts my blood and says I don't get too many white blood corporals.
Hello, Ole?
Hello, missus. Nice to see you. Then the doctor, he wraps a gray bandage around my elbow and he pumps my arm up with a well bicycle pump. You know, I guess I hold air pretty good, because he said my cardigan condition was very good.
Cardiac condition, Ole.
Yes, cardigan is a sweater.
Sure, I'm quite a cardigan myself, and I shovel coal at the Scrubs furnace all winter. A real sweater. But then he finished the examination, and he makes out his bill. And what a bill.
Hi, Ole.
Hi, McGee. How's everything? Well, I got to be running along. So long, both you fellas.
Oh, Ole is so cute, isn't he?
Yeah, he's good enough of a guy, but my gosh, a guy that he's been a United States resident of this country as long as Ole has probably been one should ought to make himself a little an effort to learn himself to talk better English, it seems to me.
Well, maybe he could teach some from you. That is, if you're willing to learn him a little.
Well, I bet I could at that. Hey.
Yes?
Look, Ole says he takes a semi-annual medical examination every year. When did you have one last?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, McGee. I think it was, now let me see. That last insurance policy was, 1936, I believe it was.
1936, and this is 1951. 15 years. Gee, kiddo, you ought to get yourself checked over. Personally, I keep in fine condition by bowling and stuff, like I and Wilcox and Latrivia are doing tonight. But you don't even know how you feel.
I do, too. I feel fine.
How do you know?
How do I know I feel fine?
Yeah.
Well, I just do, that's all. I feel wonderful.
Now, that's impossible, kiddo. You simply can't know how you feel till you get checked up on. Doc Gamble says you're okay. Okay, then go ahead and feel good. This way, you're just taking advantage of your own ignorance. Come on, let's go down to Doc Gamble's and get yourself looked at. Come on, get your hat. We'll go down to Doc Gamble's.
Billy Mills in the orchestra, and I Am Love.
Hey, sis, how soon can we see the doc? My gosh, we've been here 20 minutes.
Is this an emergency, Mr. McGee?
Absolutely. My wife has waited 15 years to get her health checked up on, and every added minute is...
No, nurse, it is not an emergency. We'll wait. Come on and sit down, McGee.
Oh, gee whiz, I don't see why I didn't see...
Dr. Gamble's office? Yes, Mrs. Thompson. You say you think your bill is too big? Well, bring him in and we'll put him on a diet. You're welcome.
Quite busy, isn't it, dearie? Dr. Gamble's office is always crowded like this. You know, he must be the best doctor in town.
Oh, yeah? Well, if he's so good, why do his patients have to keep coming back? Why don't he cure some of them?
Pardon me, sir. Are you through with that magazine?
Huh? Oh, sure. Here you are, Bud. You can have it.
Thanks. You know, I've been coming here every week for a long time.
Oh, that's too bad. You have something chronic, sir?
Oh, I'm in perfect health, madam, but I'm reading a serial in the Saturday Evening Post. Let me see, page 54.
Dr. Gamble's office? Who? Oh, yes, Miss Blick Thistle. Well, when it says take one pill 3 times a day, it doesn't mean the same pill. You take a different pill each time. Not at all. Goodbye.
Kind of ridiculous. Yeah. Take one pill 3 times a day. Like the guy that didn't know whether he liked olives, so he tied a string on an olive.
Gamble here?
Yes, sir.
Well, what do you got? Craps, poker, roulette, blackjack, whatever it is.
Pardon me, sir. This is the office of Dr. George Gamble.
Oh, excuse me.
Like the fella didn't know if he liked olives, see, so he tied a string on an olive and put it out.
Excuse me. Folks, are you ahead of me to see the doctor, or am I ahead of you?
Well, I'm sorry we were here first, but if it's something serious...
Oh, no, it's just this epidemic. I came 500 miles to see Dr. Gamble.
Flu, sis?
No, I rode my bicycle. The roads were pretty icy, but
Yeah, hey, sis. Come on, does Slasher Gamble know we're waiting out here? My gosh, with all the business he gets from me, you think he'd have...
All right, nurse. Tell Dr. Gamble I'm here for my operation. I'm ready.
Oh, yes, Mr. Tabloid. We're expecting you.
John Tabloid, Molly, the millionaire publisher. He's the
The doctor will be with you in a few minutes, Mr. Tabloid.
In a few minutes. I'm a busy man, nurse. I made an appointment to have my tonsils out at 2 o'clock.
I know, but we're a little...
It's 2 o'clock. Tell the doctor to get his instruments ready and yank my tonsils. I'm double parked.
Yes, Mr. Tabloid. Right through that door there.
Right.
Heavenly daisy, double parks to have his tonsils out.
Yeah. You got right in the door to see Doc, too, while we sat here and wait. What kind of a joint you running here, sis? The more dough you got, the better service you get, huh? Where does that door go to? The operating room?
No, that's the fire escape. 12 floors down and no knob on the outside.
See, McGee? Dr. Gamble plays no favorites. Oh, look. Over there behind the newspaper. Isn't that Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, yeah. Hey, hi, Junior.
Oh, hi, pal. Hello, Molly.
I didn't see you come in, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, I just didn't feel like talking, Molly. I sort of...
Didn't feel like talking? Boy, you must be sick.
You don't look good, Mr. Wilcox. What's the matter?
I don't know, Molly. I just don't feel right. Working too hard, maybe. I don't know.
Hey, you look pale, pal. Yeah. You got a complexion like a tired abalone. You ought to see a doctor and
Well,
find...
here comes Dr. Gamble, Mr. Wilcox. Maybe he'll take a look at you.
And he's a fine baby, Margie. You just keep him on that formula I gave you at the hospital. The pet milk formula.
Thanks, Doctor. He just eats like a horse.
Hey, did he say pet milk?
I don't know. Hey, Doc, can we be next? We've been waiting...
Winston, give Mrs. McGarry another copy of that pet milk formula. And, oh, hello, Harlow. I didn't see you.
Did you say pet milk formula, Doc?
Here we go.
For the baby there? Yes, why?
Well, gee whiz, Doc, oh, that name. Pet milk.
Now, wait a minute. Take it easy, Junior. Don't get excited, boy. You're sick.
I raise all my babies on pet milk, son. Helps them to grow up strong and healthy. It keeps them well.
My gosh, he's even got Doc doing it now.
Well, hey, tell me more, Doc. Go on. Tell me more.
Well, there's kind of a legend around this town about Gamble babies being sort of special babies. And I like that.
Yeah?
So I put my babies on the best formula I know, naturally. And that happens to be pet milk.
Sure, Doc, sure. Because pet evaporated milk contains all the milk minerals that children need to grow strong, straight bones and good sound teeth, huh?
Mr. Wilcox, take it easy. Don't crowd yourself. You're not well.
You know, hey, Doc, that pet milk is just good, sweet, whole milk evaporated to double richness with all the bodybuilding milk substances left in and only water taken out. You know that, huh?
Sure, I know what I'm prescribing.
My gosh, look at the color come back to Junior's face, Molly. Lighten up like the front window of Joe's pool room. I never saw such...
Hey, Doc, do you tell these young mothers about how pet milk is always uniformly rich?
Why, sure.
So they know that every feeding with the pet milk formula is just like the previous feeding? No variations in it to upset a tiny tummy?
Yes, I know.
Do they know that a pet milk baby is a happy, healthy baby with every possible chance to grow up strong and sturdy?
Hey, look.
Be a big...
Look, Harlow.
Milky, Doc. Milky.
Look, Milky.
Yes, pal. Yes, Doc.
Did you want to see me about something? Are you sick or...
Who, me?
Yeah.
After hearing what you said about pet milk, never felt better in my life, Doc. Great. See you at the bowling alley tonight, pal.
Yeah.
Wow. I feel wonderful.
Strange lad.
Well, when you know him as well as we do, Doctor, Where did Dr. Gamble go, McGee?
He went back inside, and by George, I'm getting tired of this waiting. It's a good thing it's you that's sick, Molly, because if it was me that was sick, I'd tear this joint apart. I'd kick that door in and raise more cane rock.
Trainer, tell Doc Gamble his car's washed, baby, and hello there, kid.
Hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hi, Oldtimer.
What you doing here, Johnny? You sick, boy?
Of course not. I'm in the punk of condition, Oldtimer. I'm going bowling tonight. That's what keeps me in shape, boy.
Oh, bowling. I used to love it, Johnny. Matter of fact, I worked as a pin boy at one time.
A pin boy?
Yep. I brung the pins whenever the bowlers busted their suspenders. Interesting work, if you like it. I found it very boring. Had to bring my girlfriend Bessie in here last week. She wasn't feeling good.
Did the doctor look her over?
Yep. The doc examines her and he says, Bessie, he says, I may have to remove your goiter. Bessie says, Doc, if you remove my goiters, my socks will fall down. Oh, that Bessie, she's a car.
Yeah. I've seen her. She's a whole deck.
I had a little cold myself last week, but I got a home remedy for it. Works fine.
A home remedy, huh? What's it like?
It's very simple, daughter. The first sign of a cold, you just take a handful of black powder, tablespoonful of BBs, and a double arm load of cattails.
Powder, BBs, and cattails?
Yep. You take them out in the woods at the edge of a pond full of rainwater at the dark of the moon.
The dark of the moon?
Yep. And you sit there and wait till daylight. Then you stick the cattails in the ground, hide in them, ram the powder and the BBs into a 12-gauge shotgun, and shoot yourself.
Shoot yourself?
Yep, you shoot yourself a goose.
Oh.
Take it home, boil it down, spoon off the goose grease, rub it on your chest, go to bed for 3 days, and then call a doctor. Never fails. So long, kid.
Drat it, I'm getting tired of this runaround. If Doc Gamble don't see us within 5 minutes, I'm
Mr.
really...
and Mrs. McGee, you may go in now.
There, you see? You just have to make a few threats, and they will.
Okay, Molly, I've finished with you. Perfect shape.
Oh, Doctor.
Never mind her shape, Fatso. How's her health?
Well, I guess that's what he meant, dearie. I'm afraid. You see, Dr. McGee's been worried about me because I haven't had a checkup in so long.
Well, it wasn't only that, kiddo. It was them spots all over your face.
Spots?
What spots?
Them little black spots that kept whirling around. I leaned over to pick up a magazine out in the office there, and when I straightened up, Molly had spots all over her face.
Me?
Yeah, and all over her coat, too. And on the wall. Knowing that she don't bowl regular like me and can't be in too good a condition, I
Take
just...
off your coat, McGee.
Oh, dear.
What do you mean, take off my coat? It ain't me that's sick, tummy thumper. I bowl, and the guy that
Take
bowls...
off your coat.
I'll help you, dearie. Here, now, take it easy.
Ouch! Watch it, Molly. I got a pain in my side there where I fell on the ice yesterday.
Where's the pain? There?
Ow! Quit jabbing me. You big sadist. That hurt.
Well, it ought to hurt. I think your rib's broken. Lie down.
Huh?
His jaw looks a little puffy, too, Molly. You notice that?
Happened yesterday, Doctor.
It was just a busted tooth, Fatso, that's all.
He was cracking pecans, Doctor.
Yeah. And somehow a ball bearing got mixed in with it. I'll see a dentist about... Wow! Stop poking my stomach. I'm not...
Miss Ward, wheel the x-ray in.
Huh?
Bring my stethoscope and cancel all appointments. This may take all day.
Now, wait.
The King's Men and Sparrow in the Treetop.
Don't look at me, sweetheart, with scorn in your eyes. Been out all night, gonna tell you no lie. Stopped in one place, heard him singing a song. Like a lonely sparrow, started singing along. Just singing in a tavern all night, sitting in a tavern, in a tavern, singing songs. In walked a blonde, she asked me to dance. I told that blonde that there wasn't a chance. I love my kids, my home, and my beautiful wife. That's the honest truth, dear, and I swear by my life. Kept singing sparrow in the treetop, sparrow in the treetop, oh, he loves his mate. Sparrow in the treetop, sparrow in the treetop, scared of going home because it's too darn late. There's things I am, sweetheart, and things that I ain't. 'Cause I'm a man, and a man is no saint. Won't you forgive? 'Cause I'm telling you true. I was in the tavern, only thinking of you. Just singing sparrow in the treetop, sparrow in the treetop, so he loves his mate. Sparrow in the treetop, sparrow in the treetop, scared of going home because it's too darn late. Sparrow in the treetop, sparrow in the tavern, so he loves his mate. Sparrow in the treetop, scared of going home because it's too darn late.
Hey, ain't you through examining me, Doc? My gosh, I've been in here for an hour, and you've looked at me through everything but a Venetian blind.
Well, it's a good thing he has, too, dearie. 7 days. A broken rib, an infected tooth, a bursitis, a slight bronchial condition, and gout.
My final verdict, Eggface, is that you have been dead for 2 weeks.
I have?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, haha, you're kidding.
Not by very much, I'm not. Nurse, have those x-rays come back yet?
I can't get them away from the technicians, Doctor. They just keep looking at them and laughing.
I don't blame them. Now, Molly, if you'll hand me that little silver hatchet up there.
Hatchet? Oh, no, you don't. You ain't going to open up my skull with no silver hatchet. By George, I...
Lie down!
Thank you, Molly. I just wanted to show you this. Isn't it pretty?
Oh, it's lovely, Doctor.
Read the inscription.
To Dr. George Gamble, in appreciation of his fine record in Wistful Vista. From the Chamber of Commerce, February 22nd, 1951.
And Washington's birthday. They gave a party for me. Read the other side.
To our own little George. First in war, first in peace, first in the hearts, livers, and kidneys of his Wistful Vista countrymen. Isn't that sweet?
Dad-ratted, how long do I have to lie down here and listen to this chatter? I want to go home. I got a date to go bowling tonight, and I want to...
Look, goober puss. I've got news for you.
Yeah?
You're not going bowling tonight, tomorrow night, nor next week. You're in rotten shape. Nurse, get Mr. McGee's clothes.
Are you comfy, dearie? Another pillow under your head?
No. No, I'm all right. Thanks.
Well, I must say you look wonderful. You've got a better color than you've had in a month. Pink as can be.
How's it look now?
Well, good heavens, you're pale again. What happened?
The light was shining onto my face through this police gazette.
Well, I'm sorry you won't be able to go bowling tonight, dearie, but maybe...
Come in. Come in.
Oh, it's his honor. Do come in, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Latriv. Walk quietly, boy. We got illness here.
Well, if somebody's sick, they'd better get you out of the house and let it quiet down. Come on, Mort, Troops, and Harlow are waiting at the bowling alley for us. We'll go down
No way,
and get
it's himself here that's sick, Mr. Mayor.
It's nothing trivial, though. I'll be up and around in a few days. Too bad, Latrivia. I know you can't get away very often for bowling, and I thought...
How do you manage to get away for bowling, Mr. Mayor, as busy a man as you are?
There are only two ways a public official can get some free time, Molly. One, get indicted and go to jail. And two, appoint a committee.
Oh.
A committee is the answer to almost everything. In private life, it's known as passing the buck. In public life, it's called appointing a committee.
Latin word, ain't it, Latriv? Committee?
Greek. Oh. It means a small group of the unfit appointed by the unthinking to undertake the utterly unnecessary.
You are so educated, Mr. Mayor. I'll bet you know almost everything.
Oh, I'll bet he don't. Who discovered the airplane, Latrivia?
You mean recently? Arthur Godfrey.
You see, McGee, he's so well informed. But being mayor...
Being mayor, I don't have to be well informed. I just have to give fast answers and then go on to something else before anybody can check out. What?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry you can't bowl tonight, McGee. This was a match game. We need a foursome, so
Are you thinking the same thing I am, Mr. Mayor?
Yes. You need anything, McGee?
Huh? No, I'm comfortable. Going to try to sleep a while.
Sure you won't need me for a while, dearie.
No, thanks. I'm going to take a little nap and then...
Get his bowling ball, Mr. Mayor. I'll run upstairs and get my flat heels. Phone the alleys. Tell them we're coming. You don't mind, do you, dearie?
Oh, no, go ahead, kid. I'm glad you're finally taking my advice. There's nothing like bowling for Tony.
Fibber and Molly return in just a moment. Some people have the idea that you just can't get from a meatless meal the same nourishment that meat supplies. Well, now, if you feel that way about it, here's a fact worth remembering. Protein, the most important food element supplied by meat, is also supplied by milk. And Pet evaporated milk, being double rich whole milk, is twice as rich in protein as ordinary milk. So use Pet milk to make your meatless main dishes extra nourishing. Yes, and extra delicious, too. Right now, many grocery stores are featuring a grand meatless main dish called macaroni loaf with creamed tuna. Made with Pet milk, it's delicious. As satisfying a main dish as anyone can ask for, and rich in body-building protein. Look for the tested Pet milk recipe for macaroni loaf with creamed tuna in your grocery store. And serve your family this good, satisfying.
Tales of espionage are coming at you with Counter Spy next.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Counter Spy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counter Spy. Washington calling David Harding, Counter Spy.
Harding, Counter Spy, calling Washington.
United States Counter Spies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
These Counter Spy reports to the American people are brought to you each week at this time. Now, the case of the Pseudo Spuds.
Yeah, just a minute.
Hello, Johnny.
Silky, well, come on in.
Nice joint you got here.
For what New York offers, it'll do. How's with you, Silky? Long time no see.
Getting by.
Who you looking for, Lily?
Never met her. Just heard about her. Like to see her. She home?
No, she's got one more show to do at the club tonight. Be here in about half an hour.
Half an hour, huh?
Yeah, stick around.
You know, I could never figure the story on her.
What do you mean, Silky?
Well, here she has Dirk Martin on the string. Biggest gambler in town. Fur coats, jewels, anything she wants. And she blows them all for you.
What's wrong with that?
Oh, look, let's not kid ourselves. You're no big-timer. You're just a small-time hood liable to get his head blown off any minute. What's the secret, Johnny?
I'll show it to you.
Wedding ring, huh? That's right. I heard you got married.
It's as simple as that, Silky.
Too bad Dirk didn't know the secret.
Look, Silky, I don't like the way the conversation's going. What's on your mind?
I guess you ain't heard, kid.
Heard what?
I'm working for Dirk Martin now.
Working for Martin? I didn't even know you knew him.
Didn't you?
So he's still peeved about Lily?
No, he ain't peeved, Johnny.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
He just hates your guts. That's why he sent me around.
Going over, huh?
It ain't that simple, Johnny. He wants Lil back.
Oh, he does. Well, let him try to get her to leave me.
Yeah, Dirk figures she won't. That's why you're going to leave her. Permanently.
Johnny? Johnny, you home? I've got... Johnny? Johnny!
Car number 14. Car number 14. This is a 3-2 signal. Investigate report of murder, 413 East Houston Street. Car number 14. Car number 14. Investigate report of murder.
Johnny. Johnny.
A place can become lonely all of a sudden, can't it?
What?
I suppose I shouldn't intrude at a time like this, Mrs. Darvell.
What do you want? Who are you?
A friend, I hope. And I think I want the same thing as you do.
Same thing.
Johnny's murderer. I heard the flash on the radio the other day.
Johnny. Do you know who it was?
Yes.
Who? Tell me,
Easy, Mrs. Darvell. I can't prove anything. I just know it from the grapevine.
Who? What's his name?
Can't you guess?
Everybody liked Johnny. He didn't...
Everybody except Dirk Martin.
Dirk.
That's the word that's out.
Dirk.
A gun, Mrs. Darvell? That's hardly the smart thing.
Get out of my way.
Wait till I close the door.
Don't try and stop me, whoever you are. I should have known it was
Look,
Dirk.
Mrs. Darvell, my name is Gordon, Silky Gordon. I want to get Martin, too, but not the stupid way. That's why I came here. Now, I think that both of us can work together and be in the clear.
If you're trying to stop
I'm
me...
trying to help you. How'd you like to take Dirk Martin for a bundle of dough, frame him on a federal rap that he'll never get out of, and stay in the clear yourself? That's the real way to even things up for your, Johnny.
All right, Gordon. Talk.
Place your bets, all bets down.
Am I too late to put a blue chip on number 6?
No, madam, you can... Lily.
Hello, Baldy.
Pay 15 on the red.
Upset, Baldy?
No, glad to see you, Lil, but it's busy. Place your bets, all bets down.
Hello, Mrs. Darvell. Anything we can do for you?
Dirk Martin. I
$8
thought
flag.
Baldy would push his little button when he saw me. You came promptly enough.
I asked if there's anything we could do for you, Mrs. Darvell.
Well, you might offer me a drink.
Of course, Mrs. Darvell. Let's sit in that end booth. Hey, Mike. 1 martini dry with olive.
Yeah.
That's it, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I heard about Johnny. Too bad.
Yeah. Leaves me kind of on the town again.
Well, that's one way of putting it. What's the point of this call?
Money?
Oh? Isn't that kind of blunt, Lily? After all, you gave me the go-by for Johnny. If he didn't leave you fixed, that's too bad.
Oh, I'm not asking you for any, Dirk. I'm offering you a way to make some, with me in for a cut. I can use dough right now.
Yeah, so I imagine. Well, what's the pitch?
What do you think of the war situation?
Huh?
Making conversation.
Well, that came from right field.
Well, what do you think of the international situation?
Bad, I suppose. Sometimes good, but mostly bad. Why?
Depends on how you look at it.
That means what?
There's one way to look at it that might mean close to $1 million in cash for us.
$1 million?
If you're not above such petty sums, Dirk, you can find out more about it at my apartment tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
Good night.
Hey, wait a minute, Lily.
Sorry, Dirk. Good night.
Mr. Harding, all the heads of our regional counter-spy offices are assembled in the auditorium.
How good, Peter. Have arrangements been made to fly them back to their offices as soon as the meeting's over?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go.
Right.
Gentlemen, Mr. Harding. Greetings, gentlemen. It's been quite some time since I've seen all our counter-spy regional directors together like this. But I've called you here for briefing and information regarding the grave foreign situation. But first, a bit of good news. Our counter-spy budget has been increased considerably, enough so that each regional office can have almost twice the number of agents you are now staffed with. This increase has been granted for a definite purpose. The United States wants to make sure that there will be no repetition of the scrap metal to Japan situation at this particular time. The additional personnel will be used to check all export shipments leaving this country. All suspicious shipments will be reported to this headquarters immediately for further action. That is all, gentlemen. The rest of your instructions are in the mimeograph pamphlet handed to you.
Ah, 10 a.m. on the dot, Dirk. You're prompt.
Yeah, I'm curious.
I was sure you would be. Come in. I want you to meet someone.
Meet someone. What do you mean?
Relax, Dirk. It's not the law, and it's no one you know.
Lily, if this is a joke...
Dirk, I'd like you to meet...
Well, Lily, is this the fellow you was telling me all about? Hi, stranger, Shake.
Shake?
Yes, Gordon's the name. G-O-R-Done Gordon. Little joke of my own. I never have to spell it out.
No?
Say, that's a mighty good grip you got there. Stand up to any man in Idaho, except me.
So what do you want?
I hope I didn't hurt you, boy. I got a powerful grip myself. Get it from farming, you know. It strengthens the wrist.
Mr. Gordon, would you get me my cigarettes? They're in the kitchen.
Why, sure thing, little gal. In 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. I'll be right back.
What was that?
Like him?
A plow jockey. Who likes or doesn't like?
Well, I thought
What's the
that
play,
you
Lily? First you mention the international situation and then $1 million. Now you spring this hayseed on me.
I heard that, boy. Hayseed, is it? Now, look, mister, I like your looks, but I don't allow no man to insult me.
Take it easy, Gordon. I didn't
All
insult
right, Silky, drop the act. Save it for the paying customer.
Okay, Lily. Look, I got him a little white around the gills. I thought he thought I was going to take a swing at him. Huh?
Hey, what is this, huh?
Meet Silky Gordon, one of the best con men in the business.
Hiya, Martin. I had you going, huh?
Yeah. Hey, Lily,
Silky will take over from here. He's got an idea that his act and your dough will net us $1 million to split 3 ways.
How?
In one word, potatoes.
What?
Those little things you fry, boil, or mash.
And that I grow out on my Idaho farm and supposedly deal in.
Potatoes? You mean $1 million out of spuds? Ah, you're crazy.
So's a fox. I've got the whole scheme mapped out on paper.
All we need is that old warehouse of yours and $50,000 operating capital.
What do you say?
Oh, what am I supposed to say? Yes, on what you told me? For $50,000, I want more information than that.
Sure. Take your time. Here's a setup. Read it.
Okay. Give me a short rundown on it.
Potatoes, Martin, price supported by Uncle Sam. You know this?
So?
This means the government buys them to keep the market price up to a certain level.
Yeah?
At present, $1.50 to, $1.80 a 100 pounds.
Yeah, I've heard tell of this.
And then they sell them for export at 1 cent a 100 pounds just to get rid of them.
Yeah, keep going.
Well, we buy them for that. 1 cent a 100 pounds, you see? And then sell them right back to the government again at $1.50 a 100 pounds.
Just like that, huh?
Yeah, just like that.
Simple, isn't it, Dirk?
But wait a minute. You said we had to buy them for export to get them at 1 cent a 100 pounds.
That's right. We'll swear that we intend to dehydrate the potatoes. That is, dry them and export.
I'm following you.
Instead, we'll fill cardboard cartons with sawdust, label them dehydrated potatoes, and ship them to a stooge company in Europe, selling the real potatoes back to Uncle Sam at 10 or 12,000% profit.
Nice. Real nice.
Are you in, Dirk?
Maybe yes. Now, give me a little time. I want to read this stuff Gordon gave me and figure the angles.
Take a lot of time. Uncle Sam will still have the potatoes to sell.
Call me here when you decide, Dirk. I'll be waiting, and I'm sure you'll be calling. Hello.
Dirk, Lily.
I knew you'd call. Are you in?
Yeah. I'm having the boys clean out the warehouse.
And, what about the $50,000 capital?
You'll get it in a couple of days.
Oh, that's the way we like to do business, Dirk.
And tell Silky to start the ball rolling. And Lily, remember, I'll be watching you all the way.
I'm sure you will. Goodbye.
Dirk left?
Yes, Silky.
He bit?
With all his teeth, the rat.
Wonderful. When's he coming across with the 50 G's?
In a couple of days.
Then as soon as we get his dough, we start fitting him for the frame.
That's what I'm in this for, Silky. And it better be one he can't break out of.
He won't, baby. We'll work the deal just once with 50,000 bags of potatoes. I've got the contacts in Washington, so I can sell that many to the government.
What do I do?
Now, I've gotten in touch with a logging camp for the sawdust and cartons. You close the deal with them, and then apply for the export license for dehydrated potatoes in Dirk's name.
I'm beginning to get the picture.
And then, after I've collected from the government,
we leave Mr. Dirk Martin holding one big, empty bag.
You are listening to the case of the Pseudo Spuds on Counter Spy. Tonight on NBC, it's The Big Show once again over most of these stations. Tallulah Bankhead is your MC, and just listen to a few of the stars who will be with you tonight. Bob Hope, Eddie Cantor, Jimmy Durante, Perry Como, Jose Ferrer, Mendy Carson, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and a host of other great performers. For an hour and a half of the best in comedy, music, and drama, it's The Big Show tonight. Another Sunday evening favorite is Theater Guild on the Air. And this week's hour-long Theater Guild production is Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, starring Frederick March, Barbara Bel Geddes, and Hugh Williams. The chimes are your invitation to top Sunday evening listening here on NBC. Now, back to Counter Spy.
Hello?
Lil, old Farmer Gordon speaking.
Silky, you hear anything yet?
I just got an acknowledgement of receipt from the government. They got my shipment of 50,000 bags of fine Idaho potatoes.
What about the payment?
I'll receive the check in 15 days at my Idaho farm address.
Ah, nice going, Silky.
How's your end of the deal? The sawdust going?
It's all down at the warehouse in cartons now. Ready to be the frame around Dirk's neck.
We'll put it there as soon as we cash that check from Uncle Sam. So long, Lil. You'll be hearing from me when I need you. New York Counter Spy section from Export Section, Commerce Department. Export license sought for shipment dehydrated potatoes at present stored in warehouse at 91241 10th Street. Request routine check and approval your department before granting license.
Silky,
Right here, Lil. In the warehouse door.
have you got the stuff?
2 5-gallon cans. How about the insurance?
I took it out in Dirk Martin's name.
No action on the export license yet?
Not so far.
Well, I was just wondering. Thought they might send someone around to check on the stuff.
They only do that at the pier. Let's go in. You sure Dirk won't yell copper?
How can he? When we put this place on fire, he's going to have a mighty suspicious insurance company on his hands. He'll probably have to waive the claim, but it'll keep him plenty busy while we make ourselves scarce.
All right, let's get... What?
Listen.
Someone...
Look. Down that aisle of cartons. A guy. Prying into him.
Who could be?
Customs Department, I bet.
If he finds out about the sawdust...
I know what you mean.
Listen, Silky.
Yeah?
I'll go down and get his attention. You come round the back and jump him.
Right.
You there.
What?
What's the meaning of this? Who are you?
Oh, excuse me, miss.
What are you doing in this warehouse? How'd you get in?
Are you connected with the firm that owns this place, miss?
Yes, I am. And I think it's my place to ask the questions, or would you rather I call an officer?
Well, that won't be necessary. You see, I'm
Now,
with the...
Silky,
What?
Let go of me! You... Oh, no. No, you don't.
Your knife, Silky, your knife! Oh!
Brother, he was plenty tough.
Is he?
Yeah, dead.
Who is he?
Wait. I'll look through his pockets. Uh-oh.
What?
United States counter spy. This ain't good, Lil.
It's wonderful. Perfect. Dirk can take the rap for this, too.
Yeah, that's right. I'll get the kerosene cans.
And spill it all around, Silky.
Don't worry. When we put a match to this place, we want to make sure the whole thing goes up.
Operator, get me the fire department, quick. There's a fire in the warehouse at 10th and Front Street. This is the watchman on the pier across the way. You'd better get here quick. It's blazing. It's going up. The whole place is going up. Up here now.
Attention, Mr. Harding, Counter Spy Headquarters. Attention, Mr. Harding, Counter Spy Headquarters. This is an emergency 3-2 flash.
Peters, grab your hat and come on. The plane's waiting.
Where are we going?
New York, warehouse fire, explosion of export shipment.
Where'll I catch up there? Sabotage?
I don't know. All I've got's the warehouse address and the nature of the shipment. Dehydrated potatoes.
Potatoes?
Supposed to be. The counter spy agent was examining the shipment at the time of the fire and explosion. There's no news of him yet. Now, when we land, Peters, you follow up on the material I'll give you. I'm going right to our New York laboratory and see what they've got.
Over this way, Mr. Harding, to our electric furnace.
Right with you, Colonel. What's this set up for?
Well, that cardboard carton in the electric furnace, it's one that was salvaged from the warehouse fire.
Contains munitions of some type, doesn't it?
No, sir.
But the explosion...
Watch, Mr. Harding. I'll switch the furnace on.
What's the point?
Just a moment, sir. I had the furnace on before you arrived. It'll be up the right temperature in a few seconds. There,
fire. That's what I wanted you to see.
What kind of explosive is it?
It isn't, sir. That cardboard box that just blew apart contained ordinary sawdust packed in tightly.
Sawdust?
That's right, sir. Sawdust packed tight and under intense heat generates its own explosive power. With the right conditions, it's just as dangerous as dynamite.
Not dehydrated potatoes or munitions.
No, sir. But there's something crooked about the whole setup. Our agent.
Yeah?
Well, the autopsy shows he wasn't killed by the fire. He was murdered. Knife wounds.
Murdered. What about the sawdust? Have you analyzed it yet?
Yes, sir. We put it through the spectrograph, did a microchemical analysis on it. The reports are over here.
Ordinary pine sawdust.
That's right. The pitch content indicates southern pine. And from the cellular structure of the wood, we place it as coming from somewhere in Georgia or the Carolinas.
Oh?
The moisture content indicates it's been freshly cut from logs instead of dried and cured wood.
That means that the stuff came from a logging camp, not a lumberyard.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you, Crandall. If anything else comes up, I'll be in the communications room. To all field offices, Southern Regional District, United States Counter Spies. Request immediate check of all logging camps in your field area. Ascertain methods of disposal and sale of sawdust. Check thoroughly and report to me on any new purchasers of item. Give this top priority.
Hello, Chief.
Peters, where have you been?
Checking on the ownership of that warehouse and the potato shipment.
Any difficulty?
A lot less than I expected. The warehouse is owned by a set of dummy corporations set up to hide the real owner, one Dirk Martin.
The gambler?
That's right. And that shipment of potatoes was bought and supposedly dehydrated by the same Mr. Martin.
Oh, hidden ownership again.
Right, Dave, but not very cleverly done.
Hey, wait, hold it a second, please. Hello? Tackett from the Atlanta field office? Okay, put him on. Hello, Tackett. Yes, that's right, the sawdust. Oh, you did? Good. Who bought it? No, that company name isn't familiar. Did you find out who owns and runs it? Good. Who? What? You're sure? Okay, Tackett, nice job. Goodbye.
What is it, Dave?
Peters, you knew about the sawdust in the explosion.
Yes, Crandall told me.
Well, that, too, points the finger at Dirk Martin. He bought it.
Martin?
Yes.
It doesn't wash, Chief. We know Martin's record. He's a real cozy bird. He doesn't leave loose ends around this way.
3 big neon-lighted arrows pointing right at him.
Dave, I may be wrong, but this shapes up like a great big frame.
I know it does, Peters, and I think we'll call on Dirk Martin right away and see if we can find the picture that fits the frame.
Silky, get that. I've got to finish packing.
Pretty insistent, whoever it is.
Well, open the door. That's the only way we can leave anyway.
I don't like it, Lil. You open it. I'll cover you from behind the door.
Dirk.
That's right, baby. Inside.
The idea, Dirk.
You tell me what the idea is. My boys got word to me the warehouse is on fire, burned down.
No kidding, Dirk.
Do I look like I'm kidding?
But that's wonderful, a break for all of us. Now we're completely covered. The fire will hide everything. There's one phony shipment of sawdust we won't have to make.
Was it phony?
What do you mean?
You said sawdust, and the place blew up completely. Maybe you were trying to use me as a front for some other kind of shipment, eh?
Don't be crazy, Dirk.
And maybe you know something about the body they found in the fire.
Body?
Yeah. Look, baby, you'd better start talking. Or I'm going to have to slap a lot of words out of you.
I wouldn't, Dirk.
What?
I had you covered from the minute you entered.
So I was right. A big double cross.
That's right, Dirk.
You caught on a little too fast.
What do we do with him, Lil?
Guess there's only one thing we can do.
Same treatment like the guy in the warehouse?
So you did start that fire?
That's right, Dirk. We had it all framed nicely. You'd have to stand still for an arson rap and keep quiet about us, or you'd get a bigger jolt for swindling. They might even have pinned that guy's death on you. That's one way you would have paid for killing Johnny.
Johnny?
Are you nuts?
Tell him, Silky. Tell him what you told me about how he killed Johnny.
Me kill Johnny?
Yes, you wanted me back. It was the only way you figured I'd come.
Look, Lily, there isn't a quail in the world I'd risk a murder rap for. I didn't shoot your Johnny boy.
Silky, you said that
Shouldn't believe everything I say, Lil. I needed you to pull this racket on Dirk. Getting you through Johnny was the fastest way.
you killed him.
That's right, baby. And it looks like the same deal for you and Dirk Martin, so there'll be no more talking.
Martin has already talked.
What?
Oh,
United States counter spies.
Why, you stinking
Hey, look out! He's out of action, Chief.
You'd better not try the same move, Mrs. Darvell.
So Dirk Martin's a stoolie.
You bet I am, baby, when it comes to standing still for a murder rap.
Did he tell you everything? Did he tell you about the deal?
He did, Mrs. Darvell, all about your big swindle, stealing money from the government at the expense of our fighting men, at a time when we need every dollar for defense, and he's going to stand trial for it.
But not for murder, baby. You can take that one alone.
All right, Peters, take them both out of here.
Tune in every week, same time, same station, to Counter Spy. Listen next week for the exciting case of the hideous hijacker.
When medical supplies, sorely needed by our fighting men and allies in Asia, were hijacked, the Counter Spy organization was put on a double alert. By getting information from a dead man, firing bullets into sawdust, and putting cardboard under a strange light, your counter spies uncovered a kettle of fish that was 15,000 miles long. Be sure to listen next week to
The Case of the Hideous Hijacker on Counter Spy. Tonight's Counter Spy program originated in New York, was directed by Marks B. Loeb, dramatized by Palmer Thompson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer. Lionel Rico speaking. Counter Spy is a Phillips H. Lord production. Three chimes mean good times on NBC.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
Gunsmoke, presented by Army in Europe magazine, a monthly feature magazine for the use of a soldier and civilian.
Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Hello, Chester.
Well, I was just this minute coming over to the office, Mr. Dillon, and I had me a little glass of beer.
Oh? Well, that sounds like a pretty good idea. I'll have one with you. Can I have a beer, please?
Sure, Marshal.
What's the matter with Kitty over there? Isn't she speaking to us this evening?
Well, she ain't speaking to nobody, hardly.
Here you are. Ah, thanks.
She's been sitting there with her nose in that book ever since I come in here.
A book? Kitty? We'll have to look into this. Kitty.
Hello, Matt. Chester.
Miss Kitty?
Sit down.
Thank you.
Oh, I didn't see you come in.
Oh, you were too wrapped up in that thing there.
It's not a thing. It's a book of poetry.
Poetry?
Sure. That young Boston fellow that came through last week left it here.
Oh?
It's poems by Tennyson. I never knew words could be so beautiful, Matt. Here, listen to this. Here are cool mosses deep, and through the moss the ivies creep. And in the stream the long-leaved flowers weep, and from the craggy ledge the poppy hangs and sleeps.
That sounds so nice, Miss Kitty.
Yeah.
That's quite a place he's describing, Kitty. Wherever it is.
Well, it's sure not Dodge City.
Oh, you could leave, you know, and find some place like that poem's about.
Oh, no, I won't. You know that. I don't even try anymore.
Yeah.
Marshal Sam Lackett's whopping his wife again. Something awful. They're right out here.
All right. I'll be back with that beer in a minute, Kitty.
Sure, Matt.
I'm to beat some sense into you if I have to break every bone in your body.
Sam, please.
All right, Lackett, that's enough.
Now, you just stay out of this, Marshal. What's between a man and this woman ain't nothing for the law to poke into.
Marshal,
She'd stay home like she ought to do. She wouldn't have no complaint.
I don't aim to have you lose all the egg money on gambling and drink.
Shut up, or I belt your teeth out of your head.
Don't hit her again.
I've already told you, Marshal. It ain't none of the law's business.
Well, a few days in jail might change your mind about that.
Jail? You jail a man just for keeping order in his own household?
I'll jail any man for beating a woman.
You can't jail me.
I can if she signs a complaint.
Oh, no, Marshal. I wouldn't do nothing like that.
You just let me catch you signing a complaint.
Miss Lackett, this isn't the first time he's hit you, and it's more than likely won't be the last, unless he learns that he can't get away with it.
Oh, no, I wouldn't want to sign no complaint.
6 months ago, when Doc set those broken fingers for you, didn't Sam do that?
She's a liar if she says so.
No, it was the gate on the corral. One of the calves was trying to get out.
Oh? Now, you told Doc you dropped a piece of stove wood on it.
Well, I don't remember.
Well, what you better remember is where you left the wagon. Go get it. Get back out to the place. I'll have more to say to you later.
All right, Sam. I'll go.
Miss Lackett, you know you don't have to put up with any more of this. Now, if you want to sign a complaint, I'll see that you're protected.
No, Marshal, it's all right. I'll go.
Yeah. Maybe that'll learn you not to butt into a man's personal affairs more.
I'll butt in if you hit her again. I'm warning you.
I was hoping you'd flatten him, Matt.
I was too, Mr. Jones.
Give me a glass of rye, bartender.
Sure, Marshal.
Poor little gal. Matt, you remember Hester when she first came here from the East?
Yeah?
Some of the girls helped me, and we made her a wedding dress out of some linen tablecloths, all white. She was as pretty as a picture.
Well, she sure ain't very pretty now. After the way he treated her and all.
Well, Sam's had a lot of bad luck, Chester. 2 years of crop failures. Lost most of his herd from blackwater fever.
Was that her fault?
No. But it makes a man kind of short-tempered.
Those two are heading for something bad, Matt. I'll give you odds. How about it?
No, Kitty. I won't take that bet. Just like this, huh?
More. Deeper. All right, now. Breathe out. Slow. That's fine. Now, once more. That's good. Now breathe out. Fine. Well, you can put your shirt back on now, Matt.
All right, Doc. You mean to tell me that you can really tell something about a man's health just by listening to him through that, whatever you call it?
That is called a stethoscope. Of course I can tell. Why else would I be doing it?
Just to impress people, maybe. I wouldn't put it past you.
Oh, impress who? An English lout that's got no better sense than to go out and get a bullet through his lung?
I didn't do it on purpose, Doc. Besides, it's all healed up, isn't it?
Healed up. In that rawhide carcass of yours, of course it's healed up.
Oh, that's good.
You know, man, until I came to Dodge City, I had no conception of what the human body could endure. Why, during the war, I've seen men die with wounds that you wouldn't even go to bed with.
And I always figure they can't bury you as long as you're on your feet, Doc.
Doc? Why, Mrs. Lackett.
Doc,
Doc, she's been beaten half to death.
That's about all I can do for her right now, Matt. Her nose is broken, and that one rib, and her eye is injured. I just don't know.
I see. You feel like telling me what happened, ma'am?
I don't know, Marshal. Nothing, I guess.
Now, Miss Lackett, I wouldn't call it nothing when you were hurt so bad that you could hardly crawl up those stairs.
It don't matter. Nothing does anymore.
Now, how did it happen?
I don't remember, Marshal. I just don't remember.
It was Sam, wasn't it?
No, I fell off the wagon.
Now, all this didn't happen from a fall. You may as well tell me, Miss Lackett. I'm going to find out one way or the other. Now, was it Sam?
He'd kill me for telling me. He said he would.
He won't hurt you. I'll see to that.
I thought he was going to tonight. It seems like he just keeps getting more mean and cruel. Tonight I know he'd really killed me if I hadn't gotten away.
He's not going to kill anybody. Now, look, you just signed a complaint, and I'll take care of him.
It's just all so different when we got married. Him and the way the world looked. Everything was different.
Miss Laird, maybe that's enough talking for now.
I used to think back on it lots of times, laying awake at night, listening to the coyotes across the prairie. I don't do that much no more, but I used to. Like when we were first married. He was so kind and gentle. He'd tell me I was the prettiest girl he'd ever seen in his whole life.
Now, Miss Lackett,
He'd want me to put on my good dress, and when we'd sit in the porch in the evenings and wear my brooch with the pearls, he'd pin it on me himself, and I would always laugh because he was so clumsy and he couldn't. That's what it was about tonight, Marshal. He wanted that brooch to bring into town and sell, but I wouldn't tell him where it was. What is it? Changes people that start out good and breaks them and turns them bad.
I don't know, man. It's time, maybe, or maybe it's a prairie.
A prairie. I hate it.
Will you sign the complaint, Miss Lackett?
Yes. Yes, I will, Marshal.
All right, everybody, quiet down. Course in session. Now, I don't have much time. I rode in yesterday, ride out again tonight, so it don't matter whether you got business with this court or if you just come in off the street to loaf. Long as you're here, you got to show proper respect so we can get on with the cases. And let's see now. Here's the first thing you got here is a case of wife beating Sam Lackett. Preliminary hearing is Sam in court.
Yes, sir, he is, Your Honor. I just brought him over from the jail. I ain't done nothing, Judge.
Sam, you'll get your chance to speak your piece. From what I hear about you, you're overdue in court anyhow. Is Marshal Dillon here? Chester, where's Matt?
Well, I don't know, sir. I figured he'd be here, but now...
So we can't start this without him.
Well, see, him and Doc was going to bring Miss Lackett, providing she felt up to it. According to Doc, she's have to lose the sight in one of her eyes. Oh, it's a lie. She's just putting on, trying to make it hard on me.
Sam, I'll tell you right now, I don't like wife beaters. You get me mad, I'll find some legal loophole to hang you.
I ain't done nothing.
I'm sorry to be late, Your Honor.
That's all right, Matt.
Doc wasn't even too sure Miss Lackett was in any condition to come here, but she insisted that she was.
Well, she ought to be in bed.
She's going to tell you a bunch of lies.
All right, let's get on with it then. I'll read the complaint here, and then we'll see what we've got to go on. Now, there's a complaint charging...
Your Honor, sir. Please, sir. Could I say something?
Well, it ain't quite in order, but I guess it's all right. What is it, Miss Lackett?
Well, it's about that complaint, Your Honor. I want to take it back. I don't know what I was thinking when I signed it. There ain't no truth in it, Judge. I fell. That's how I got hurt.
Yeah. I told you that complaint was a pack of lies, didn't I?
Well, Marshal?
She's afraid of him, Your Honor. She's scared to go through with it.
You're sure this is what you want to do, Miss Lackett?
Yes, sir. I'm sure.
It seems a shame to let a white-beaten scoundrel like him get off scot-free just by intimidating a witness. Now, if there was only some other charge, like resisting arrest or shooting off firearms...
He did resist arrest, Your Honor. Mr. Dillon had to slap him flat.
Well, in that case, Sam, $50 for 50 days.
Well, I ain't got $50, and you know it. That's a dirty, crooked way of running things.
He's your prisoner, Matt.
All right, Your Honor. All right, come on, Sam. I got a big stack of firewood over at the jail just waiting to be cut. It's not locked. Come on in.
Morning, Marshal.
Oh, how are you, Miss Lackett? Here, you take this chair, huh?
Thank you kindly. Good morning, Chester.
I feel, ma'am.
Well, kind of old somehow, Chester.
Old? Must be all of 25, I guess.
Well, it ain't the years that make you old, Marshal. I didn't come to talk about that, though.
You shouldn't be here at all, Miss Lackett. Doc told you to stay in bed for another week at least, didn't he?
Well, I just couldn't get used to it, Marshal. It didn't seem proper.
Well, you want to talk to Sam, huh?
How's he taken to it, Marshal?
Mean? Well, maybe we can work some of that out of him by the time his 50 days are up.
Well, now, the way I recollect it, the judge said $50 or 50 days.
Yeah, that's right.
And that if the fine was to be paid up, you'd turn him loose?
Well, yeah. $41 as it stands now. He's been here 9 days, but I doubt anybody's going to pay me more.
I want to pay his fine, Marshal.
What?
I got the money. I sold my brooch to one of the girls at the Long Branch. Here, see?
Yes, I see.
But Miss Lackett, he pretty near killed you a couple of weeks ago. Next time he might just do it.
No, Chester, he won't. There you are, Marshal. $41.
Well, all right, go get him, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir. But...
Miss Lackett, why are you doing this? First withdrawing your complaint in court and now paying his fine and getting him out. Why?
I don't know exactly. At least not how to put it in words. I've been trying to think things out for the last 2 weeks. My life and how it's wasted and what's become of me and all.
Well, you'll get over this in time.
No, Martha. You get beat just so many times and you get over it. Then there's one finally you don't get over. Because there ain't nothing left of you.
Esther,
released.
Wow. So you finally come to your senses.
That's right, Sam.
And you, Marshal, maybe this will learn you not to interfere between a man and his wife from now on.
I don't call a wife, Peter, a man.
Ain't you done no thinking, Sam? Ain't you even sorry at all for what you done to me?
You better keep your mouth shut if you know what's good for you. What I done ain't nothing to what'll happen to you if you try lawing against me again.
You'd beat me. Is that what you're saying?
I'll beat you a plenty you don't stand lying. I might just throw you clean off the place. I can't see no reason keeping somebody as ugly and broken up as you.
And it's still the same. And it'll go on being. You ain't changed one bit.
You really think you would, Miss Blanket?
I just hoped that was all, Marshal. The last little piece of hope I had. Sam, come over here by the window. I brought you a present. I got it wrapped up in here.
What'd you do? Finally sell that brooch of yours?
I let you off in court, Sam. But I guess you're kind of back in court now. Charged with killing a woman. Your wife. How do you plead, Sam?
I don't know what you're talking
How
about.
do you plead?
I'll plead you when I get you out to the place.
No, you won't. And if you won't answer the charge, or even say you're sorry or promise to do better, then the court's going to decide for you. He's got one.
That's like it. Don't do it.
You're guilty, Sam. That's the way the court decides. Guilty. Here's the gun, Marshal. I reckon you'll want it for evidence.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program. Quality of product is essential to continuing success. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT. Sure thing. That's right. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. Take the word of the experts. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen present at the auctions can see Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
At 45 sold American.
From St. Albans Naval Hospital in Long Island, the Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since we're broadcasting from St. Albans Hospital, which is on Long Island, which is near New York, which is near Brooklyn, I bring you one of them bums, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And Don, I thought that was a very cute introduction, but it so happens that our broadcast isn't coming from Brooklyn. And besides, I happen to be a native of Waukegan.
Well, that's right, Jack. You were born in Waukegan, weren't you?
Yes, sir. Waukegan, Illinois. What a thriving metropolis. What buildings, what skyscrapers, what...
Wait a minute, Jack. The tallest building in Waukegan is only 3 stories high.
Yes, sir. What skyscrapers? What activity?
Jack, how can a 3-story building be a skyscraper?
Because Waukegan has a very low sky. That's why. Anyway, I love Waukegan. You know, in fact, I didn't leave there till I completed my education.
Oh, really, Jack? What college did you go to?
I didn't go to college. You know, you don't have to go to college.
Well, how long did you go to high school?
I didn't go to high school. It's not necessary to go to high school.
Well, for heaven's sakes, Jack, how long did you go to grammar school?
12 years. You thought you had me there, didn't you, Bob? And I would have gone longer than that, but I was drafted into the Navy. So there.
But, Jack, I happen to know that in the last war they didn't draft men into the Navy.
Well, I wasn't exactly drafted, Don. Here's what happened. You see, my father had a clothing store. And he sent me to Great Lakes Naval Training Station to deliver 6 sailor suits.
Uh-huh.
But when I got there, an officer asked me to try on one of those sailor suits for size.
And what happened?
Size didn't show up, and I had to wear it for the next 3 years. Well, listen, I like being in the Navy. I don't know, it was so... Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm a nurse stationed here at St. Albans Hospital in the research department. Would you mind opening your mouth and saying, ah?
Not at all. Ah.
Wider.
Ah.
Wider, please.
Ah. Wait a minute, what are you looking for?
A place to hold the USO dance. Goodbye.
Now, that's the silliest thing I ever... Don, what are you laughing at?
Oh, boy, did she make a sucker out of you.
Don, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, when big fat announcer laugh at man who pay him, announcer soon lose pay that keep him big fat. because that nurse was pretty, you didn't have to...
Hiya, boys. It's Anchors Away because Harris is here and he's G-O-K.
G-O-K?
Yes, G-O-K.
G-O-K, what's that?
Oh, Harris, you're just like a scow, so pull up your stern and take a bow.
Phil.
Oh, Harris, you're like the Pacific. You're
Phil.
Harris so weighty and you're so terrific.
Phil.
Yahoo!
Wait a minute.
Oh, hello, Jackson. When did you come in?
I've been here all the time. And, Phil, what's that new one you pulled on us? What does that mean, G-O-K?
Well, that's the title the doctors gave me around here.
But G-O-K, what does it mean?
I don't know. I gave a pint of blood this morning, and that's what they wrote on the bottle.
Oh, well, that probably means the type. But, Phil, I can't understand them accepting your blood.
What are you talking about? I gave 8 pints of blood already, and they want more.
Well, don't feel so proud. They're only using it for back rubs. Anyway, Phil, I want to tell you something. Medical science has certainly made great progress since the last war. You know, we didn't have plasma when I was in the Navy.
You're right, Jack. The scientists and doctors have been wonderful.
Them nurses ain't bad either.
You're not kidding, Phil. Those nurses do a great job, and they need a lot more of them.
Say, Jackson, I meant to ask you, when you were in the Navy, what was your rank?
Well, I was a seaman, 4th class. Yes, sir.
Seaman, 4th class? What's that?
That's an ensign with the air let out of his chest. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Larry Stevens, our singer. Oh, Larry, come here a minute, will you?
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Come on in over here. Hey, they like you here, kid. What are you going to sing for the boys?
Well, it's called An Irish Lullaby.
Oh, yes. My mother used to sing that to me all the time. Go ahead.
Just a simple little ditty in her good old Irish way, and I'd give the world if she could sing that song to me this day.
By Larry Stevens. And Larry, that was beautiful.
Thank you.
And the orchestra sounded good, too. Phil, where are you?
Here I am, Jackson. I just stepped out for a minute. You ready for me to lead Larry's song now?
Phil, we just finished the song. No wonder the music sounded better. Who was that fellow that conducted the orchestra? Hey, buddy, who are you?
I'm the janitor here.
Oh. Well, anyway, now we can get out. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas.
Mary, this is the first time you've been so late. Where were you?
I was outside talking to a couple of sailors.
Well, Mary, I hope you didn't overdo it like the last time we played at a naval base. You talked to a sailor, and in 5 minutes, his whole face was marked with lipstick.
Jack, sailors don't refer to those marks as lipstick. They call them campaign ribbons.
Mary, campaign ribbons are something you get after a battle.
Well, I put up a little fight. Say, Jack, how's the show going?
Oh, great. And you should have been here. I pulled a wonderful gag before. I said they used Phil's blood for back rubs.
Well, you're a fine one to talk.
What do you mean?
You donated a pint of blood. They gave it to a soldier. It made him so cheap, he shot a Jap, then ran after him to get the bullet back.
Well, they don't call me Get the Lead Out Benny for nothing. That. I wouldn't take that gag out for anything. Now, there's a joke I intended to leave in the script. I love it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening, I, Jack Benny, will play a violin solo. My selection...
Oh, say, Jackson, I saw you play the fiddle in that picture, Hollywood Canteen.
Oh, did you, Phil? I'm going to see it tonight.
Oh, no, Jack, not again.
Yes, Mary, and you're going with me.
But, Jack, we saw it last night for the 12th time.
I know, but who can enjoy it under those circumstances?
Why? What happened, Jack?
Oh, I'd rather not talk about it.
Come on, Jackson, tell us about it.
Well, I had a date to take Mary to see the picture. It was early in the evening, and I was in my hotel getting ready to go out. In fact, at the moment, I was taking a bath, you know. Oh, boy, there's nothing like a good hot bath. Showers are all right, but if you want to relax, soak in a tub. Just look at my feet. How'd they get so dirty? I better scrub them. I wonder what it could be. It doesn't seem to... Oh, darn it, I forgot to take my socks off. Oh, well, you can't think of everything.
Say, boss, I just finished ironing your shirts and your shorts.
Good. Gee, this water's nice and warm.
Do you want me to get you some socks, or will you wear the ones you have on?
Don't be silly. What are you laughing at?
You with that bathing cap on, you look like Charlie's Aunt at the seaside. What do you wear that thing for, boss?
Well, you don't think I want to get my hair wet, do you?
No, and you won't unless you splash some water into the top bureau drawer.
Rochester, stop with that. Now pick up the washcloth and scrub my back.
Okay.
Ah, that feels good. Keep it up. Say, Rochester, sitting in this water reminds me. Did I ever tell you about the time I was in the Navy and they gave me a medal because I was...
Thousands of times, boss, thousands of times.
Oh.
But you tell it different every time, so go ahead.
No, I'll think up a new... never mind. If you're not interested in hearing about me when I was a sailor, it's okay.
I'm sorry, boss.
What a sailor I was. I joined the Navy, and it was promotion after promotion. In no time, I was a rear admiral, commanding the ship, sailing the 7 seas. And I remember one time... Rochester, stop rippling the water. It's making me seasick. Now, where was I?
You were a seasick rear admiral.
Never mind. Now get busy and finish washing my back.
Okay. You and me, we sweat and strain, working all day and racked with pain.
Rochester.
Tote that brush, lift that soap. Sometimes I wish I was with Bob Hope.
No, every week you want to be with somebody else. Last week you wanted to be with Fibber McGee.
Love that man.
Oh, you like everybody. Now stand back while I... There's the door. You see who it is and I'll dress in here.
Yes, sir. You want me to get your girdle, boss?
Girdle? Rochester, I've asked you not to call it that.
Oh, yes. You want me to get your foundation garment, boss?
No, I won't need it. I'm going to wear my baggy tweeds. Now go. Hurry up and see who's at the door.
Yes, sir. Oh, hello, Miss Livingston. Come in.
Well, thank you, Rochester. Where's Mr. Benny?
He'll be out in a minute. He's getting dressed.
Oh. Say, Rochester, you're glad we're in New York, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am. Whenever I can, I go up to Harlem. You know, Miss Livingston, last week I met a girl up there that's the most beautiful thing you've ever saw.
Really?
Yes, ma'am. She looks like Lena Horne accentuating the positive.
Well, she really must be pretty. Does she work up there?
Yeah, she works in a nightclub. She's a cigarette girl.
The cigarette girl?
Yeah, and she means as much to me as LSMFT.
Rochester.
She came to my table, smiled at me, and I bought every package of Lucky Strike she had.
You did?
Yeah, then I took an option on next year's crop.
Rochester, I've never heard you talk this way about a girl. Do you think you'll marry her?
Well, that'll be discussed with the next meeting of the Big Three.
The Big Three?
Yeah, she, me, and her husband.
Oh, well, if that's the way it is, I don't think that you'll ever have
Hello, Mary. I'll be ready as soon as I get my hat and coat. Here we are.
Where you going, boss?
We're going to see my picture, Hollywood Canteen.
But, boss, you were there this afternoon.
I don't care. I want to see how I look at night. Come on, Mary, let's go.
62 stars, and he calls it his picture.
All right. Come on. Yeah, Mary, look at that line of people waiting to buy tickets to the box office. And gosh, they're all sailors.
Jack, they're not waiting to buy tickets. That's the overflow of the St. Albans pay line.
Oh. Well, here's the theater line. Let's get on the end of it.
Okay.
Pardon me, mister.
Stop your shoving.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to get on the ticket line.
Okay.
Say, mister, have you read what the movie critics said about this picture?
Nope.
Well, they said, quote, Hollywood Canteen, jammed with a star-studded cast, is one of Hollywood's finest pictures. Among the many entertaining performers are Betty Davis, Eddie Cantor, Barbara Stanwyck, Jack Carson, Jane Wyman, and Jack Benny, who personally contributes one of the most hilarious bits in the picture by his violin...
Shut up!
What?
I don't care what the reviews say. I'm just going in here to get out of the cold.
How do you like that fresh guy, Mary? He can't even be sociable. I only try to tell him what the critics said.
Well, don't take it to heart, Jack, and close your scrapbook.
Okay. Oh, Mary, look, isn't that cute? That little boy's trying to buy a ticket. He can hardly reach the box office window. Oh, Sonny. I'll help you, Sonny.
Jack, stop calling him Sonny. That's Mayor LaGuardia.
Oh, darn it. I always make that mistake.
How many, please?
Huh? Oh, yes, miss. Were there 2 passes left here for me? I'm the star of this picture.
Well, I'll see. I'm sorry, but there are no passes for you, Miss Davis.
What? Wait a minute. I'm not Betty Davis. I'm Jack Benny. That's who I am, Jack Benny.
Jack, she believes you. Stop opening your scrapbook.
All right.
Come on, Jack. Be a sport and buy 2 tickets.
All right. Here you are, miss. 2 tickets, please.
Yes, sir. Here's your tickets and here's your change.
Wait a minute, sister, wait a minute. You charge me evening prices instead of matinee prices.
But, Mr. Benny, our prices change at 5 o'clock, and it's 7 o'clock now.
So what? I come from California, and it's only 4 o'clock out there. And another thing.
Jack, look who's coming down the street. It's Fred Allen in Portland. Gosh, I haven't seen Porty in a long time.
Well, I'm not going to stand here and see Fred Allen. Come on, let's go inside.
Watch out, Portland. The sidewalks are pretty slippery.
Don't worry, Mr. Allen. I've got hold of your arm. Gosh, look what's playing at this theater.
Well, what do you know? Benny's Picture. They waited till they put the lights out on Broadway, and then they sneaked it into town.
And say it, Mr. Allen.
Now, Portland, we're not on the radio now, so stop calling me Mr. Allen. We've been eased out of more hotels that way. And anyway, who wants to see Benny's Picture? I've seen more entertaining pictures tattooed on a sailor's arm.
Oh, Fred, you're off the air now. Why do you keep on hating Jack?
It's because he's so jealous. Now, you won't believe this, Portland, but when other entertainers become famous, Benny instantly tries to steal their stuff.
Really?
Of course. You remember when Fritz Chrysler became, I thought there was no R in the... when Fritz, it's another month, I thought it was... When Fritz Chrysler... When Fritz Chrysler became famous, I had it mixed up with an old oyster opener I used. When Chrysler became famous, Benny took up the violin. When Sinatra became popular, Benny took a course in malnutrition. And do you remember last year when Benny had pneumonia?
Yes.
He caught it trying to imitate Gypsy Rose Lee. Benny's chest is so narrow, pneumonia had to set in sideways.
Well, Fred, if Jack tries to remain popular, then at least you've got to admit that he uses his head.
Well, of course he uses his head. He's got to have something to separate his neck from his toupee.
Benny does with his old toupees.
Oh, who knows? Maybe he gives them to Gravel Gertie.
Oh, Fred, you're always picking on Jack. If it isn't his hair, you call him a tightwad.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't start that rumor. Even the tightwads called Benny a tightwad. Why, I remember one summer when Jack was out on a dude ranch, he kept his money in a wildcat's mouth. Frank Buck had to go with him if he wanted to spend anything. Anyway, Portland, to show you I'm a sport, I'll take you in to see Benny's Picture. Here's the box office. Oh, miss.
Yes, sir. How many, please?
Forgive me for interrupting your nap, miss, but I'd like 2 tickets.
Yes, sir. That's $2.40.
$1.20 a ticket to see Jack Benny's Picture?
But there are 62 stars in the picture, sir.
Oh, 60? That makes Benny cost me 2 cents. Brother, inflation is sure here. Come on, boy.
The picture's pretty good so far, Jack.
Uh-huh.
You come on near the end of the picture, don't you?
Uh-huh.
Jack, put out that flashlight and stop reading your scrapbook.
Okay, but look at the review I got in the St. Joe Gazette. Ah, they love me in St. Joe.
Jack, be quiet. The people who just sat down behind us want to see the picture. And stop bobbing around.
Mary, if they don't like
Pardon me, mister.
What do you want, Bud?
It's kind of hard for me to see the picture. Will you please do me a favor and remove your head?
Oh, wise guy. Who do you think you're talking to?
Jackie, boy, you're losing your temper.
Oh, it's you, Alan.
Why, Jack, you seem surprised to see me.
I am surprised. I thought that after you saw your shadow on Friday, you crawled back into your hole.
You know, Jack, if I didn't have such great respect for old age, I'd punch you right in the nose.
Attaboy, hit him, Fred.
Listen, Al, if you start anything with me, I'll slug you right back.
Attaboy, hit him, Fred.
Mary, you're on my side.
Oh, Jack, look. This is the part of the picture you're in.
Quiet, quiet. Everybody shut up. This is the part I came here to see. Madam, will you please make that baby keep quiet? I can't hear the picture.
Why don't you keep quiet yourself? I can't hear my baby.
What?
Attaboy, hit him with the baby, lady.
Madam, you have no right to bring a baby to the theater.
Imagine a man complaining because an itsy-bitsy baby cries. Just because it's cold and hungry.
It's all your fault, Alan. I'm sitting here minding my own business and going to theater. When you had to start the picture, the last thing I do, I'm going to see her. I don't care what happens. You want me next time you get in my way. I'm going to haul off and give you that hour. Well, I don't care. I'm here to see the picture. Wait a minute. I came here to see my picture. How do you like that? The lights are on and the picture is over. Come on, Mary, let's go.
Oh, let's stay and see the newsreel.
I'm not in the newsreel. Now, let's get out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, the recently revised program by the OPA for food rationing is again in the spotlight. We all know why rationing is necessary. Simply to give each of us a fair share of the items that are short. The needs of our armed forces are steadily growing, and right now more than ever, they must have the things our country can supply. Now here's how you and I can support rationing. Don't buy ration goods without paying ration points in full. Refuse to pay more than ceiling prices. Destroy canceled ration stamps. Don't give them to anybody. Whenever possible, buy low point or no point foods. Thank you very much.
In just a minute, but first, here is my good friend, Effie Boone.
Sold American.
It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco Lucky Strike.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
Sold American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
Thanks very much, fellows, for inviting us here to the St. Albans Naval Hospital. We enjoyed doing our program for you. And next Sunday night, folks, we'll be broadcasting from the Glenview Naval Air Station, Glenview, Illinois. And 2 weeks from today, we'll be in good old St. Joe.
Ah, St. Joe. They love me there.
It's not you, it's me. Good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Robert Taylor and Barbara Stanwyck in Penny Serenade with Beulah Bondi and Edgar Buchanan. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One of the leading characters in tonight's play won't say much, although I believe that's quite customary with ladies of her age. She's the baby that Robert Taylor and Barbara Stanwyck adopt in Penny Serenade. But even in her almost silent state, she helps to make it one of those rare stories that strike a common chord with all audiences. When the right director finds such a story, Hollywood knows it can look forward to an extraordinary picture. And that's what happened when George Stevens brought Penny Serenade to the screen for Columbia Studios. Penny Serenade is a love story, but not a simple boy-meets-girl love story. It's a drama of the deepest human emotions. The story of a boy and a girl whose faith and hope are suddenly dashed by disaster, but who have the courage to reach out again for happiness. The kind of story that demands the talents of stars like the two we have tonight. So it's not easy to catch those two between pictures at the same time. But we saw our chance and took it when Bob finished her Cardboard Lover at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Beulah Bondi and Edgar Buchanan, from the screencast of Penny Serenade, make tonight's prospect perfect. I see by the papers and hear on the air that certain rules are being laid down about the style of women's clothes, object to help the war economy by saving fabrics. Naturally, every patriotic woman will do her part in a drive like that. And so will Lux Flakes. Like most mere males, I've never professed to understand some of the styles that sweep the country. And if I can't admire, I tactfully hold my peace, or should. But when the style of the moment is conservation, even a thoroughly unstyle-conscious man can understand it. And when you're conserving something that's washable, if Lux Flakes haven't arrived like the Marines and gotten the situation well in hand, they should. I can't tell you how many flakes you get for a penny, but they play a very pretty Penny Serenade. And now here's the play, Penny Serenade, starring Robert Taylor as Roger and Barbara Stanwyck as Julie, with Beulah Bondi as Miss Oliver and Edgar Buchanan as Applejack. Our scene is quite simple. An automobile parked on the main street of a small town. Two people, a man and a woman, sitting quietly in the front seat. The passerby would see nothing wrong here. But in this everyday setting, tragedy is taking place. And the lives of two people are changing course. The man is silent, brooding. With a sudden movement, he opens the car door and gets out.
What's the matter, Roger?
Take the car on home.
What about you?
I'm not coming home. I don't ever want to see anything or anyone that reminds me.
All right. Goodbye. Oh, Roger.
Yeah?
When you do come home, I may not be there.
Where are you going?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Well, I guess Applejack's there. He'll help you if you want anything.
Yes. Goodbye, Roger.
Bye, Julie.
That's everything. Would you call the station, Applejack, and make sure they've got my reservation? Then I'd like you to drive me to the train, please.
Miss Julie, you better think this over.
I have been thinking it over, Applejack. I've been thinking it over for days. I'm leaving.
You and Roger have been married a long time.
But we don't need each other anymore. When that happens to two people, there's nothing left.
Miss Julie, I guess I've known you two people better than anyone in my whole life. What with working with the boss on the paper here and seeing everything that's happened, well, somehow it just doesn't seem right.
Applejack, please. I'm leaving.
Yes, Miss Julie. Oh, I meant to ask you. I found these records. You want to take them along with you?
Which records?
Those phonograph records you've been collecting all these years. You made them up into an album, remember? The story of a happy marriage.
A happy marriage.
Yeah, well, while you was out before, I played a couple of them. Nice tunes. Remember this one, Miss Julie?
Let me see. Yes, I remember when we bought this record. I remember the first time I ever heard it, the day I met Roger. It was in the phonograph store I worked in 12 years ago. We were playing this tune on the loudspeaker, and Roger was standing out on the sidewalk. I was fixing some records in the window when I looked up and saw him. He was smiling at me. I thought he was pretty fresh. And the next thing I knew, he was inside the store.
Hello?
Yes? Is there anything I can do for you?
Oh, yes. That's a new tune, isn't it?
Yes, we just got it in today.
Be nice to dance to, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be. Would you like to buy it?
What's on the other side?
Another new one.
Oh, well, could I hear it?
Certainly, right over there, booth 3.
No, I mean, would you play it for me?
If you want.
Thanks. Oh, and wait, as long as we're listening, we might as well hear some of these others, too. I'll just take this stack here. There we are.
Now, just a minute, please.
Oh, it's all right. I can carry them. Get along fine.
You're sure you want all these?
Oh, yes, sure.
27 records at 50 cents. That'll be, $13.50, please.
$13.50, huh? Here you are.
Thank you.
Hey, it's pretty late, isn't it?
Yes, we're closing up.
Oh, that's all right. Say, you must be tired. Maybe I could take you home. I'll get a cab.
A cab? You certainly like to throw your money around. What are you, a bootlegger?
No, I'm a reporter, and a good one, too.
How nice. Just the same, I think I'll walk.
Oh, all right. Maybe a walk would do us good.
But I didn't invite you.
Oh, no, that's all right. I got nothing to do until 10 o'clock. These records are kind of heavy.
Yes, they must be. Well, thank you very much. Goodbye.
What's the matter?
Nothing. I live here, that's all.
Oh.
Well, good night.
Good night. Oh, wait a minute. Do you mind if I ask you a personal question?
I guess not.
Have you got a phonograph inside?
Yes, why?
Well, would you let me hear this record? Otherwise, I'll have to take it home and imagine how it sounds.
Haven't you got a machine at home?
No.
Then why on earth did you buy 27... Oh.
Silly, wasn't it?
Oh, yes. Every time I've heard that song since, I've thought of that day. There was another one in that bunch of records, too. This one. They were playing it one night in a little Chinese restaurant down near the beach. We had stopped off there for dinner on our way home. Roger was very quiet. We sat there for the longest time, never saying a word. What are you thinking about?
Oh, just wishing we could always be together like this. I mean, I wish every day were a holiday like today. Never have to go home, never have to go to work.
It would be perfect, wouldn't it?
What's that you've got?
A rice cake. It's got my fortune inside.
What does it say?
Oh, nothing. It's silly.
Come on, let's say it.
All right. It says, baby.
These things are a lot of bunk. They never come true.
You don't like kids very much, do you?
Yeah, I like them all right, except when they're pests.
What does your fortune say?
Nothing. Here, read it.
You will be an old bachelor. Oh, very unromantic.
I told you they never come true.
We played this one at my New Year's Eve party. I guess I'd known Roger about 4 months. You remember that New Year's Eve, Applejack? You came to my place, but you weren't very happy about it.
Look, I don't belong here.
Of course you belong here, Applejack. I invited you, didn't I?
Hey, where's Roger?
He's not here yet. I thought maybe you'd know.
Not me. You're pretty crazy about that reporter, aren't you?
Oh, I'm fond of him.
That's bad. hate to see a nice girl like you get mixed up with a newspaper man. I never knew one worth a darn when it came to a woman.
Oh, he's a lot of fun to go out with, that's all.
Always running down a story, hanging around a speakeasy waiting for the proof to come up. At least that's what they say they're doing, but you never know what they're up to. Of course, for a single man, it's swell. But a married man...
Applejack, listen, don't worry about me. I don't need any advice. I never even thought of getting married.
No fooling?
No fooling.
Well, that's fine.
Oh, Julie.
Here he is now. Hello.
Julie, I've got to talk to you right away. Where can we be alone?
Why alone? I'm having fun.
Come on. We'll run on the fire escape.
But Roger, I'll freeze.
Now, Julie, dear, don't be angry. I'd have been here sooner, only a lot's happened.
Nice time to come to a party. It's almost 12.
I know, darling. I'm sorry, but I've had a million things to do. Honey, look, I've had a real break. Flynn quit his job over in China. Imagine what a spot that leaves the paper in. One man in the Orient, and he walks out on the job.
Roger, you're going to take his place?
Well, that's what they want me to do. Got a ticket in my pocket for a train that leaves at 3 a.m. I'll get to San Francisco just in time to catch the next boat. I can't believe it, Julie. Imagine them picking me.
Oh, but you're able, Roger. You have ability. Anyone can see that. You're going?
Oh, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. It's a fine salary, 2-year contract. I'm more or less my own boss, and, well, I was wondering...
Now, listen, little boy. Of course I want you to go if that's what's worrying you. Please don't think that
I wasn't worrying about that. No, what I hurried over here to tell you was, Julie, let's get married. Let's get married tonight, right away. I can send for you in 3 months. I'll have the money then.
3 months? Well, why the rush to get married now?
Well, because... What do you think? I want to leave a girl like you running around loose? Suppose somebody else came along. Well, Julie, I've got to have you.
Oh, Roger, darling.
Julie, is it till death do us part?
Till death do us part. Listen, it's New Year's.
Julie, I've got everything all set. All you have to do is to sign the marriage license. Come on. Get in, Julie.
Roger, there isn't much time.
All right, darling. Porter, which is my compartment?
Compartment G, sir.
How much time before the train leaves?
Oh, just about 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Go on in, dear. Well, Mrs. Adams?
Mrs. Adams. Sounds strange, doesn't it?
No, not strange, darling. It sounds great.
It does sound great. You know, there's something about a train. I don't know what it is, the way it looks or smells, but it always makes me want to be off somewhere.
Yeah, I know. I feel the same way.
Oh, Roger, I wish this was our honeymoon.
So do I, dear.
Oh, darling, I can't say goodbye to you.
It isn't really goodbye. It won't be for long. It's just, I'll see you later.
That's it. I'll see you later. Let's never say goodbye.
Yes, dear. One, promise me something, honey. Promise me never to take your ring off.
I won't take it off. No matter what happens.
Thank you, darling.
Roger. Oh, Roger, the train's moving.
All right. Don't worry, dear. I'll get you off the next stop.
How far is the next stop, Roger?
About 3 hours.
Roger went on to China, and I waited for him to send for me. I didn't have to wait long. 4 months later, I was with him. He had a great big house, 4 Chinese servants. Oh, Roger was living like a prince.
Well, darling, what do you think of your new home?
Roger, I didn't expect anything like this. It doesn't seem real. Are you sure we can afford all this?
Oh, now, don't be so practical when I'm romantic. Nothing's too good for my little wife.
Are we going to keep it? I mean, stay here right along?
Well, certainly, it's yours. I bought the lease from an American who went back. Furniture, 4 servants, 3 kids, everything.
Kids? Whose?
Servants, they live here.
I thought you didn't like children.
Who, me? No, they're all right. Anyway, I got the whole shebang for $1,000 American.
But how in the world did you do it? Get the money to send for me and buy all this, too.
I got an advance.
An advance?
Sure, an advance on my salary. Everybody does that out here. That's how you operate.
Oh, Roger.
Oh, now you're not going to be one of those wives always worrying about money and budgets, are you?
No, but I sort of hate to start off in debt, especially now.
What do you mean now?
Roger, remember this?
What? Oh, the fortune. Sure, you got it at the beach. Imagine you keeping that.
You were wrong, darling. Sometimes those things come true.
Sure they do, certainly. Well, let's see it. Baby. Say, if I ever... Hey, wait a minute.
Roger.
Oh, Julie, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you write me?
But you don't like them.
Well, of course I do. Why would I have 3 of them running around here? And this will be ours, and American kids. Oh, Julie, this is great.
Roger, I'm so glad you want it. We went north after that. Roger had an assignment away from the city, and I went up with him. Roger began to talk about traveling all our lives, never settling down. Well, we were there about 3 weeks when it happened. I can still hear the sound in my ears. At first, it was just a sort of rumbling. And then it grew louder and louder. The floor began to shake. I could hear the crowd outside screaming. I saw the pictures dancing on the wall. I felt myself falling.
Earthquake! Earthquake! Julie, where are you? Julie!
We came home on the next boat, back to San Francisco. I think I knew then that I would never have my baby. And in the hospital, a few weeks after, the doctor told me.
Well, that's all, Mrs. Adams. Otherwise, you'll enjoy the best of health. Now I've got some good news for you. I'm letting your husband see you today. Oh, come in, Mr. Adams.
Hello, darling.
Hello, Roger.
Oh, gee, I'm so glad to see you.
She's doing very well. You'll be able to take her home soon.
Thank you. Oh, darling, I've been miserable without you. But I've had a chance to do a lot of serious thinking. I've been out scouting around the nearby towns looking for that little paper I once talked about buying. No more silly ideas like traveling around. You're absolutely right about that. And I think I found it, too, honey. A little place just north of here. A place called Rosalia. Ever hear of it?
No.
And best of all, honey, we'll have a home of our own. One that'll always be ours. If I get the paper going good, I can get you everything. Furniture, car, clothes, everything.
You know, it's strange, Roger. But I can't get myself to care about those things now. They don't seem important anymore. What I want, I can't have. The one thing I've ever really wanted, I'm never going to have.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring our stars, Barbara Stanwyck, Robert Taylor, Beulah Bondi, and Edgar Buchanan, back to the microphone for Act Two of Penny Serenade. Now, here's more news about the Lux Flakes Garden Club. Yes, more news about our wonderful flower bargain. 3 first-quality chrysanthemum plants, a whole $1's worth, which you can have for only 10 cents and the opening tab from a large-size box of Lux Flakes. If you haven't sent for yours yet, well, you'd better mail your order in right away. Tonight, or first thing tomorrow. Single and double chrysanthemums, pom-pom, and button types, all are included in our offer, in rich shades of crimson, yellow, golden bronze, and pure white. 1 in each set of 3 blooms in a pure, glowing shell pink. And every one of these Lux chrysanthemum plants has been treated with Transplantone, a vitamin product, to strengthen the roots and produce more vivid colors, earlier flowering, and more perfect blossoms. All through the early fall, just when other flowers are through blooming, these beautiful mums will brighten your garden with color, giving you dozens of flowers from each plant. Mums are easy to grow, you know. Even in a city apartment, they'll thrive in flower pots or sunny window boxes. So you can have fresh-cut flowers at a cost of next to nothing. Order as many sets of 3 chrysanthemum plants as you want, but do it now so you won't be disappointed. Your dealer has order blanks for you to use, or write your name on a piece of paper and mail it with 10 cents in coin. No stamps, please. And the opening tab from a large-size box of Lux Flakes to Lux Garden Club, Hollywood, California. Please allow at least 2 weeks for your plants to reach you. With them, we'll send a leaflet giving planting directions and another telling you how you can get more flower bargains. Remember, for each set of 3 plants you order, send 10 cents in coin and the opening tab from a large-size box of Lux Flakes
to Lux Garden Club, Hollywood, California. Be sure to include your name and address. This offer is good only in the United States. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Penny Serenade, starring Robert Taylor as Roger and Barbara Stanwyck as Julie, with Beulah Bondi as Miss Oliver and Edgar Buchanan as Applejack. An album of old phonograph records, an album of memories. To Julie Adams, each record is a chapter in her life, bringing back the heartaches and the happiness, the sorrow and the joy of years gone by.
Remember this one, Applejack?
Huh?
It was popular just about the time you came to help Roger with the newspaper. It was fun in those days, wasn't it? The linotype machine, running downstairs, the smell of printer's ink in the house. But there was something missing even then. You knew what it was, Applejack. You mentioned it one night at dinner.
Roger's out running down subscriptions, said he might not get home till late.
Well, sit down, Applejack. We might as well have our dinner.
Yes, Miss Julie. You know, Miss Julie, I think we ought to have a kid around this house.
I thought you knew, Applejack.
Oh, sure, I know about that. Huh? I'm talking about adopting one. You get some pretty good ones that way. I'm an adopted kid myself. Of course, I know that ain't much of a recommendation, but I didn't turn out so bad.
Want some bread, Applejack?
Miss Julie, I wish you could have seen some of those little sons of guns. They was the cutest little rascals you ever want to look at.
I don't think Roger would want a child that way, Applejack. One that wasn't his own.
Well, why not? Say, he's no sucker. He don't want to gamble. How do you know what they're going to be like when they got to be your own? This way you walk in and help yourself to exactly what you want. There's no guesswork.
I've thought about that a lot, Applejack. I want one. But Roger was so disappointed when it... Oh, I just haven't had the courage to suggest it.
Miss Julie, do you want to know something? He's all for the idea. Well, only a few days ago we were working together and I was talking to him.
You were talking to him about this?
Sure, and he was all for it.
Why didn't he say something to me?
Well, he was afraid to say anything to you. He was afraid you might have some fool notions.
Fool notions? What the very idea. My own husband talking about things like this with the printer.
Press manager, please.
All right, press manager. Are you going to be the mother?
No, I just thought...
Fine thing.
Hello?
Roger, come here.
What's going on, a fight?
Hey, Roger, I want you to look at that new ad. Would you come on downstairs?
Wait a minute. Roger, why didn't you tell me?
Tell you what?
What you and Applejack have been talking about.
Miss Julie, I told you in confidence.
Well, what were we talking about? Applejack, what did you say to her?
Well, you know about...
He told me.
Told you what?
Roger, if you wanted to adopt a baby, why didn't you talk to me?
What?
Sure, you should have told her in the first place, not me. I'm not going to be the mother.
Now, wait a minute. Did you tell Julie I wanted to adopt a baby?
Well, I hinted at it. I tried to break it to her gently, and she...
Oh, you told her, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, Roger, I'm so glad you feel that way.
Yeah, she wants it even more than you, Roger.
Well, that's the way we all feel about it.
Yeah, I like it, too.
I suppose it's settled, huh?
Oh, Roger, I'm so glad. If it hadn't been for Applejack letting it slip out, I don't suppose I ever would have known. Sit down, Roger, and I'll get you your dinner.
Well, I guess I'd better go fix that press.
Yeah, you fix everything else, don't you? What's the idea of telling her a thing like that? I never said I wanted a baby.
Well,
Oh, shut up.
Hurry, Roger, hurry. The lady said 3 o'clock.
Yeah, look, Julie, while I think of it, now, when we get to this place, don't get all enthusiastic right off the bat. You know, don't just rush in and grab the first kid you see and go nuts about it.
What makes you think I'll grab the first one they show me? I've been doing the shopping in this family for some time now, and I just don't bring home anything.
Well, you came home with this tie, didn't you?
Well, it's nice. Everybody's wearing bow ties.
Yeah.
Sit down, Mrs. Adams. I have your letter here. You want a 2-year-old child, blue eyes, curly hair, dimpled chin, sweet disposition.
We prefer a boy.
But we'd like to look at the girls, too.
Now, Julie, you know we agreed on a boy.
But it won't hurt to look, will it?
Well, all right, we'll look. Now, what can you show us, please?
This is the administration building. We don't have any children here.
Oh.
Everybody wants blue eyes, curly hair, dimples. Everybody wants a 2-year-old child. Now, will you tell me why?
Well, you see, in our case, that would have been the age of our own child.
Oh, I see.
Anyway, when they're 2 years old, they're more or less housebroken then, aren't they?
Well, not always. At the moment, we haven't any children available at all. There's a long waiting list. If you get one within a year, you're lucky.
What?
Within a year?
You mean we might have to wait a whole year?
Well, after all, real parents wait almost a year.
Yes, certainly,
But you see, Miss Oliver, we've waited so long already.
I know, my dear, but you're both very young. Then, too, we have to have time to make our investigation.
Investigation?
Yes, you see, we're just as particular about you as prospective parents as you are about the child.
Oh.
Naturally.
Yeah.
What is your business, Mr. Adams?
Oh, I'm a publisher. I run the Rosalia Courier.
Publisher.
That's right.
I see in your letter that you live in the country. I presume that means, then, that you have a house and yard.
Well, you see...
No, we don't have a yard. We live in an apartment over the newspaper office.
But you have a separate room for the child, haven't you?
Oh, sure.
Oh, yes, we have a lovely room. It's practically fixed up now.
Well, that's fine. Now, about income. Approximately how much do you make a week?
Well, I couldn't tell you just offhand. I imagine about $100 a week. Of course, I'd have to look at the books.
Well, that's excellent. Now, if you'll just take that application home with you and mail it to us so that we'll have all the details, then in due time, one of our investigators will call on you.
Oh, fine.
You'll call us before she comes, won't you?
No, we just drop in. That's our policy. You see, we want to find your house as it really is every day, and not when it's fixed up for company.
Oh, I see.
Goodbye.
Bye, Miss Oliver.
Goodbye.
Oh, Miss Oliver, it doesn't matter if he hasn't got curly hair. It doesn't really matter.
Very well, Mrs. Adams. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, Roger.
Hey, they're darn choosy, if you ask me.
Roger, why do you have to be a big shot?
What do you mean?
You know we don't make $100 a week.
Well, you want the baby, don't you? Anyway, they can't prove it. We don't keep books.
The day that Miss Oliver came to investigate us, I was cleaning house. I had on an old dress and my hair was a sight. Just to make things a little worse, I had the phonograph going full blast.
Good afternoon. Does Mrs. Adams live here?
Yes, upstairs. I'll call her.
No, don't bother. I'm Miss Oliver from the orphanage. I'll find her.
Oh. Well, I don't think she's home just now. I think she's in church.
In church? This time of day?
Well, you see, she and Mr. Adams go there quite a lot. They just go there and sit. Fine people, the Adams.
Well, I'm sure she won't mind if I just look around a bit.
No, she won't mind.
How do you do?
Oh, Miss Oliver. Oh.
How are you, Mrs. Adams?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right.
You've come to see the apartment.
That's right.
Well, this is it. It's not very neat at the moment. We're cleaning.
I see.
Hey, Julie, where in blazes did you put my pants?
Oh, Roger.
I have to go around in a bathrobe all day just because you...
Hello, Mr. Adams.
Well, hello, Miss Oliver. We weren't expecting you.
Mr. Adams was working late last night getting out the paper.
I understand. Well, I think I have a surprise for you, Mr. Adams. A baby came in yesterday.
No.
Miss Oliver, you mean that...
Well, here, come and sit down.
Thank you. That's the reason we came around to see you sooner than we expected. It's a little girl.
Oh, well, we don't want a girl.
5 weeks and 3 days old.
5 weeks?
Well, we did speak of an older child, you know.
Sure, 2 years.
You might have to wait a long time. After all, aren't you making too great a point out of the child's age, Mr. Adams? Eventually, this child will be 2 years old.
Yeah, but we don't know anything about such little babies.
Well, no one does until they have them. And this is such an unusual little baby. Actually, there's another couple who has first choice, but somehow I feel she's exactly the child for you. That's why I wanted you to see her first, and I couldn't resist giving you the chance.
Did you bring her with you?
Oh, no, she's in the nursery. You and Mr. Adams will have to come over to the city to see her.
What is she like, Miss Oliver?
Well, I can't describe her exactly, but she's like no other child.
Like no other child.
Yeah, she isn't a boy.
Oh, Roger, there's no harm in looking at her. If you don't like her, I won't say a word.
What's the use, Julie? We don't want her.
Please, darling, it won't hurt to look at her.
Well, all right. We'll look, Miss Oliver.
Well, that's fine.
Oh, look at her, Roger. She's holding your finger.
Yeah. Got quite a grip, hasn't she? For a girl, I mean.
Would you like to hold her, Mrs. Adams?
Would I? Thank you. Oh, Roger, she's sweet. Oh, look.
Yeah, quite a kid. Well, you've had your look, dear. How about going back home?
Home? You don't mean... Oh, Roger.
Huh? Well, all right. She's yours, I guess.
Darling.
When do we get her?
Now, if you like. She's yours on a year's probation.
Now?
You mean we can just walk out of here with her like this?
It sometimes happens that way.
Well,
But we have no clothes for her. We don't know how to feed her.
She's an awful little baby.
Miss Morgan will take care of everything. She'll give you the formula and so forth.
Well, thank you, Miss Oliver, for being so kind.
Oh, don't thank me. It just happened so. Perhaps before you make up your minds fully to take the child, you'd like to have me go into her history. I can assure you it's an excellent one.
Oh, no, that's okay. We'll take a chance on her.
Put the chairs around the bed.
Look out, you're in the way.
Shh, don't make so much noise. She wakes up again, you know what that means.
Yeah, that'll do.
You think she'll be all right in here?
Sure, it'll be okay.
She?
Yeah. Well, come on, let's go to bed.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think I'll go to bed. She eats again in a half hour. The directions say so.
Well, I'll set the alarm. Come on.
Oh, no. Maybe I just better sit here and watch her.
Oh, now, don't be silly.
Well, she might wake up.
It won't wake up.
Oh. Roger!
What in the...
Turn it off! Turn it off!
Well, I'm trying to. It's stuck. I can't move the thing.
Oh, Roger.
Well, I couldn't help it. Look at the baby. Is it awake?
No.
No? Well, what's the matter with it?
Well, I don't know. Do you think she's all right?
Well, I don't know. Is it breathing?
Oh, yes, she's all right.
Oh, well, come on.
She's certainly a good little baby, isn't she?
We were lucky to get her. Now, let's go to bed.
Be quiet, closing the door.
Oh, don't worry. Go ahead.
Roger!
What's the matter? What's the matter?
Oh, Roger!
Here, do something. Do something.
What do I do?
Well, do something. Can't you see the baby suffering?
I don't know what to do.
Don't just stand there. Do something.
Well, you take her. Pick her up.
Huh?
Oh, go on. You do something. Oh, no, never mind. I'm going to get Miss Oliver.
You can't call her at this hour. I'll pick her up. Come on, baby. Come. Hey, look, it shut up.
Oh, darling.
Yeah, just wanted her daddy, that's all. Ugly, 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 ugly. Yeah, just wanted her daddy.
That first year passed so quickly, it seemed like a few short weeks. Roger was happier than I'd ever seen him. Even the trouble he was having with the paper didn't seem to matter. He had trees.
Up she goes. Down she goes. Hey, Julie, look, she's trying to dance. That's the girl. Go ahead.
She's got your smile, Roger.
Why, sure. She's good looking.
Are you still sorry she wasn't a boy?
Uh-huh. A boy? What do you mean a boy? Don't let her hear you say that. You wanted a boy. I didn't want a boy.
Oh, hello, Miss Oliver. Roger, turn that off.
How do you do, Mrs. Adams?
Sit down, Miss Oliver. Thank you so much for letting us know you were coming this time.
Hello, Miss Oliver. Trina, this is your fairy godmother, Miss Oliver.
Say hello, sweetheart. There. She's not very timid, is she?
I can see plainly that she adores her father.
Oh, she means everything to us.
When are we going to get to own her outright, Miss Oliver?
You go before the judge the 27th.
The 27th, huh? Fine.
Now, these are the same questions that you answered last year. We just want to bring them up to date. Let's see. Religion?
Same.
Age?
Oh, 1 year older.
I have that. Profession? Still publisher, isn't it?
Yes.
Income? Income?
Well, you see, Miss Oliver...
None.
None? I don't understand.
Well, that's the way it is in the newspaper game, Miss Oliver. You have to close down once before you really get going. Oh, it's only temporary. I'll have it humming by the 27th.
I'm sure you'll find a way, Mr. Adams, but you and I have to prove to the judge that your income is enough to take care of Trina.
Oh, you know we'd give Trina everything she needed, Miss Oliver. No matter who else had to suffer around here.
I realize that. Well, I must go now. That's all we can do today.
Goodbye, Miss Oliver.
Goodbye. Mr. Adams, you'll bring the baby when you come before the judge.
The 27th. We'll be there.
There she is already, Daddy. Roger, don't forget to take her coat off in the train.
I won't.
And you'll call me. You'll let me know what the judge says right away?
As soon as I can.
Goodbye, dear.
Bye. Come on, Trina.
Roger, wait. Her bunny, she may want it. Here, darling, take your bunny with you. Goodbye, dear. Goodbye, Trina.
Mr. Adams, in looking over these adoption papers here, I see that you have no income at present. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is this, Miss Oliver? You know this case should never have come before me.
Well, Your Honor, I feel that this is a special case. I've kept hoping until the last minute that Mr. Adams might be able to resume the operation of his paper. But unfortunately...
Under these conditions, I can't grant the adoption. This child will have to revert to the orphanage. Mr. Adams, will you draw up a chair, please, while I prepare these release papers for you to sign? It's just a matter of routine.
If you please, Your Honor, it can't be just a matter of routine for people to have their baby taken away from them.
But those are the requirements of the law.
Yes, but you see, we've had her since she was 6 weeks old, and it just doesn't seem reasonable that we should have to give her back now to strangers.
Mr. Adams, you're not here to plead your case. You've had the regular opportunity to prove your fitness to provide.
But we are fit, Judge.
I'm sorry. Without any income, I have no alternative.
Look, Your Honor, she's not like an automobile or an icebox or a piece of furniture or something you buy on time, and then when you can't keep up the payments, they come and take it away from you. Now, Trina, sit still and be a good girl. Well, anyone can give up those things, but I ask you, Judge, how can you give up your own child? And she is our child, just as much as if she'd been born to us. Look, Judge, we've had her over a year now. We've walked the floor with her when she had the colic. We've lost nights of sleep worrying every time she cut a tooth. We've gone through everything. Everything that real parents have with one of their own. And you sit there and say it's a matter of routine for you to take her away from us.
Please, Mr. Adams.
Sorry, Judge, but... Well, you see, we weren't as fortunate as most people. We'd have had one of our own, only... Well, you don't know how badly my wife wanted a child. It wasn't so important to me. I don't know. I suppose most men are like this, but children never meant a great deal to me. Well, I liked them all right, I suppose, but... Well, what I'm trying to say is... Your Honor, the first time I saw her, she looked so little and helpless. And when she took hold of my finger and held on to it, she just sort of walked into my heart, Judge, and she was there to stay. I didn't know I could feel like that. I'd always been kind of careless and irresponsible. I wanted to be a big shot. I had to be my own boss, that sort of thing. Now here I am standing in front of a judge, pleading for just a little longer so that I can prove to you I can support a little child that doesn't weigh quite 20 pounds. It's not only for my wife and me that I'm asking. It's for Trina's sake, too. She doesn't know any parents but us. She wouldn't know what had happened to her. There's so many little things about her, and nobody'd understand the way Julie and I do. We love her, Judge. Please don't take her away from us. Look, I'm not a big shot now, but I'll do anything. I'll work for anybody. I'll beg, I'll borrow, Oh, please, Judge, I'll sell anything I've got until I get going again. Only she'll never go hungry and she'll never be without clothes. Not as long as I've got two good hands to help me. Julie.
Roger, you brought her back.
Yours, dear.
Ours.
The judge said so. Ours, now, and forever.
Oh, Trina. Oh, Trina.
Nothing can ever take her from us now. Nothing.
For station identification, this is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We'll hear Act 3 of Penny Serenade, starring Barbara Stanwyck, Robert Taylor, Beulah Bondi, and Edgar Buchanan, in just a moment. But now, here's a tune I wonder if you remember. You recognize it? It's called Little White Lies. Most of us tell them once in a while, little white lies that are really not lies at all, but out of kindness we avoid telling the whole story. Like this, for instance.
Say, Mary, did your brother get his leave all right?
Why, Jane, we don't know yet for sure. He'll call you if he does.
But the truth of the matter is...
We're rather expecting Bill home tonight. And Jane is one girl I'm afraid he won't call. It is too bad she's left out of things. It's her own fault, though. I suppose I ought to say something.
But probably Mary won't tell Jane what's wrong, and...
She'll miss out on good times and dates and maybe romance. That's the trouble when a girl takes chances with daintiness. Unless we're sure everything we wear is truly fresh, we may offend other people.
And it's foolish to risk offending nowadays. New Quick Lux Flakes make it so easy to have fresh underthings to put on every day. So easy to keep blouses and sweaters and dresses dainty, too. These gentle suds float away perspiration so fast. And here's something to think about. When you Lux underthings every day, you actually help them to wear longer. That's important these days, isn't it? You see, perspiration does a lot of damage to fabrics. So getting rid of it promptly prolongs their life. Naturally, you shouldn't risk cake soap rubbing or strong soaps, because they're apt to be hard on colors and fibers. Lux is so gentle, it's safe for anything safe in plain water. So for daintiness and thrift, be sure to use Lux every single day. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
The curtain rises on the third act of Penny Serenade, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Robert Taylor, with Beulah Bondi and Edgar Buchanan. In a little apartment over the newspaper office, Julie Adams plays her album of old records, the story of a happy marriage. She's almost at the end of the album now. As Applejack watches silently, Julie places another record on the turntable.
We played this one at Trina's 5th birthday. Remember, Applejack? You bought it for her.
Did I?
We played it again last year, on my birthday. That was quite a night, wasn't it? I was really surprised.
Happy birthday, Miss Julie.
Happy birthday, darling.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Happy birthday, Mommy.
Well, thank you, darling.
Come on, sit down. Trina's going to make a presentation.
I'd almost forgotten today was my birthday.
Here, Mommy. This is from Daddy.
From Daddy?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Roger, a wristwatch. Oh, darling, I've always wanted one like that.
And this is from Uncle Applejack.
Uncle Applejack. Oh, I think I know what that is.
It's a handkerchief.
Oh. Oh, it's beautiful, Applejack.
Yeah, I always figure a person can't have too many handkerchiefs. I better tend to the crazy.
And this is from me.
From you? Well, now, I can't imagine what this is. What on earth is...
I got you a record because you love records. And because you and Daddy love each other so much. Come on, play it.
Oh, Trina, you're sweet, darling. Thank you.
I'll turn on the phonograph. Put the record on, Mommy.
Trina picked it out herself.
Did she?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Dance, Mrs. Adams?
Dance? I'd love to.
You dance nice, Mommy.
Thank you, dear.
Dinner's ready. Come and get it or I'll throw it in the crib.
Oh, this is wonderful. Dinner in my own home, and I didn't have to cook.
Well, we sure changed the complexion of that bird.
We certainly did.
What did you do in school today, darling?
Oh, I almost forgot. I was choosed. I'm going to be in the Christmas play.
In the Christmas play?
What are you going to do?
I'm going to sing in the carols.
Hey, that's all right.
Why, Trina, that's wonderful. Oh, it'll be fun making you a carol's costume.
But I don't need any costume. Nobody sees me.
Nobody sees you?
No. All I have to wear is a clean dress and some sneakers. I'm the echo, and I'm away off behind the scenes. You only hear my voice. Miss Hopkins says it gives a faraway sound, like the angels in heaven.
Oh.
Well, why do you have to wear the sneakers?
The sneakers is so I'll be quiet. I have to walk up a ladder behind the scenes and take a big star with me. Then when I get over the manger, I stop, and then the angels sing. And when my turn comes, I sing the echo. Then I sneak off quietly. And next year, when I'm big, I'll get to be an angel and wear an angel suit. I'll get seen then.
Of course you'll get seen then, darling.
Is it a long time until next year, Daddy?
Oh, no, darling. It'll be here in no time at all.
I don't see Trina yet.
You can't see her.
But I don't even see the star. Do you suppose anything's happened?
Oh, what could happen?
She said she had to climb a ladder.
Look. There's the star.
Oh, Roger, she's doing very well, isn't she? Roger! She fell off the ladder! Now, don't you worry, Trina. You did fine.
No, I didn't. I spoiled everything. Now Miss Hopkins won't let me be an angel next year.
Oh, yes, she will, darling.
Certainly she
Why,
will.
I was talking to her, and she said you did fine, Trina.
She did?
Sure. Why, you were better than all the rest of them put together.
See, dear?
Honest?
Honest.
Gee, I don't know what people would do without Christmas.
I don't know what we'd do without you, honey. All this past year, Trina was looking forward to this Christmas. She wanted Miss Oliver to come and see her in the play. I wrote to Miss Oliver just last week.
Dear Miss Oliver, I should have written you sooner, but I could not. Less than 3 weeks ago, Trina was here, looking to Roger and me for food and clothing and shelter with the helplessness of the very young. Now she does not need us. A sudden, brief, hopeless illness. And she was gone. Quickly. The day so long ago when she became ours, we said, nothing can ever take her away from us. But we had forgotten about death. With that light step of hers, she has outdistanced us. Roger and I.
Roger, why don't you speak to me? Roger, don't you hear me?
Yeah. I'm going out for a while.
I wish you wouldn't.
I've got to get out of here, get some fresh air.
There's someone at the door. I'll answer it. Yes?
Oh, may I use your phone, please? Our car is stalled in the snow, and I'd like to call a taxi.
Yes, the phone's right there. Come in.
Thank you. Come in, Tommy.
Thank you.
Is this your little boy?
Yes. Say hello, Tommy.
Hello.
We're in such a hurry, and I saw your light burning. Oh, dear, the line's busy. I guess cabs work overtime on a night like this. But I do hope we can get one. Tommy's in the Christmas play.
I hope we don't get late, Mommy.
Our car is right out front. I'll drive you over if you like.
Oh, that's very kind of you. If it wouldn't be too much trouble.
No, it's not much trouble. I'll get my coat.
You can't start the car.
Oh.
Battery's dead. I'll have to crank it. the nearest I can get.
Oh, thank you. This is fine.
You can go in the side door.
Yes, I know.
Mommy, they're singing already. We're late.
Good night, and thank you again. If you only knew what these things mean to a child. Good night.
Come on, Mommy, come on.
What's the matter, Roger?
Take the car on home.
What about you?
I'm not coming home. I don't ever want to see anything or anyone that reminds me.
All right. Goodbye. That's the last of them, Applejack.
Those old songs really take you back, don't they?
Yes. They take you back.
Did you decide which ones you're going to keep and which ones you're going to leave for him?
Funny, Applejack. I can't seem to divide them. They belong to both of us. I guess I'll just leave them.
Julie.
Applejack, will you get the rest of my things out of the bedroom for me, please?
Sure.
You, leaving, Julie?
Yes, Roger.
Well, I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. You should leave me. I haven't done any of the big things I planned to do for you. Right where we started, still struggling. I've let you down all around, honey. All I needed to make it 100% was for you to leave me. I can't think of a reason in the world for you not to. I'm licked, Julie.
You're not licked, Roger. It's just us. We're licked as far as our being together is concerned. When something really came along that hit us hard enough, we couldn't face it together. I've needed you an awful lot these last few days, but you've been miles away. I've been entirely alone right here in this room with you.
I know, dear.
It just didn't work out.
Oh, it did work out, Julie. Things were wonderful until this happened to us. I don't know, I just haven't been able to think straight the last few days. She was never sick before, and then all of a sudden it was over. There was only some way that people could know a few days ahead what was going to happen.
Yes.
The day before she was taken sick, she asked me for a quarter, and I wouldn't let her have it. Then she asked me to take her to the movies, and I said, no, run along, I'm too busy.
I know. It was the same with me. I was trying on her angel costume, and she was so excited she couldn't stand still. I scolded her. I said, I'll never try another dress on you again. And I never did.
Hello? Oh, it's Miss Oliver. She wants to speak to you.
To me? Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Adams.
Yes, Miss Oliver.
It's a very strange thing, Mrs. Adams, that we have a little boy who is just 2 years old. But it's the oddest thing. He's the exact image of the youngster you asked for when you first wrote me. Do you remember?
Oh, yes. Roger, listen.
Well, I have that old letter here in front of me now. Curly hair, blue eyes, dimples. Now, this is strictly off the record, for really, another couple has the right to see him first. But he's such a remarkable baby that I thought perhaps you and Mr. Adams might want to take a look.
Oh, yes. Yes, we do, Miss Oliver. We'll come down and see you tomorrow, if that's all right. Oh, and Miss Oliver, please don't let that other couple see him until we do, will you?
I won't, my dear. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, if he's only 2 years old, I'd better put up that gate around the stairs again.
Yes.
Wouldn't want the little fellow falling downstairs and breaking his arm.
Oh, and I guess we better get out the crib. Oh, but if he's 2 years old, he can sleep in the bed, can't he?
Sure.
We won't have to put the chairs around again, Roger.
Oh, and over in that corner, I can put a little electric train.
Yes.
And maybe there'll be room in the other corner.
Our stars will be back for a curtain call in just a moment. No matter how you look at it, there's a certain amount of work attached to keeping house. But how you look at it makes a big difference. Take washing dishes, for example. Some people think it's a terrible chore. Yes, They're the ones who make it even tougher for themselves by using strong wash day soaps that roughen and redden their hands till they look like Cinderella, the little kitchen drudge. But then there are other people who breeze through the dishes. Breeze through the dishes with a smile and a box of Lux Flakes, and end up with hands that are still as smooth and soft as though they'd never washed a dish in their lives. Scores of careful tests have proved that simply changing from strong soap to Lux will make rough, red dishpan hands grow softer, smoother, and lovelier again, without the use of any creams or lotions. In these tests, there was noticeable improvement in from 2 to 7 days. So if you've let your hands get that ugly dishpan look, buy the thrifty big box of New Quick Lux Flakes first thing tomorrow morning and start using it for your dishes. As you watch your hands grow lovelier again, you'll find a big change in your whole attitude toward that daily job of washing dishes. You'll join the millions of women who... Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
We can't have Barbara Stanwyck and Robert Taylor here every week, so I almost wish we could. But we'll hold them a few moments longer now for a curtain call.
Thank you, C.B. It's always a pleasure to be here. And tonight, of course, you have my favorite leading lady.
Yes. Yeah, that was more or less intentional on our part, Bob. Incidentally, Barbara, I've heard some rather surprising news at Paramount about your picture of the great man's lady.
Better let me know the worst right away, C.B.
Well, they tell me you play the part of a woman 107 years old.
Old enough to be your grandmother, huh, C.B.?
I'm afraid it's true, but only during part of the picture. The rest of the time, I'm somewhat younger. Say, I rather like that idea of yours, Bob.
What idea is that?
Being old enough to be Mr. DeMille's grandmother. Believe me, I'd make little Cecil toe the line.
I'll toe the line for you just as you are, Barbara.
That's very nice, C.B. Now, what play do you have next week?
Changing the subject, eh? Well, next Monday night, we're going to present our adaptation of RKO's Suspicion. And our stars will be Joan Fontaine and Brian Ahern. You'll hear Joan Fontaine repeat the performance that won her an Academy Award in this drama of suspense and mystery. Suspicion is one of the most exciting pictures of the year. So get ready to have your pulse go up a few beats next Monday night.
Well, you've got a full order of thrills and suspicion, C.B. I'll be listening. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Penny Serenade with $1 million tune. Ladies and gentlemen, you have received many appeals for money in the past few months. You will receive many more. But none with a better claim on your generosity than the Navy Relief Society. The men of the United States Navy are giving their lives for their country every day. The least we can do is to help take care of the loved ones they leave behind. Make a contribution today to the cause of freedom by giving to the Navy Relief Society. Now, our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Fontaine and Brian Ahern in Suspicion. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Edgar Buchanan appeared through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures and will soon be seen in their picture, The Talk of the Town. Ann Todd appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio. Heard in tonight's play were Griff Barnett, Dwayne Thompson, Bobby Larson, Warren Ash, and Leon Ledoux. Tune in next Monday night to hear Joan Fontaine and Brian Ahern in Suspicion. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The nighttime of early spring hugs close to Broadway, whispers. There, in the shadow pools, the promises, the dreams you've dreamed, shut off from the rest of the world with speckled light. And there, beyond the floating laughter, all the silence you've searched for and the longed-for sigh. And there, walking the easy wall of night breeze, the girl of silk and warming cheek. The girl, the promise, and the light. Here on Broadway. And it never lets you go. And off Broadway now, Police Hospital, tax-supported room for emergency pain, enamel, polish, and gleam. And Dr. Sinsky.
Hold still for a minute, will you? Stop moving around so much.
The man, wounded man, unhappy.
Just take it easy, Doc, will you? Just a nick. The knife.
A nick with 8 stitches? That makes it a slice. Which is medical talk for what happened to your arm from here to here. All right, you can talk to him for a minute, Danny.
I want to check your address, Mr. Stewart.
What for?
1212 8th Street, is that right?
Yeah. You guys have been real...
Doctor.
You'd better sit back down, Mr. Stewart. You've lost too much blood. You'll stay here at the hospital tonight.
No.
You'll stay, Mr. Stewart. I'll take care of him, Dan.
Just one more thing. You feel like changing your story?
I was waiting for the express train in the subway.
Yeah, I know. And someone came up and stabbed you.
And I don't know who he was.
You don't have any idea why it happened.
And I don't have any...
Good night.
Me stabbed like this, Doc. You'd think he'd believe a wounded man like me, wouldn't you?
Lie down.
And leave. Leave the protestings of a wounded man against official concern for his life. Walk out of a cone of sallow light that held a secret violence, and through hospital corridor. And the sounds of night pain hushed, muted. And into street, and for a while walk against the surge of a city's nighttime. Brush against a woman's laughter, and it drifts through the spring. Turn a corner, and your street, your room, your rectangle of night and of sleep. In the morning, headquarters, and the things of the morning, the coffee, the cigarette, the Sergeant Tartaglia.
Enjoy, Danny. Sip the coffee, inhale the cigarette. Take time. Enjoy.
Oh, thanks, Gino.
After all, what rule says a man must rush pell-mell into the pace that kills without he first should settle his stomach? As my great-aunt, that's my great-aunt Tia Severini of Patterson, once put it, and nicely, I think, in her native tongue.
You have something for me, Gino?
Very well, if you insist. A report on that chap of the knifing in the subway last night, that Mr. John Stewart.
What about him?
A malcontent, an ungrateful. And there are such folks.
What are you talking about?
To make a display of himself during the night to his fellow patients in emergency hospital. To scream, to moan, to throw accessories in the face of the night intern. Till finally the young doctor can take it no more, gives Mr. Stewart his release.
Let him go?
Pain reliever pills and gauze Mr. Stewart said he could buy in any drugstore. A crime he did not commit, so he left. And as for the bed... as for his bed... His word to the city was...
Just see who it is, huh, Gino?
Very well. Yes, what? What is it you wish, madam?
They said I was to see a Lieutenant Clover. They said if it had anything to do with John Stewart, I was to talk
I'm
to
Danny Clover. Please come in. That'll be all, Sergeant. Here, take this chair.
Thank you. It's just that I've come for John and whatever things I must do.
Mr. Stewart's a friend of yours?
My brother-in-law. I'm Leona Stewart. This morning I read of the terrible thing that happened to John, and I just want to take him home. Care for him. Protect him.
Protect him?
John has enemies, people who want to kill him, and in my home I'll be with him and let no one harm him.
What people want to kill him, Mrs. Stewart?
Well, I really don't know what people. John just says there's someone who'll kill him, but he won't tell me who. He says it will sadden me more, and I shouldn't be saddened anymore. May I please go to him, take him home? I'll give him the best of care.
He's gone.
What? He was hurt. Where would he go?
I don't know. He got out of the hospital last night. He didn't want what we were doing for him.
Oh, that's John. That's John, all right. He can't stand to have people fuss over him, but he needs it.
Do you know where I could find him, Mrs. Stewart? Mrs. Stewart?
Oh, at work. John would go to work, I think, just to prove something to the world after his terrible ordeal. That's John, too.
Where does he work?
A place of buttons and ribbons and novelties for women and for children. A wholesale place. Globe on West 12th. John's always sneaking little things to give me, to make me laugh. Please find him. I don't want him dead, whatever anyone else wants.
We'll do everything we can, Mrs. Stewart.
Thank you. That's kind. Goodbye, Mr. Clover.
Watch her get up and leave. Tall woman and angular. Small black straw hat with linen flowers faded. Gray dress designed for modesty. And women against whom 50 years had conspired. Slow walk to door. The adjustments. Straw hat, linen flowers, and dress. Be neat. The world's out there. And neatness is all you have left to show. And sit with it for a while and consider. Man, John Stewart, slashed in a subway by unknown assailant. And he has enemies, a woman had just said, who want to kill him. What enemies, she doesn't know. Suppose this question to yourself. A man, an ordinary man, seemingly, dealer in ribbons and compacts and shoe trees. What had he done that demanded revenge, if anything? So find out. Go to his place of business, Globe Notions and Novelties. Storefront painted with a planet that had a face which smiled and was tied round with a belt with an initial buckle. Go in. The man who stood at the back of the merchandise tables and smiled at you was not Mr. Stewart.
My name's Roberts. How are you?
Fine. I'm looking for John Stewart, Mr. Roberts.
Captain John stepped out a few days ago, hasn't been back. Something I can do for you?
I'm from the police.
Something I can do for you?
It seems like Mr. Stewart got into a little...
I asked you a question.
Mr. Stewart is your partner, is that right?
Since 7 years. That answers...
Is Mr. Stewart in the habit of stepping out a few days at a time?
No.
How come it happened this time?
I don't know. John said I'll be seeing you. I take his word for it.
And this sort of thing's never happened before.
When did I say that?
You said
You asked whether it was a habit once before, and this time doesn't make it a habit. Now, does it? Does it?
The last time.
The last time was a month ago, when his brother died. He took off to care for the funeral arrangements, to grieve, to give solace to his brother's widow.
His brother's widow, Leona Stewart?
That's right, his sister-in-law, Leona.
How did John Stewart's brother die?
Took sick. Never got well.
Mr. Roberts, do you know anybody who would want to do away with your partner?
Do away with him?
To kill him.
Question I can't answer.
You?
Huh? I never got that jealous of his matchbox collection or his seashells. Anything else you want to know?
No.
That's a good answer. Goodbye.
Wait till I give you a look-see at Johnny Stewart's room. It'll open a whole new horizon for you. A way of life.
You know him well, Mr. Anderson?
I counter with a question of my own. I read you were with him last night.
That's right.
I read his arm was sliced open from knuckle to elbow. I read also he clenched his teeth down on the whole
You
thing.
said you had a question, Mr. Anderson.
How well you got to know Johnny Stewart last night is how well I got to know him in 10 years of relieving him of his room rent. Gaze. Gaze yourself upon the rented room of John Stewart, dealer in notions and souvenirs. Messy, ain't it?
Uh-huh. You have any idea where Stewart might be?
If I told you he was probably out collecting things to add to the collection of junk he's already got, I would probably be 100% right.
Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Anderson.
Hey, don't go. I got to show you a few things. Like this. These cardboard boxes full of match covers. Collector's items, huh? For a grown man, huh?
Look, Mr. Anderson.
Wait. Over here. Laid out on a bureau and not to be touched by a cleaning woman's hands or mine or yours. Maybe 3 pounds of seashells. Laid out. Very neat, huh?
You get a big kick out of John Stewart's life, don't you, Mr. Anderson?
What's more, I don't often get the chance to share it with anyone. Wait. You ain't seen. You know what's in here? Rocks. Rocks like kids throw at each other. Like things crawl under. And in this box, broken glass. I peeked yesterday when he wasn't here. A collector of broken pieces of glass. A man. And here, this sack in the corner. Guess what's in? Dirt. A sack of dirt. For flowers? For what? Dirt he trailed all over my steps. Dirt he stashes
You through, Mr. Anderson?
Yeah. Oh, with one exception. You find Stewart, suggest he lives someplace else. Or die someplace else. Either one.
That John Stewart is as yet not to be found.
All right, Gino, what else?
Talking to of Mr. Stewart's neighbors revealed he is a man who is a hat tipper and greeter. More than that, nothing. Talks hardly to anyone. However, he has been seen doing a very peculiar thing.
No?
He has been seen stopping in stride to pick up from the sidewalk cigar bands. It is my surmise
Danny, found your man, Danny.
John Stewart?
Yippo. John Stewart.
Where is he?
Queensbridge.
Huh?
Being photographed. On his face.
How did...
With a knife, Danny. Murdered. Stabbed to death.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. America, answer the call of the 1953 Red Cross campaign now underway. Whoever you are, wherever you may be, if disaster strikes you or those you love, the Red Cross will be on the job to save life and property, to give survivors a fresh start. America's young sons in Korea know the work of the Red Cross. They can measure its effectiveness in lives saved time and again through the blood program. This month, now, give generously to your local Red Cross.
In the soft night of March, Broadway's heart beats fast, and the walk is slow. Dream walk, languid, rhythm to the even pulsings of light, to the cadence of muted trumpet drifting out of loudspeakers, out of upstairs halls where dancing is to be had. And the face of the crowd is veiled with memory of other spring night times, when also the sheen of neon floated through a girl's hair, when also laughter spilled swiftly out of doorways, and shadows were scented with fleeting perfumes. So follow close on the heels of night. Maybe this one, this time, this year, maybe it won't get away from you. In a room of a house, suburban home in Queens, a window open to the warmth of March night and a woman looking out at it, reacting to it. Mrs. Stewart.
Oh, I'm sorry. I remembered something. Something very long ago when I was a girl. Something I thought I'd never remember. You were saying something to me, Mr. Clover, and I'm sorry.
About John Stewart, about your brother-in-law.
He's dead.
The things you told me about him in my office yesterday.
I know. Vague, useless, unimportant things. The way my life is. The way my house is. Everything now.
You said he knew someone wanted to kill him.
And I said I didn't know who, because he never told me. On the Queensboro Bridge. He must have been coming here. To me.
You saw him often? He came here often?
After my husband's death, almost every day. To putter in the garden, to do little fixing jobs about the house, the screens for summer, paint for summer, try to end my grief by summer. For my husband's death, Kenneth's death, his own brother's death.
Mrs. Stewart.
No one cared about my husband's dying, Mr. Clover, or how I felt about it, except my brother. My husband was a drunkard. Lived and died a drunkard.
Oh.
A neighbor found him in a gutter and didn't help him home. Just came to my door and told me about it and went away. When I got there, Kenneth had been lying there in coldness and wetness and drunkenness. I don't know how long. I brought him home, and I called our doctor, and he couldn't save him. But he performed an act of penance.
What do you mean?
He came to the funeral. He was the only outsider there.
Then he was a close friend?
I suppose so. Kenneth and I had known him almost all our married life. Dr. Sherwood, Henry Sherwood. He has an office on Ruxton Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
He signed Kenneth's death certificate. He came to the funeral. I I suppose you call him a close friend.
Except for John Stewart.
Except for John, who is dead, who was taken from me, as my husband was, as everything in my life has been. It was through this window, and I remembered something a little while ago. What was it? What was it?
Woman, and a day's dying, with sorrow and infinite tears that washed backward with a bitter chemistry. Woman who forgot how to cry so that other people could see, whose stricken eyes didn't match the rest of her face. Leave her. Street and home and sleep. Sleep and the alarm clock. The punctual awakening, the jolt. Roll over and see how the day is. Gray. So dress and go out to live with a gray day. Phone headquarters and leave word you weren't coming in right away because you had a stop to make. Friend of the family and doctor, healer, and signer of death certificates. Go there. The cardboard sign in the door window tells you the doctor is in to enter and be seated. Through the doorway and the vestibule and into a waiting room of old oak chairs and a table of flimsy wood and woven straw, which held magazines catering to handymen about the home, druggists, and those who missed the April 1937 report on the Denver Medical Conclave. Also to be noted, large painting of a tiger and an autographed photograph of one Dr. Buford Cosgrove in memory of the Medical Conclave, Denver, April 1937. And later, a door opens at one end of the room, and a man with a pink face beckons.
In my office, please. Sit down, please. What seems to be your trouble?
I'm not here as a patient, Dr. Sherwood.
I see. Who sent you to see me?
I'm from the police.
My diploma's on the wall, sir. If you'll be kind enough. Thank you. I always ask to see the badge.
Always, huh? The police drop in here often?
What do you want?
Information about a man named Kenneth Stewart, a patient of yours.
Who died?
Information about him.
Gladly. An alcoholic.
He died from alcoholism?
You might say that. 6 months ago, he contracted low-bound pneumonia while out on a drunk. He was cured. Close, but a cure. I won.
And last month?
Precisely the same thing. Pneumonia, same type. I lost. Kenneth Stewart died.
You'd been his physician for quite a time, I understand. I need to know something about him.
An alcoholic. I'm no psychologist. He drank. I have no idea why. I couldn't get him to go to a sanitarium. I lost there, too.
Were you his brother John's doctor, too?
No. However, that man was in a couple of days ago. He asked me how his brother Kenneth had died. I told him the same thing I'm telling you, pneumonia. He threw a handful of dirt at me.
What?
He had a brown paper bag of dirt in his pocket. He threw a handful at me. If you were me, you wouldn't look like that, sir. Dirt in a brown paper bag is fairly mild for some of the neuroses that I...
Anything else you can tell me, Doctor?
Not a thing. Now, you'll excuse me, won't you?
A regular little runway we're beating at Johnny Stewart's door, huh? He never had this much traffic in all the years. Man, girl, a dog.
You'll just unlock the door for me, Anderson.
I'll do more than that for you. I'll stick around because it's my rooming house, and I got an itch to know what goes on in my house. See? It hasn't changed. Hasn't been touched. I could have sold tickets, but I got a respect for the dead. Hey,
Don't let it eat you, Anderson.
Well, you got a yen for a brown paper sack of dirt. It don't bother me hardly at all. You going to take it out of here?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it makes it more sanitary that way. Anything else you want?
This box with the broken glass.
I'll close my eyes. Won't let out a peep. You got a pocket for the seashells? They'll hardly take up any space at all. Yeah, you looking for somebody, mister?
Mr. John Stewart. Is he here?
He's dead, that's where he is. Cold stone dead someplace else. You don't read, mister?
Oh, I didn't know.
What do you want with Stewart?
Look here, I don't
I'm
want
from the police. What do you want with Stewart?
Well, only to give him this envelope. I'm sorry, I didn't know he was dead.
Let me have it. Thanks.
It probably won't do you any good to read it. It's all very technical.
Chemical symbols, aren't they?
Yes, but of course. You see, Mr. Stewart brought in a little sample of earth the other day.
You're a chemist?
Oh, no. Oh, my, no.
I have a little garden supply shop down the street, and Mr. Stewart came in and gave me some earth out of a brown paper bag, like you have in your hands, and he said he was doing some gardening, and would I analyze the sample of soil he had, whether it was acid and all, and I said I'd have to send it out, and it'd take a day or so.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much. You too, Anderson. Danny Clover speaking.
Dennison, Danny.
Yeah?
I'm down here in technical. You want the quantitative on these samples?
Huh?
You want to know how much of what are in the samples or just what are in them?
Just what are in them?
Well, here's what you want to know then. Dirt scrapings from the bits of broken glass you sent down here have the identical chemical composition on that report.
You mean the gardener's report?
Yeah, that's right. Also, that the broken glass is the type used for whiskey bottles. You didn't want me to try to piece together the fragments of glass, did you?
No.
Anything else?
Yeah, get up here.
Dr. Sinsky speaking.
Danny Clover, Doctor. Can I see you in my office for a minute?
Sure, Danny, sure. I'll be right up.
I still say it's tough to believe, Danny, that's all.
Dr. Sinsky just told it to you, Dennison, and Dr. Sinsky just showed it to you in books. That's why he keeps those books in his office, to prove things to skeptics like you.
Okay.
Ring the bell.
Yes, what? Oh. Hello, Mr. Clover.
Hello, Mr. Stewart. This is Detective Dennison.
How do you do? Please come in.
Thank you.
Well, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
We have to talk with you some more.
Well, I don't see why.
We'll tell you why, Mrs. Stewart. Police officers just don't knock on doors without reasons.
What is your reason, Mr. Clover?
It's about the death of your husband.
Well, that's strange.
And about the death of your brother-in-law. How strange is that, Mrs. Stewart?
Mr. Clover.
Yes?
Forgive me. Suddenly I'm tired. Suddenly I want...
Oh, sure. Sit down, Mrs. Stewart.
I don't like your friend, Mr. Clover.
Oh, yeah, I'm not very popular. Something I've always carried around with me.
Please tell me what it is you want.
Your husband was a drunk, wasn't he?
I told you that myself.
How come he was a drunk, Mrs. Stewart?
He had a taste for whiskey, that's all I know.
But there's always other reasons. Didn't you get along, or what?
I told you before, Mr. Clover. I'm tired. And I told you before I didn't like your friend.
For the next few minutes, Mrs. Stewart, you're going to have to bear with it.
What about you, Mrs. Stewart?
What do you mean?
The kind of life you've led with your husband.
What kind of life do you think it's been?
Rough, huh?
Now, will you tell me, Mr. Clover, just what you came for?
You murdered your husband, didn't you?
Listen.
Yes?
I have pictures of myself when I was young. Would you like to see them? They're upstairs.
We've seen pretty girls, Mrs. Stewart, and you must have been pretty.
I was. Simply, I was considered very pretty.
That's what I meant when I asked you what your life has been.
The night before...
Yes?
The night before I made up my mind.
To kill your husband?
Yes. I lay there and I thought about how my life has been. With him lying there. With the reek. And that was my life.
So you poisoned him, huh?
In the booze?
Yes.
Mrs. Stewart, a little while ago we found out from our police physician that the gross symptoms of the poison you used and pneumonia are the same. How did you know that?
It's irony, isn't it?
Yeah, but how did you know it?
The first time my husband got sick, 6 months ago, I've got a book. A home medical book. The symptoms, I saw them. They were almost the same.
And last month, when he was pulled out of a wet gutter, drunk, you fed him the poison, killed him. And your doctor thought it was the same thing.
Yes.
And you killed your brother-in-law because he suspected what had happened.
I should have known better than to bury that bottle in the garden. My brother-in-law always liked to putter around there.
He found that broken bottle and dug up the dirt around it, huh?
I know. He came into my house and looked at me. Then he threw a handful of dirt in my face. Then he told me. I tried to kill him in the subway.
We'd better get going, Mrs. Stewart.
If only he hadn't found out. It would have been all right. Then the neighbors would have come and sat with me and talked with me and not been embarrassed because I had a drunken husband.
Get her coat, Dennison.
Yeah.
He was better off dead. And so was I. I'm 51 years old. It had to stop sometime, the life I had. Someone had to stop it. So I did.
Here, I brought your scarf, too, Mrs. Stewart. It's cold outside.
There's the special moon over Broadway tonight. It dips low, mixes with the laughter. It curves across the street and softens the shadows. And people look at it, point at it, wink at it, then run away from it into whatever darkness they've planned for the night. It's Broadway. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Paula Winslow was heard as Leona. Featured in the cast were James McCallion, Lou Merrill, Herb Butterfield, Billy Hallop, and Steve Roberts. Bill Anders speaking. Later tonight, as a matter of fact, it's coming up next on most of these same stations. Don't miss the Vaughn Monroe Show. 30 minutes with Maestro Vaughn, the Moon Maids, the Moon Men, their singing guests Cindy Lord, and the top tunes of the week. Vaughn and company are up in Boston College tonight, ready to play the tunes you made your favorites with your requests and your purchases this week. Speak to an Angel, She Wore Red Feathers, Have You Heard, and many others. So stay tuned now for the Vaughn Monroe Show, following station identification on most of these stations. And remember, you'll find Western adventure and music with Gene Autry Saturday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
Mayor of the Town is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I hope you enjoy it.
Noxema for a lovelier skin.
Let Noxema nurse your skin.
Let Noxema help your skin back to natural beauty.
Noxema presents The Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore. Barbers first used this wonderful medicated shave cream, Noxema, for men with tough beards and tender skin. They know that shaving is not only a beard problem, it's a skin problem, too. Today, thousands are switching to Noxema shave cream for fast, comfortable shaves as a medicated protective aid to their skin. Here's what they say, men who have tried it.
It's a marvelous beard softener.
My razor just glides over my skin now.
No more irritated skin.
My face feels swell.
Boy, what a shave.
Well, see for yourself what a soothing difference Noxema shave cream makes. Get the big 10-ounce economy jar back for the first time since the war. Use it as a base for lather or alone as a brushless shave. Either way, for real shaving comfort. Get cool, medicated Noxema shave cream. And now, The Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore, with Agnes Moorehead as Marilli and Conrad Binion as Butch. Well, it's one of those perfect May mornings in Springdale. And a wonderful morning for Marilli, the mayor's housekeeper, because this is the day of the Sewing Circle Spring Cantata. Butch, the mayor's ward, is buttering toast and saying,
Do we gotta go to it, Mayor? Can't we say we busted something or got electric fits?
No. We better show up, Butch. But we can stop at Grayson's drugstore and get some earplugs. They say if you put them in tight, you can't hear anything. Where in thunder is Marilli?
I think she's gargling again. Guess she's coming back.
You know, Mayor, I'm real worried about my voice. My pear-shaped tone sounds like there was a little stem left on them.
Well, I wouldn't worry about the pears. I'd sit down and eat my prunes.
Oh. Well, I suppose they gave the Sewing Circle a nice spread in the Morning Clarion, huh?
16 lines at the bottom of the sports page.
Oh, well, the Clarion's sort of lowbrow, you know.
Yeah.
They don't appreciate the finer things of life like cantatas. Well, seeing that I wrote all the songs out of my own head, I imagine they gave me a nice little puff.
Pass the sugar, please.
You might read it off. I'd like to hear what they said.
Well, it's a little hard to follow because they mix it up with a couple of sports stories.
Oh?
Yeah, but it starts... You want me to read it?
Yes, I do.
All right. The Sewing Circle Cantata will be performed this afternoon at the Legion Hall with the approval of the State Boxing Commission.
The what? Why, I never heard
The program of songs composed by Marilli Jones, weighing in a 210-pound strip,
Oh, that is libel. Get me a lawyer.
will be vocalized by Uppercut to the Jaw, Abigail Peters.
Get me a lawyer. Now,
Left Jab to the Heart, Mabel Poth, and the challenging composer, Into the Ropes Jones.
I want a lawyer. I don't care who he is, but get me a lawyer.
Gosh, that ain't so bad, Marilli.
That'll arouse a lot of curiosity.
Curiosity.
You'll probably hang out a standing room only sign.
Why? I bet you a lot of people would rather see you box than sing.
Constable Gardner.
Yes, sir?
Shut up.
Yes, sir.
Oh, for crying out loud, Marilli. I know you're nervous about this afternoon, but there's no reason to fly off the handle this early in the morning.
There's no excuse for him or you to intimate that the Sewing Circle has to resort to trickery to get people to come to our cantata.
Okay. Then we humbly apologize.
As the treasurer, I can inform you that our advance sale of tickets covers the rent of the hall and the floral decorations for the stage.
Well, fine. That's my congratulations.
The great prestige of the Sewing Circle, plus my modest reputation as a songwriter.
And not forgetting your pear-shaped tones, too.
Does anybody remember that old tongue twister about pears?
This will be the greatest first night ever held in the afternoon.
Oh, it starts out, Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled pears.
Roscoe.
I'm sorry, Marilla.
I'm not going to tell you again.
I was just trying to remember what Peter Piper picked.
We are not interested in what Tom, Dick, or Peter Piper picked.
No, ma'am. Anyhow, I think it was pickled peaches.
Ah, one more side remark and you may leave the table.
You know, I've always looked forward to this happy breakfast hour. It puts a man in condition to meet the troubles of the day. No matter what catastrophe overtakes him, it's just an anticlimax.
La 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 la!
Why, doggone it, Marilla. You give me some warning before you sound off like a fire siren? It made me spill the coffee
No,
now.
I was just trying my voice.
Okay, let me assure you it was trying.
Got to be able to sing louder than Abby Peters.
Hmm.
I just know she's been holding back at rehearsals and plotting to drown me out.
If she can drown you out, I'll get her a job as the town curfew.
Well, after yesterday's practice, I gave our vocalists a spread. Mock seafood salad. And you know, crouched over her plate, Abby looked at me just like my cat when she's planning to catch a grasshopper for dessert.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peas.
I wouldn't trust Abby 1/16 of half an inch.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled pigeons.
Roscoe Gardner.
Oh, gosh, it worries me. What did he pick?
I don't care if he picked pins, pullets, or parsnips.
It was peppers.
Peppers.
Pickled pepper.
Pickled pepper.
But if he stayed around here, he'd probably pick up a fight.
Honestly, Roscoe, you got my artistic temperament trembling on the ragged edge of a crack.
Oh, now.
With the whole cantata on my shoulder.
Why don't you relax yourself with a nice, juicy jam session on the party line with Abby Peters and the rest of the gals?
Well, I suppose I should call Abby out.
Yeah.
I want her and Mabel Poss to come down to the hall early for a last-minute practice, you know.
Yeah, sure. Give your Adam's apples a final polish.
Abby'll probably have the pops out from sleeping on hair curlers all night. I tell you, that woman's as vain as a turkey gobbler.
Well, like I said there, I think it's going to be a terrible day. You know, ever since I woke up this morning, I've had a funny feeling.
You mean something like sitting down on the top of a volcano?
Yeah, kind of like that.
Well, I've had that feeling for 20 years. Ever since the day Marilla came here. Well, we've got to attend the Sewing Circle cantata. Oh, well, I'll be doggone.
What's the matter, Mayor?
Why, this story here on the last page of the paper. It says that the St. Agnes Emergency...
What's the matter? But I can't get anybody on the phone. I told Nettie to ring them hard, but Abby and Mabel and Drusilla just won't answer.
Marilla.
Of course, they may be upstairs dressing for the cantata.
Marilla.
What?
You better sit down.
Why?
I got a little surprise for you.
Surprise?
Surprise. The reason Abby, Mabel, and Drusilla don't answer their phones is because they're in St. Agnes Hospital.
Huh?
That's here in the paper.
Hospital? What for?
Fish poisoning.
You mean it?
Your seafood salad.
Well, they can't be poisoned. This is the day of our cantata.
Well, you'll have to call it off.
Well, I can't. I've read in the hall and ordered the flowers. Why, they come to $100, and we've only got 7 left in the Sewing Circle
But you
treasury.
can't have the cantata with the whole cast in the hospital.
Well, I can't. What? I'm responsible. I'm the treasurer, and I made all the arrangements. I wish I was dead.
Don't do that, Marilla, please.
Gosh, no. The jail is pretty full. Maybe they won't have room for you.
Say, look now. Maybe we can get the radio station to announce the cantata is postponed.
Oh, it can't be postponed. It can't be. It's got to go on. There's only one way that it can. Roscoe.
Yes, Marilla?
You'll have to sing Abby Peters songs. Huh? You know them. You were right here while I was writing them, and you've heard me sing them for weeks.
Well, yeah, but
Mayor, you'll have to play the piano in the place of Drusilla, and you've got to be master of ceremonies.
Oh, no.
You
Look, Marilla,
got to. You just got to. If you don't, I'll go out and commit suicide and never speak to you again.
Gosh, Well, what was that you said about sitting on a volcano, Mayor?
This is it, Butch. This is it. Hang on to your hat, son. Here goes Vesuvius.
And now, here in the studio is Miss Lillian Cassidy, registered nurse, with some wonderful advice and wonderful news for you ladies. Nurse Cassidy?
Ladies, if you're suffering from skin blemishes, don't just cover them up. They may even become worse. Instead, do what I know so many nurses are doing. Let Noxema really help improve your skin. Start using it every night as your regular night cream. It's really delightful, greaseless, doesn't stain. Use it as your powder base, too, so that all night and all day this wonderful medicated formula will be working for you, helping heal up unattractive, externally caused blemishes. And quickly, too. Start now, ladies. The best time is now.
Thanks, Nurse Cassidy. Get Noxema, ladies. Let Noxema help nurse your skin back to beauty. And now, back to the Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore. Well, it's now afternoon, and an audience is gathered in the Legion Hall to hear the spring cantata of the Ladies' Sewing Circle. The curtains of the stage are now parting to disclose the mayor at the piano.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to witness the world premiere, and without doubt the final performance, of a spring cantata, words and music by Marilla Jones. Will the ushers lock the doors, please? Thank you. Now, perhaps I'd better explain the bareness of our stage. Practically, our entire cast of glamorous songbirds is in the hospital. But the show must go on. So with myself as your master of ceremonies, and a one-man orchestra, and with a vocal sung by that lovely Elm Street thrush, Marilla Jones, together with that sterling bass baritone soprano, Roscoe Gardner, we will begin. The time is spring, when potato calls to potato bug, and rose bush calls to aphis. Miss Jones, a sprinkling can in one hand and the music in the other, salutes the season with song.
Oh, up springs the spring in Springdale. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Fish are diving, bees are hiving, girls are wiving everywhere. Oh, up springs the spring in Springdale. La-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Spring is hatching, hearts unlatching, love is snatching, so beware. Oh, up springs the spring in Springdale. La-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Oh, the mayor and the iceman, the grocer down the street, the dentist, the butcher who cuts Abby Peter's meat, they all join together and carol loud and sweet. Oh, up springs the spring in Springdale. Spring, spring,
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, the next song, right out of the head of Miss Jones, our talented composer, is about violence. Yes, sir. And the beauty about this number is that you can not only hear it, but you can smell it. Now, in place of that pillar of the choir, Abby Peters, we will pick this melodic bouquet with the bathroom bobolink, Roscoe Gardner. He graciously consented to lend us his talents after 2 hours of browbeating and a $3 bribe. Okay, Bush, now let's get it over with.
Now?
At any time at all.
with violets, a token of love so true blue. A daisy means that love has departed. A petunia means that love can't get started. Oh, my heart won't flutter up my throat for just a buttercup, nor yearn for earthly riches, signified by Dutchman's breeches. Oh, why be so shy and let some rival's love go violent? So give me lots of violets and fill my basket too.
Thank you. Yes, sir. And now we come to something really startling. Marilli called it a story in song, and since all stories are supposed to have a moral of this one is life is pretty horrible for people who go to spring cantatas. In this corner we have Marilli Jones, and in the other corner Roscoe Gardner, substituting for Mabel Park. Here we go.
I was innocently standing on a corner, such as people do when waiting for a bus, when the skies did quickly lower, and it started in to shower, and up stepped a man named Gus.
Oh, just a minute, please. I think I should explain that Gus is a very low character who wears a check vest and drives a nifty Stanley steamer. Okay, Butch. I mean Gus. Go on. Go ahead.
May I lend you my umbrella, miss, until the clouds roll by?
I pray you not insult me, sir, and do not wink your eye.
I'll buy you a banana split in a gilded dye by no.
I ask you, please release me, sir. For land's sakes, let me go.
Oh, ho! Oh, no! Oh, go! Oh, go!
Well, no one, the Marines, cavalry, or J. Edgar Hoover, rescue a poor working girl.
Would you like to see my etchings and my racy limousine?
I beg you, leash your evil soul. You've torn my bombazine. I have at home a mother dear who's waiting bent and gray. And here, sir, is my present for tomorrow's Mother's Day.
Oh, no! Oh, whoa! Oh, so! Oh, oh!
And now for the big surprise ending. Proving is often darkest after dawn.
Oh, my mother, frail, expects no gift. I filled her with regrets. I've always stayed out late at night and carried cigarettes.
The hand of fate has led you, sir, to this meeting in the storm.
It's wonderful. Go do it once again, will you?
Help you give up smoking, and I'll aid you to reform.
There's a church around the corner,
and to marry no delay.
You can take me home to Mother on this happy Mother's Day.
Well, it was a lovely cantata, Mayor. Of course, Abby Peters will say I gave her fish poisoning on purpose just to hog the limelight.
Yeah. Say, and by the way, Marie.
What?
How did it happen you didn't get poisoned, too?
Oh, I just didn't eat any salad that day.
I see.
Well, good night, Mayor. Good night, Roscoe.
Good night, Marie.
Good night. Oh, upstream.
Gosh, do you suppose she got the whole cast sick on purpose, Mayor?
Oh, no. I couldn't believe for a moment that Marie... But say, she didn't eat any of that salad, did she? How in thunder could she know that the fish was... Oh, doggone it, Butch, this is going to worry me from now on. Now, tell me, are we a pair of suspicious characters, or are we just a couple of poor fish?
Lady, if you're wondering what you can do to really help a blemished complexion, here's what a registered nurse from North Adams, Massachusetts has to say.
I found out how to help blemishes quite by accident. I'd been looking for a good greaseless powder base, and that's how I happened to try Noxema. It is a wonderful powder base. Keeps my face free from shine. But much more important, it really helps keep my skin free from externally caused blemishes. I've recommended Noxema to many patients who have been won over for life, as my mother and I have been.
Ladies, if you're suffering from unattractive, externally caused blemishes, do as so many nurses do. Make Noxema your regular night cream, your regular powder base. Let this dainty, greaseless, medicated cream help improve your complexion 24 hours a day. Really help heal externally caused blemishes. Get Noxema. Let Noxema help nurse your problem skin back to beauty. The makers of Noxema acknowledge with deep appreciation the award of the 1947 National Family Week Radio Citation to the mayor of the town. Be sure to be with us next week at this same time when the makers of Noxema again present the mayor of the town in a chapter called Bridle That Groom, Marilli. Our script tonight was written by Charles Tazwell. Music by Bernard Katz, and the original Mayor of the Town musical theme was composed by Mr. Barrymore. Mr. Barrymore appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of High Barbary, starring Van Johnson and June Allison. Stay tuned in now for Carol Alcott and the news over most of these Columbia stations. Remember, Saturday night on CBS is the biggest show in town. And now, this is Frank Martin wishing you all a very pleasant good night for Noxema.
Let Noxema nurse your skin. Let Noxema help your skin back to natural beauty.
Yes, Noxema for a lovelier skin. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, A Question of Time. The Green Hornet strikes again. came down unceasingly. And to add to the eerie darkness of the night along the waterfront, a heavy mist had risen, and it swirled and eddied about the long black car which, moving like a sinister shadow, finally came to a stop alongside a deserted waterfront building. A tall, shadowy figure stepped from the car. It was the dreaded figure of the Green Hornet, who stood listening intently for a moment, then spoke.
Come on, Cato. We'll take a chance.
You think they set trap for Hornet, perhaps, Mr. Britt?
It could be. That's why we came here half hour ahead of time.
Will Black Beauty be safe here in a secluded place?
Yes. Leave the car door open for a quick getaway. Come on. We'll go to the end of the dock. It isn't very far.
What do we find there?
We're supposed to find a motor launch there. The time was set at 9 o'clock. I'm hoping it'll be there ahead of time.
The police sure to come soon, Mr. Britt.
Yes. That's why we came early. It's hard to see anything. I think I see the outline of a small boat now.
Oh, I see something. It could be a boat we can... Shot come from boat at end of dock, perhaps.
Yes. Come on.
Boat leaving.
Yes. We're a little too late.
No use for us to... Oh, look, Mr. Britt. Outline of launch still there.
Yes. That was another boat leaving. Come on. Here we are.
We go on board?
Yes, follow me. Use your flash, Cato.
Yes, sir.
We'll look in the cabin. Come on.
Be careful. It's dark down in there. Maybe someone waiting there.
I'll risk it. Flash your light around.
There not seem to be anyone... Man, lie on bunk.
Don't move, you. Bring that light here.
Man, look like he...
He's dead. Shot through the head. Let's see. Great Scott! This is Stuart Ludlow, the man who...
Boat coming, Mr. Britt.
I hear it. Maybe the killers are returning.
A police boat.
Let's get out of here fast. Uh-oh. The fog's lifted a bit.
Police cars come, too.
Douse that light, quick.
We'll be trapped. What we do?
It's a short distance back along this dock. We've got to get back off it before they reach it. Come on. Now, run for it. We've got to make it.
They'll see us in a moment.
Head for the Black Beauty. Here's the Black Beauty. I'll drive.
Hurry. They're coming. We have very narrow escape, Mr. Britt.
You can say that again, Cato.
And now Green Hornet be blamed for murder of man on launch.
That's right, he will.
We leave in such hurry after you come from office tonight. You not tell me why we go to dock. Well, how you know launch be there?
Of course, you read in the Sentinel about Stuart Ludlow, the man we found murdered on the launch.
Oh, yes, sir. It say he was assistant to Professor Santos, a scientist from South American country who come here during the war to do secret work for government. Ludlow reported missing since last night. Also, certain secret formula missing.
Right. Professor Santos gave out the report, and he suspected Ludlow of stealing the paper. Early this afternoon, I was in the city room at the Daily Sentinel, discussing the case with Gunnigan.
Well, I guess that guy Ludlow beat it off with those secret papers, all right, Chief. Goes to show you don't know who to trust.
Could be, Gunnigan. Yet it's hard to believe Stuart Ludlow would do a thing like that. He received a citation for his brilliant work in scientific research during the war.
Yeah, but according to Santos, they'd hit on something big. Ludlow probably thought he could sell it to spies or something.
Maybe, but I still...
Hi, Gunnigan. When did you hear the news I got this time?
Did they find Ludlow?
No, but I got...
Maybe the secret formula thing turned up.
No,
right?
it didn't, but I got...
well, then, man alive, Mike, don't stand there quibbling. If you really got some news, let's have it.
Besides, Gunnigan, will you give me a chance to stop popping off before I get 2 words out of me mouth?
Calm down, both of you. What have you found out, actually?
Wait till you hear, Reed. I was at cops' headquarters a while ago when they got a printed note having to do with the Ludlow case.
A printed note?
Yeah.
What did they say? Did you get a copy? Was it from the right...
Short on, Gunnigan, will you? Of course I got a copy. Took it down word for word. Listen to this.
Well, hurry up, read it.
It says... Ludlow stole the formula and is selling it for big money. You can catch him red-handed
when he turns it over to the Green Hornet tonight in a motor launch at 3rd Street Dock at 9 tonight. Then he'll use the launch for his getaway. Signed, one who was double-crossed. What do you think of that now?
Jumping catfish. So the Hornet's mixed up in this.
At least that's what the note says. Are the police planning to close in on them, Axford?
Sure. And believe you me, I'm going to be right with him. So Sarge wants this kept off the record read, so as not to tip off Ludlow and the Hornet.
What? You mean that we have to...
Sergeant Burke is right, Gunnigan. We can't print that news about the note until after they have a chance to act.
Oh, I suppose not. Have they notified the professor about it?
Nope. Nobody knows but the cops and us. So keep it under your hat.
We'll keep it quiet, Axford. After the police go to the dock tonight, phone me about what happened. I'll be anxious to know. That's the reason I came home and then went to the dock as the Green Hornet, Cato. You know the result.
It looked like someone definitely planned to kill Ludlow on launch, so police find body and blame Hornet.
Right. That someone very cleverly planned to make it look as though the Hornet murdered Ludlow and took the formula. And so far, he got away with it.
Well, it's not good.
That's true. But the Green Hornet won't take it sitting down, Cato. I won't rest until I've found that killer, no matter what it takes to do it.
Ludlow murdered by Green Hornet. Police find body. Here you are, lady. Hornet escaped with secret papers. Here you are, sir. Read all about it. Sentinel Extra.
It was almost noon of the following day when Mike Axford entered Britt Reed's outer office, where Lenore Case, secretary to the young publisher, was busy at her desk.
Hey, Casey. How are you doing?
Oh, good morning, Axford. Or should I say good afternoon, perhaps?
Oh, one or the other. It's all the same to me.
That's right. Evidently time means nothing to you, the way you come strolling in when you feel like it.
Huh. Is that so now? I'll have you know I've put in a full day's work this morning, that I have.
Doing what, for instance? Dunking donuts in your coffee?
Look, if I want a dunk, I'll dunk, and it'll still be none of your business, says I. But if you must know, I've been over to Professor Santos' place with Sarge and a couple of the boys.
Oh. Well, maybe I was hasty in what I said.
Axford, I've been waiting for you.
Oh, hello, Reed. I was just about to go into...
I know. You were just about to come into my office. Gunnigan said you went over to Professor Santos' place this morning.
That I did, Reed. You see, 'tis known that the professor owns a cabin cruiser. Sarge thought maybe Ludlow used it to meet the Hornets at the dock last night. But Santos' boat was still in the boathouse.
I see. Then they still don't know who owned the launch in which Ludlow was killed.
Nope, they're still checking. No doubt it was stolen from someone who reported missing before long.
Maybe. So Santos owns a cabin cruiser, eh?
That he does. But he hasn't had it out of the boathouse in over a month. And he's the only one who has a key to get into it. He says he hasn't even been inside the boathouse.
Did you see his cruiser, Axford?
Sure. We all went to the boathouse. Sarge wanted to check, you know. Tis a fine cruiser Santos has there.
Did Sergeant Burke do any checking at all to make sure the cruiser hadn't been used last night?
Oh, sure. Of course, he wouldn't question Santos' word. But then he did find that the gas tank was empty, and the back deck was covered over with the canvas and things stored away, so it was easy to see it wasn't used.
I see.
Well, what's the cruiser like, Axford?
Oh, it has a sort of deck business behind, and then a glassed-in cabin in the middle. Then off that, at the front, through a little door, there's a couple of bunks for sleeping. All as cozy as can be.
Gunnigan told me you went over there at 9 o'clock this morning. Where were you all morning? It's noon now.
Well, see, Reed, it was like this. I got left behind on the cruiser, that is.
Left behind? Well, how did that happen?
Yes, what do you mean?
To tell the truth, Reed, I snooped into that little bedroom where them bunks were. Well, just to see how comfortable they were, mind you, I sort of laid down on one of them while Sarge and the others were talking outside.
Oh, Michael Axford, don't tell us you went to sleep.
Uh-huh.
Oh, no.
Oh, I might have known.
You mean the others went off and left you there asleep?
That they did, Reed. Sure, and I got the start of my life when I woke up and got a look at the little clock on the wall up over the bunk. It pointed to 11 o'clock.
Well, Axford, what did you do?
And I got off the boat and pounded on the door of the boathouse till the professor heard me and came down and let me out. Guess he thought I was a dope. He didn't seem to like it a bit.
And they got me jalopy and highballed it over here.
Funny Sergeant Burke didn't miss you.
Oh, he knew I had my own car there, so he probably didn't give it a thought. Anyway, we didn't find out anything.
I suppose for a moment you thought that clock on the cruiser was wrong when you looked at it, eh, Axford?
You said it, Reed. But I checked with my own watch and found it was right after all. So I sure lost no time getting out of there.
Oh, Axford. That's about the dumbest thing you've ever done. Lying down and going to sleep while you're out investigating.
Okay. Go ahead and laugh, because I got it coming. You know, Reed, it's an open and shut case against the Green Hornet. We know he double-crossed Ludlow by murdering him and making off with the secret paper. Sure, and this is one time the cops are up against the killer who's too smart to be caught.
Well, you never can tell, Axford. Sometimes the smartest of killers can overlook some little detail that will open the way to his capture. Something tells me Ludlow's murderer will be caught sooner than he or anyone else expects.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. After hearing Axford's story of his visit to Professor Santos' cruiser, Britt Reed did some serious thinking. At dusk, he left the Sentinel building and went to his apartment, where Cato, his Filipino valet, was preparing dinner. Britt immediately put through a phone call to Professor Santos.
Is this Professor Santos speaking? I'm Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel.
Yes, Mr. Reed. What can I do for you?
Well, I called to ask if you've heard anything about part of a message scratched on the wall panel of the launch by your assistant Ludlow just before he died. It might have been done by a pen or something like that, in an effort to tell just who it was that killed him.
Just a moment, Mr. Reed. You say poor Ludlow lived long enough to scratch some sort of marking inside the launch?
Well, now, perhaps I shouldn't have brought it up. Naturally, I thought if he had done something like that, the police would have told you. But then I guess they would keep it quiet about any clues they might have found.
Yes, of course. Have you any idea just what might have been scratched on that wall panel by Ludlow?
No. As I said before, if they found any such markings, the police have kept it more or less a secret. Of course, being in the newspaper business, we hear a lot of things that aren't actually...
But after all, the police don't need clues. The Hornet killed Ludlow.
Well, that seems to be the consensus of opinion, Professor Santos. I thought I'd check with you anyway on the rumor I've heard.
I'm sorry, Mr. Reed, but I've heard nothing about it.
I see. Well, thank you. If I get any definite information about it, I'll call you again.
I wish you would, Mr. Reed. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Professor. Cato.
Yes, sir?
Come here, will you?
Right away, Mr. Britt.
Hurry. Forget about dinner. We have a job to do.
What are we going to do?
The launch on which Ludlow was murdered is still moored at the 3rd Street dock. But since the police are convinced the Hornet killed him, they've left it unguarded.
Well, what about launch? You hope to find a clue, perhaps?
No, Cato, not exactly. But I do hope to leave something which someone else might mistake for a clue. We'll go down there right now.
You go out as Green Hornet?
Yes. Let's go. The place seems to be deserted, Cato.
You certain police not leave guard?
Well, that's what Axford said. There's really no reason why they should. Wait here. I won't be long.
Moving quickly through the darkness, the Green Hornet made his way along the dock, and after pausing to make certain he wasn't observed, he leaped lightly to the afterdeck of the murder launch.
So far, so good.
Quickly, the shadowy figure went into the boat's cabin. A short time later, he emerged, and in a few minutes reached the side of the Black Beauty.
Now, Cato, we'll do a bit of watchful waiting.
Well, what do we wait for, Mr. Britt?
I'm not positive, Cato. But I think that launch will have another visitor tonight.
We wait more than half hour now, Mr. Britt, but no one come.
I know I'm on the right track, Cato. Now, we'll just have to be patient and wait a little longer.
You expect a certain man to come to lunch?
No, but I do think someone will show up sooner or later.
I hear car coming.
Yes, I see it. It's going right to the edge of the dock. That's the one we're waiting for, Cato.
Oh, big man get out of car. He go toward launch.
Yes. The moonlight shows him up pretty well. It isn't a figure of anyone I've seen before.
What do we do now?
Wait right here until he starts away in the car. Then we'll follow.
Where do you think he'll lead us?
To the man responsible for Ludlow's murder.
Look, the man stay on launch only for a minute. He's coming back to car now.
Yes. But he was there long enough with a purpose. He's getting into the car. This is it, Cato. All right, get started, Cato. Follow that car.
Well, Carl, come in. Go into the study.
Professor, the game is up. You'll have to clear out with me.
What? Then there was something on the cabin panel, eh?
Yes, he must have scratched it with a pin. Letters spelling your name, Professor. Santos.
But that is your fault. I told you to be sure he was dead.
But I could have sworn he was dead, Professor. I told you so when I got back into your cruiser to get away.
Carl, it's strange that if the authorities saw that marking on the panel last night, they haven't come here to question me.
That's the way the American authorities work. They let you think you're not suspected till they put all the facts together. Then they walk in, take you away. Where did you hide the paper containing a formula?
In a slit in the mattress on one of the bunks in my cruiser. Carl, we have to make plans for leaving here. What's the matter?
Quiet. Thought I saw someone outside that window. It's open a little. They heard anything?
See anyone, Carl?
No. I guess I'm a little jumpy. There's only one thing to do, Professor.
What is that?
We'll take your cruiser and go down the bay. The ship I'm to sail on tomorrow night is anchored down there. Can be arranged for both of us to go to board tonight.
Yes, we'll do that. If we wait longer, they may put someone out here to watch.
We must not be caught, Professor. We'll both hang for murder if we are.
You were the one who killed Ludlow.
But you planned the whole thing. And you piloted the boat that took me there.
All right. I'll pack a few things, and then we'll leave in my cruiser. Once we're on that ship, we'll be safe.
Meantime, Cato joined Britt Reed, who stood waiting near the door to the boathouse.
Did you phone the police as I told you to, Cato?
Yes, sir. I tell them murderer of Ludlow go out in Professor's cruiser tonight. Well, they think I'm in Green Hornet, perhaps.
Yes. Well, I'll use a skeleton key on this door, and we'll board the cruiser. I overheard enough to know the missing formula's there. I'm certain they'll try to use the cruiser for a getaway.
You keep them from taking boat out?
No. I want them to get out on the water. There'll be less chance of one of them escaping. Come on.
A short time later, Professor Santos and Carl entered the boathouse and boarded the cabin cruiser. And within a few minutes, the boat was backed out into clear water.
That's far enough, Professor. Now swing it around and head down the river towards the bay. Stay close to the shoreline.
All right, Carl. This whole job has been botched, Carl. I hope to continue on here in this country with further scientific research.
Just to get out while you can, Professor. They would have caught up with you sooner or later. And think of all the money you get for turning that formula over to us. Listen, Professor.
I hear it. Must be a police boat.
See, they did suspect you.
Don't worry, Carl. I have special auxiliary motor on this cruiser. We can lose them readily.
Switch over to it then. I'll get the machine gun from the toolbox there. The fools. I'll get the machine gun.
Get away from that toolbox.
Hey, what the...
Look, Carl, in the cabin doorway.
Green Hornet.
Right, killer.
Why, I'll show you something.
Conditions for a good shot, Joe. I'll settle you. I don't dare you wheel, Carl. Don't let me what? Do this? No. Stay away from me. We'll all get caught. Come here, you. I take wheel. You, Professor, can take this. No, I can't breathe.
Shut off the motor, Cato. See this paper, the formula pinned to the professor with a notepad.
Police boat coming fast.
Yes, the shore's close by. We'll have to swim for it, Cato.
I'll board the cruiser and fly these two. A little grilling will make them squeal. Let's go.
Later, in Britt Reed's apartment, he and Cato, in dry clothes, were discussing the events of the evening.
What you do at dock tonight, Mr. Britt?
I scratched Santos' name on the wall of the cabin on the launch. I told you about my phone call to the professor just before we went to the dock.
Oh, yes. Then what you tell him over phone, make him send to see if Ludlow really leave clue.
That's it, Cato. And then we...
Please, have we got news this night?
Axford and Sergeant Burke.
Axford asked me to run him home in a squad car. His jalopy busted down.
Well, glad you came in. Now, what's the big news?
Reed, what do you think? The cops got a tip-off that the murder of Ludlow was going to go out in Sando's cabin cruiser.
Really? The Green Hornet, you mean?
No, it wasn't the Hornet, Mr. Reed, though we thought that's who we'd find. It was Professor Santos himself with a Nazi underground spy.
What?
That's right. Santos came too. He'd been gassed by the Hornet, you see, and before the other guy could talk, Santos had spilled the whole works. And we found the secret papers, too.
But why he tried to steal his own formula?
Cato, he was going to get a big dough from some Nazis in South America for that formula. He couldn't sell it openly, so he had Ludlow murdered, then accused him of stealing the papers. We got the whole story.
But Oxford says something about the Green Hornet. Was he here on the cruiser?
No, not when we got aboard. But stuck right on the clock in the bunk room was a Hornet seal. On the clock, mind you.
Yeah. Believe me, that professor was a smart one, sending that fake note to headquarters saying the Hornet was going to meet Ludlow at the 3rd Street dock. In that way, he had us thinking the Hornet killed Ludlow.
Oh, well, the Hornet was mixed up with him. It was just a question of time as to when he'd pull a double cross.
Sure. And it's only a question of time before that spalpeen makes a slip and gets himself caught. To my way of thinking, he's too smart for his own good.
You can say that again, Sarge. But stop at the words too smart. That's what I think of the Hornet.
Well, have it your way. I got to get back to headquarters. See you again, Mr. Reed.
Wait, I'm coming with you. So long, Reed.
Goodbye.
Mr. Britt, I not understand how you so positive Professor Santos involved in case.
When Axford told me about going to Santos, he gave me a clue, Cato.
What did he tell you?
Axford fell asleep on the cabin cruiser in Santos' boathouse. He said when he awoke, he noticed the time on a clock near the bunk. The time indicated by his own watch was just about the same.
But how does that tell you anything?
Cato, they don't have electric clocks on motorboats. Santos swore to the police that he hadn't been near his boathouse in a month, and therefore hadn't used his cabin cruiser. Yet that clock was running and keeping time.
Oh, so that is...
Right. Somebody had wound that clock. So I knew Santos had been lying since he had the only key to the boathouse. He had used his cabin cruiser only the night before. And as Axford so aptly put it, the solution of the case really was just a question of time.
Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still inside. That's the Lexi
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order. In a few sections of the new territory, he found able sheriffs to assist him. But for the most part, he fought alone against overwhelming odds. Nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Concho City! Hail, Silver! Away!
A squalid shack several miles from Concho City was the home of Jug Daggett, his wife Hetty, and the thin, undernourished boy of 16, whom they called their son. Jug was known to the district as a drunkard, a bully, and a petty thief. His wife, pale and silent, lived in constant fear of her husband. And the boy, Billy, knew little but harsh commands and worked too much for his strength. One afternoon, Jug, lurching to his feet, roared at his wife.
Where's that no-good kid? Why ain't he back from town? What's that whelp up to? Didn't you hear me, you sniveling fool?
I heard you, Jug.
Then answer up when I'm talking to you.
Jug, the boy ain't been gone hardly an hour yet.
So, now you're going to argue with me, huh? Think you're going to give me some of your lip, huh?
I didn't mean...
I'll show folks around here who's boss.
Jug, please, you're hurting my shoulder. Oh.
Get out from underfoot.
Oh, gee. Oh, there.
Oh, so there is. A fine time to be showing up.
Jug, what are you going to do with that whip?
Watch and you'll see.
No, Jug, no. Leave the boy be. He never...
Will you get out of my way?
Please, Jug. One of these days you'll kill the boy.
And serve him right. Where you been?
I hurried back, Pa. Honest, I did.
Don't you lie to me. You took your time of purpose.
I came
I'll
right...
teach you to take advantage when I send you to town.
Don't hit me, please.
Where's that whiskey I sent you for?
Well, I couldn't get it. Mr. Phelps said you'd have to pay him what you owe him first.
So, you take an hour to get to town and back and don't even fetch what I sent you for.
Well, I couldn't help it.
You're getting more worthless all the time.
Come on, Chief.
Hold on.
I got unsaddled.
Come here.
You're going to hit me?
I'll give you a lick and you'll remember till the day you die.
Oh, don't hit
Stand
me.
still.
Please don't hit me, please.
Yeah.
Oh, don't.
Stand still, blaster. I'll tie you to the snubbing post. Hey!
Get him, Chief! Go after him, boy!
Quiet that coyote down.
You ain't gonna hit me! Get him, Chief! Get him!
Stand back! Hey, he'll trample me.
You've hit me for the last time. I ain't gonna
fix
stand it no more.
Get him out of
I hope he does trample you. Chief hates you just like I do.
him.
Get him, Chief! Get him, boy!
Last time I'll kill the critter.
Go on, Chief!
I'll show him a thing or two.
Go ahead, Chief!
Jump on me, will you?
Drop that whip.
What the? A masked man!
Drop that whip before I use it on you.
What's that you said?
I'll take that.
No, you don't. Oh!
There.
Good for you, masked man.
You listen
Why,
to...
you meddling polecat. I'll break you in two for that.
Come ahead.
I'll show you.
You get him. No, leave him to me, Tonto.
Take that. Oh!
What more?
You was just lucky.
I'm waiting.
This time I'll fix... Oh!
You knocked him down, mister. You knocked him down.
You hit him plenty hard. If you're not satisfied, get to your feet.
You'll pay for that.
Hey!
Watch out. Don't throw.
You asked for it.
I warned you.
Oh, my hand. Oh, you busted my hand.
I didn't. But if I had, it wouldn't have been more than you deserve. Now clear out.
Don't shoot again.
On your way.
You'll be sorry for this.
One moment.
Well,
I've heard about you before, Jug. I've heard about the way you treat your wife and son.
what business is that of yours?
I'll give you some advice. You're likely planning on getting even with them after Tonto and I are gone. If you are, don't. We won't be gone so far we can't return. Harm either one of them, and I'll make this county too hot to hold you.
You just tend to your own affairs and leave me be.
Gee, stranger. You sure can hit. And that draw of yours. Boy, that was just about the fastest I ever seen.
Did he hurt you, son?
Oh, tain't nothing. Only I guess if you hadn't come, he'd have tanned me good. Gosh, how'd you get here without us seeing you?
Tonto and I saw what was going on from the road. We left our mounts on the other side of the house, so we wouldn't give warning of our approach.
Oh.
Your name's Billy, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Think you could remember something, Billy?
Oh, sure I could, stranger.
Tonto and I have a camp not far from here, and don't bother to look for it. You won't find it. But if either you or your mother need help,
Yeah?
signal us. We'll come at once.
You mean if Pa gets mean again?
Yes.
Well, he will, all right, stranger. He won't forget what happened, and he'll blame me for it. Well, but how'll I signal you?
Now, let's see. You probably wouldn't have time to build a fire. You don't pack a gun.
I'll tell you what I could do.
Yes?
Pa keeps a spare gun hid on the top shelf of the cupboard. It's always loaded, too. I could signal you with that.
Fire 3 shots.
You'll be able to hear him?
We will. Here, Silver. Here's Scout.
Stranger,
Yes, Billy?
are you and Tonto wanted by the law real bad?
We're not wanted at all.
Oh, but you're wearing a mask.
For reasons of my own. Here, boy. Hip.
Honest to gosh, you ain't crooks?
No, Billy. Why?
Well, I think you're swell. And I sure wouldn't want the law to get you.
Adios. Come on, Silver. Get him up,
Hello, Silver!
The place where the Lone Ranger and Tonto had made camp was less than a mile from Daggett's shack. It could only be reached through a maze of dry arroyo, however. It would have been impossible to find unless one knew the trail beforehand. When they reached camp, they drew rein, but the masked man did not dismount.
Oh, there's Silver. Scout. Oh,
Me cook grub.
Eat if you're hungry, Kemosabe. I'm riding on.
Huh? What do?
I've been thinking over what just happened.
Tonto like boy. Father him no good.
I saw the woman watching us from a window while we were there.
Me see her too.
I wonder if you noticed what I did.
What that?
Billy didn't resemble either one. Not in any way. That boy has good stuff in him, Tonto. If it were allowed to develop.
What you think?
They're not the people who should have the authority to raise a youngster like that. It's not fair to him.
You right.
I'm calling on the sheriff. I'd like to know more about Jug's past. It's possible he'll suggest a way to take Billy out of Jug's hands.
Oh, you not ride to town. There's danger.
I'll have to do it, Tonto.
And me ride, too.
We promised Billy protection. One of us must stay here in case he signals.
But you
Don't
can't...
worry, Kemosabe. It'll be dark by the time I reach Concho. I'll be on guard. And if possible, I'll get the sheriff where he's alone.
No, you not take chance.
I won't. You have my word. And while I'm gone, be alert for a signal. Sooner or later, Jug will break out again.
Me listen.
Good. I'll see you later.
You hurry.
Come on, Silver. Come on.
Roper, the sheriff of Concho City, was an unusual man for the position. Young, wealthy, and well-educated, he had chosen to be a lawman because of a tragedy that had struck his family while he was still a boy, leaving him with a burning hatred for criminals. Early that evening, he rode the length of Concho City's main street, keeping a watchful eye on the town's bustling activity. At the end of the street, he reined up, stopping where the night shadows met the lights cast from the numerous cafes.
Whoa. Whoa there. Oh, boy. Plenty going on in town. Plenty of chances for trouble. I'd better stick
Sheriff.
around. Who said that?
I did.
Where are you?
I'm here in these trees, Sheriff. Right over here out of the light.
Whoa there. Whoa. Who are you?
I think you've heard of me, Bob.
I want to know
At
who
least
you...
we're both fighting for the same thing.
Well, you're masked.
Wait.
Get your hands
Hold
up.
it. There's no need to slap leather. I'm not an outlaw.
Don't try to tell me that.
Or is there a law against wearing a mask?
Now, you've got the drop on me. What are you after?
Information.
What information?
Concerning Jug Daggett, his son, his wife.
Why?
Because I've taken an interest in the boy. Because I'm convinced the boy should be given a new home.
You're lying.
Careful.
No crook would want information for a reason like that. What's behind this?
I've told you the truth.
You a friend of Jug's?
No.
An enemy?
I never saw him before this afternoon.
Well, gun or no gun, you get no information from me until I hear straight talk. Now, let's have it. What's your game? What the?
Steady, Silver, steady. There, old fellow. We got him.
What was it?
A snake. Your horse disturbed him.
You got him at the very first shot, and with only moonlight to shoot by.
A lucky shot.
And you called your horse Silver.
Right.
Do you travel with an Indian named Natchez?
I have an Indian friend, but his name is Tonto.
You gave the right answer. Let me look at the cartridges in that gun.
Take it.
Silver.
I said I thought you'd heard of me.
The Lone Ranger.
Yes.
Lone Ranger, for 10 years I've hoped to meet you. And when I do, I must take you for an outlaw.
I've heard of you, too, many times.
You have?
You brought the law to Concho City. You couldn't do that without getting a reputation.
I'll be a lawman as long as there's an outlaw alive that needs jailing.
I wondered about that.
Wondered?
When your father died, he left you the largest ranch in the region. You could have managed the ranch, or sold it, and taken life easy. You didn't either. You ran for sheriff, put a foreman in charge of your property.
That's right.
Why? Your pay is poor. The work is dangerous. Why should you choose this sort of a life?
Because it was time we had a sheriff around here that could enforce law and order.
I see.
Oh, I'm not bragging. There's plenty other good men in the county, but none of them would take the job. They had their ranches, and they figured they could protect them. They figured they didn't need any help from a sheriff.
It was you who put an end to rustling.
My first job was to get everybody working together. When all the honest men in the district are united, then a crook doesn't stand a chance. Paul told me that. Those were almost his last words.
Did you promise your father to run for sheriff?
No, not exactly. But I thought about it a lot. And that's the only way I figured I could get the job done. Satisfied?
You've answered my question, but I'm still wondering.
What about?
From the way you talk, you sound as if you're fighting for more than law and order.
I am. I'm getting even.
For what?
For what the outlaws around here did to my family.
Your mother and father?
Once there was 4 of us.
You mean that you had a sister or a brother that was killed by...
Not killed. Or maybe he was. We never found him anyway.
A brother?
Yeah. I had a brother kidnapped before he was a year old. I know it killed my mother. My father searched for the boy right up to the day he died.
And found no clue to his disappearance?
Nothing. But one thing is sure, Lone Ranger.
Yes?
If I ever meet the man or men responsible, Lord help them.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. to continue our story. That same evening, Hetty Daggett lay sleepless on her bed. Judge Daggett had failed to appear since his encounter with the Lone Ranger. Billy had retired to his own small room, divided from hers by a flimsy partition. It seemed to Hetty as she lay there, her eyes wide open and fixed blankly upon the ceiling, that it must be almost morning. In reality, however, when finally she arose and slipped a wrapper around her thin shoulders, it was scarcely midnight. She moved quietly toward the door of Billy's room.
Billy? Billy?
That you, Ma?
Were you sleeping?
Some, Ma. What's the matter?
I've got to talk to you, Billy.
Gee, Ma, you sound funny.
That masked man.
Huh?
That masked man was here this afternoon. One made Jug leave you be. You don't know who he is, do you?
Gosh, no.
Did you like him?
Oh, golly. When I'm full-grown, I want to be just like him. Was you watching, Ma? Did you see how slick he grabbed his shooting iron? Willikers. Faster than you could wink, almost.
Listen, Billy.
Huh?
Just move over a bit so as I can sit down. I've got to talk to you.
Sure.
You won't tell Jug about this, will you, Billy?
Well, of course not, Ma. What is it?
It's something I've been thinking about for a long, long time. It's something terrible that happened once that I've thought and thought about till sometimes I was afraid I'd go clean out of my head.
Well, was it something you done, Ma?
No, Billy. Something done by somebody else. Something I didn't know about at the time, but I found out after. A long time after. And ever since, it's been on my mind something awful.
Gee.
Now I just can't stand it no longer. But I don't know who to tell.
Well, can't you tell me, Ma?
Not just yet. It'd have to be somebody else.
Sheriff Roper. Why don't you tell him?
Oh, I couldn't, Billy. You wouldn't understand.
Huh?
Sometimes, son, when you've loved somebody a terrible lot, even when you find out he's bad and mean and he's done things he should be made to pay for, why, you just don't have the heart to make him do it.
You're talking so funny, Ma.
I thought maybe I could tell that masked man about it and the law wouldn't have to know.
Why, sure you can.
Could you find him?
No, but I know how to make him come here.
You do, Billy?
Shucks. We got signals fixed up between us and everything. You just sit right there, and I'll go sit...
Hey, you scheming brat.
Pa!
Oh. Double-crossing little sneak.
You won't get me.
Hey, what the...
Your masked man will fix you.
Why, you blasted whelp. You're harder to lay hands on than a yellow-livered coyote.
I'll show you.
What are you doing?
You'll see.
What?
It ain't here.
Yeah, you bet it ain't there.
You took it away.
Thought you'd signal the masked man, huh? Thought I didn't hear the scheme you fixed up, you blabbing sneak. That gun's right here in my belt.
Stay away from me.
Come here.
Let go. No. Oh, you're twisting my arm. Oh,
Pick
please,
up
let
that
go.
can at your feet there.
I can't.
Pick it up.
I got it. Don't twist my arm. Please let
Get
go
back
of me.
in your room.
Jug, you're going clean. Look.
You stay in there,
Just
too.
let the boy go. He ain't harmed you. Do anything you want of me, but let him go.
I'll fix both of you for good and all.
Blast you. Leave go. Leave go.
Oh! Kick me, will you?
Oh, my head. Oh, what you doing?
Look what you done. You spilled that kerosene all over the floor.
Which is just what I aim to do.
What do you mean?
It means I've stood for all the double-crossing blabbing I'm gonna close your mouths. Neither one of you's gonna squeal on me.
You just wait till the masked man hears about this.
Shut up! I'll get that hombre, too.
What do you want at that window?
I'm just seeing if these shutters will still nail tight.
But why?
I'm sick and tired of you whining. Fed up on you and this whelp always siding against me.
Jug, you've been drinking.
What if I have?
You're out of your head. You ain't yourself.
What I am is none of your business.
Where are you going, Jug?
Hey, the kerosene. Don't drop that match or the kerosene will catch a fire.
And ain't that just too bad?
Oh, wait. Watch out.
Get back.
Jug, let us out. I don't know what to
do. The Lone Ranger had returned to camp and told Tonto of his conversation with Bob Roper, Concho City's young sheriff.
So, Tonto, that explains why Bob Roper would rather hunt down criminals than manage his property. And to learn more about Jug Daggett.
What's that?
Jug has always been a petty thief. He was born and raised in this section. He was no good from the start. A number of the ranchers in this section suspected him of butchering their cattle. And when he could, he sold the hides also.
Them catch him?
Bob's father did.
Oh.
But he punished Jug in his own way without turning him over to the law. Whatever it was, Bob never learned. However, it must have been very effective. Bob says Jug left the district at that time and didn't return for almost 5 years. When he came back, he brought a wife and child with him.
Then boy belonged to him.
I don't think so.
What you think?
I tried to question Bob without letting him suspect what I was getting at. I believe I succeeded. I learned that Jug disappeared at just about the same time the child was kidnapped.
You think Jug take him?
There's certainly reason to think so. The theft of the child was spite work, not for ransom. No money was ever demanded for the child's return.
Oh.
And Jug hated Bob's father. Jug could have taken the child, married that woman in another part of the country, and returned again without anyone suspecting the child hadn't been born while he was gone. In fact, I'm positive that's just what did happen. The woman would have feared Jug too much ever to talk, even if she knew the truth.
That right.
That's just the kind of revenge a man of Jug's type would like. To return with the child to the man he felt had injured him, and mistreat the child without fear of discovery.
Him heap bad fella.
There's one thing more that makes me think that's what happened.
What that?
Give Billy the right kind of care, let him fill out a bit, and he'd look enough like young Bob Roper to be his twin.
Why other people not see that?
They took both of them for granted. They never had reason to suspect Jug wasn't Billy's father, so they never questioned it.
What we do?
I'm going to find Jug's wife. I think she can be induced to talk. And if she can...
You look.
What? Fire.
See glow?
That fire's in the direction of Daggett's shack. Come on. Throw the saddles on and cinch up. We're riding.
An hour later, Jug Daggett reined in his lathered horse in front of the cottage where Bob Roper made his home in town.
Sheriff! Hi there, Roper. Open up. Hurry and open up, Sheriff.
That's you, Jug.
Sheriff, you gotta hurry. Climb in your clothes. Hurry up.
What's the matter with you? You drunk again?
No, I ain't drunk. My house is afire.
What's that?
My wife and boy are both trapped inside.
Man, you must be crazy.
I ain't crazy. I'm telling you the honest truth. I seen the fire. I heard him yell inside. I tried to get him out, but I couldn't. Sheriff, do something before I go clean crazy.
Your wife and Billy were inside that shack?
They were, I tell you.
And you didn't get them out?
I couldn't. I couldn't do a thing.
You ought to be strung up to the nearest tree. Come inside. I'll be with you in just 10 seconds.
Bob dressed as fast as he could, hurried outside, saddled his mount, and raced with Jug toward the shack. It was 3 hours before the two men returned to Concho City. They were tired and dirty, their clothes covered with ashes. But Jug, in spite of his weariness, was protesting loudly.
Why do I have to go to your office with you? Why can't I just find some place to go to sleep and get some rest?
Because I want a statement.
I'll give it to you tomorrow.
You'll give it to me tonight.
I've already told you everything I know.
You've still got some things to explain.
What things?
You swore you hid Billy and your wife inside the shack when it was burning.
I did?
There was no sign of them. You know that. We searched everywhere. The shack burned down, yes. But they weren't in it.
And I thought they was.
And if they weren't there, how did the fire start? You say you were returning from town when you first saw it.
I was?
Then you couldn't have started it. If they weren't there, they couldn't have.
How should I know how it started?
That isn't all. Where are they now?
Doggone it, ain't you, Sheriff? Ain't it up to you to figure them things out? If you can't handle your job, say so, and I'll go to somebody who can.
I figured to make out all right. Here we are. Whoa. Oh, boy. Whoa.
Oh, there. Whoa.
You can tell me everything you know about this. I'll write it down, then you can sign it.
It seems like a lot of blame foolishness to me.
Your opinion wasn't asked.
Ain't a man got no rights?
You've got rights. You've also got obligations.
What are you doing with them keys?
I'm going to unlock the door, of course.
It's already unlocked. Door ain't even closed tight.
That's funny. I was sure I locked up. Wait till I light this lamp. There. Now we'll...
There.
Surprised to see us, Jug?
The Lone Ranger.
What'd he call you, mister?
Never mind that, Billy. Stand where you are.
Don't hit me.
Stand still. or the next shot will be dead center.
No, don't shoot.
Come here.
I wasn't running away. I was just
You
gonna
was too
shoot.
running away. You locked me and Ma in the house and you set it afire so as we'd burn. And you was running because you knew I'd tell.
Why, you
Is that the truth? It is. Tonto and I saw the fire, rode to the shack and got the boy and the woman out just in time. The place had been saturated with kerosene.
It ain't neither. He's saying that just to get me in bed. He's making the whole thing up.
Jug, your word against the masked man's isn't worth a thing.
Keep an eye on the fellow, Bob. He's guilty of more than setting fire to that shack. And he knows the game's up.
What do you mean?
Your wife is in the next room resting, Jug. She has no reason to keep your secrets any longer. And I happen to know the whole truth about Billy and who he really is.
Wait, no.
What's that, stranger?
Jug kidnapped the child from your parents, Bob. Billy here is that child, and I can prove it.
She talked. She went to blabbing just like I knew she would. I wish she had been burned. I wish she'd burned the kid along with her, the dirty...
You rotten
snake!
Gee, Sheriff, you hit almost as hard as the masked man. He's out cold.
Lone Ranger, tell me the truth. Is this boy here my brother? Is he?
You heard Jug admit it.
Billy.
Golly, stranger, I never heard Ma say that.
She isn't your mother, son, and she didn't say it. She refused to tell me what I suspected to be the truth because I wouldn't promise not to turn Jug over to the law. Some women are like that, Billy. Loyal no matter what they suffer. I had to trick Jug into admitting the truth.
So Jug is the man I was after all the time, and I never knew it.
Right. Come, Tonto.
Wait.
Don't punish a woman, Bob. She had no part in the scheme.
I won't. Of course I won't, but I'd like...
If you want to know why Jug hated your father, Bob, take a look where Jug's shirt has been torn away.
Shirt? Good Lord. Branded. Branded front and back. And it's my father's old brand.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
Crime doesn't stand a chance against Dick Tracy. Up next.
And now, Dick Tracy. This is Dick Tracy on the case of the Book of Four Kings. Stand by for action. Let's go, men. Yes, it's Dick Tracy, protector of law and order. In just a moment, we'll hear today's Dick Tracy adventure. But first, here's a thought for today. You know, it doesn't take money to bring happiness to yourself, and you can have a fine, adventuresome life without it. Take Dr. Wilfred Grenfell, for instance. Now, there was a man who started many years ago to build a rich medical practice in the wealthiest section of London. And he did, too. But one year he needed a rest, and so he decided on a great adventure to spend a vacation on the coast of Labrador, that barren strip of land on the east coast of Canada. he found 30,000 fishermen living there, all of them poor, hard-working, without a single doctor to take care of them. Back in London, after his vacation, he made a decision. He would close out his well-paying practice and open a doctor's office in Labrador. The next year found him in Labrador again, traveling up and down the 15 miles of frozen wasteland to give medical care to the fishermen who had never had it before. He spent the rest of his life there working tremendously hard, but never making a single cent. Dr. Grenfell was completely happy because he was doing work he loved, and he knew he was being useful. Makes you think, doesn't it? And now, Dick Tracy. Yesterday, the doorman at Big Digger's apartment house made the singular mistake of attempting to blackmail him. And so Big Digger tricked him into a meeting on the retaining wall overlooking the underpass through the park. Once there, Big Digger beat the doorman groggy with the barrel of his gun and then hurled him into the underpass in front of a racing car. But before the doorman died, he tried to leave Tracy a message. When Tracy and Patton reached the scene of the tragedy, they saw that the dead man was holding 3 playing cards in his hand, an ace of spades, a queen of diamonds, and a 10 of clubs. Right now, Dick and Pat are finishing their investigation in the underpass.
All right, get your hand over here. Over this way.
Hi, Pat. Oh, Dick, we're all done now. Pictures have been taken from every possible angle. I checked with the medical examiner, and he's going to do an autopsy right away.
Good work, Pat.
What do you say we hit the sack? That wind is getting chilly, and we're going to have a busy day tomorrow.
In a little while, Pat. Tell me, how about the driver that killed this man? Anyone picked up yet?
Not so far, Inspector Tracy, but I put it on the teletype, and I'm also having all repair garages within a 100-mile radius on the lookout for a car with a smashed right fender.
I'm awfully anxious to talk to whoever was driving that car.
I could spare a word or two for him myself.
Let's hope you get the chance.
Say, have you got those playing cards that the fellow was holding?
Yes, I have them here in this envelope. I took them as soon as the boys had made pictures of them. I'm going to have them checked at headquarters for fingerprints.
I wish I could figure out what they meant.
We will. Come on up here with me, Pat.
What gives? A little mountain climbing?
I'd like to take a look at the park area up here.
You know, this retaining wall is well tiered.
I'll tell the building commissioner you said so.
Thank you. Well, what are you going to look for up here?
I'm not sure yet. Come on over here. Now, there's the body right down there.
You didn't get me up here to tell me that, did you?
The car must have been traveling fast, judging from those skid marks. So it's safe to assume that the body was tossed about 10 or 15 feet at least. Let's walk down here. Shine your light around here on the cement walk, Pat.
How's that?
Fine.
Hey, Dick. What's that?
It looks to me like drops of blood.
What does it mean?
It could mean, Pat, that our doorman wasn't struck while walking along through the underpass.
No?
No. It could mean that he was up here.
And that he fell or jumped to the underpass below.
Fell or jumped or was pushed.
You smell a murder?
The odor isn't overpowering, but it's strong, Pat. And I think this is all I want to see around here, Pat. I'll drop you off at your apartment. We'll meet at headquarters first thing in the morning.
I'm for that. I don't want you to think that I'm mad for sleep, but every once in a while it comes in handy. Good morning, Richard.
Hello, Pat. Sit down.
Oh, you're so kind. Any reports in yet?
Some. I've just been going over the post-mortem. Boys did a quick job.
What's the verdict?
Well, there's no doubt but that the man died from injuries he received when the car struck him.
There goes your murder theory.
Not quite.
Well, what else did you find?
Some unexplained head injuries.
You mean something that wasn't the result of the collision with the car?
Exactly. I don't think we could ever prove anything because they could be a freak result of the collision. But I think, and Dr. Carey agrees with me, that the bruises on the face and nose were caused by a pipe or a loaded cane.
In other words, somebody belted the guy before he tangled with the auto?
Yes.
Oh, you've been reading too many books. Why try to complicate a simple hit-and-run death?
No, I'm not trying to look for things that weren't there. But supposing that someone did slug him,
Wouldn't that account for the bloodstains that we found on the top of the retaining wall?
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
The man could have been struck up there and then, while he was still dazed, pushed off in front of the first car to come along.
You may have something there, my lad.
Well, I'm not giving it up for a while.
How about this doorman? Did you find out anything about him?
Well, he had several run-ins with the juvenile authorities. A couple of years ago, he served 6 months in the pen.
Just a clean, healthy American boy.
Yeah, I think he was hanging around on the fringe of the rackets, trying to get in somehow.
And look what happened to him. You'd think these jerks would get wise to themselves. They lead a life that no self-respecting pig would tolerate for a moment, with nothing but prison or the chair ahead of them. What was he doing as a doorman?
Maybe he was getting set to case the joint. Duck Boy, the owner-manager of the apartment, told me that he was just keeping him there on trial.
Do you think his murder had anything to do with your showing him the picture of Mark Easy?
That's the big question, Pat. If this man's death is tied in with Mark Easy's murder, it means that someone around here is getting close to home.
And all I want to know is who done it.
You know, I think the doorman was trying to tell us when he died.
Are you crazy?
Let's stick to one subject at a time.
Well, how was he trying to tell us?
This fellow always carried a pack of cards around with him.
Yeah, I know. He had 3 cards in his hand when we saw him last night.
Yes. There they are, Pat. Right on the desk.
The ace of spades, the queen of diamonds, and the 10 of clubs. Well, what was he going to do, play 3-card Monte?
He'd been playing for his life. And when he got those cards out, he knew he'd lost.
And you think he was trying to tell us something. Well, what?
We're going to sit right here in this office until we've found out.
The ace of spades, the queen of diamonds, and the 10 of clubs. Frankly, they don't mean anything to me.
Don't give up too easily, Pat.
I didn't. It was a terrible struggle.
10 of clubs, queen of diamonds, ace of spades.
Oh, Tracy, you're starting to snow. I'm getting out my shovel.
Go right ahead, Pat. What did you say?
I said I'm getting out my shovel. I know it wasn't very funny, but it was the best I could...
Shovel. Maybe that's it.
Maybe what you need is a good psychiatrist.
Pat, what's something else like a shovel?
A hoe?
No, you idiot. A spade.
Tracy, I'm trying to humor you. All right, a spade is like a shovel.
Don't you see, Pat? One of the cards the doorman was holding in his dead fingers was the ace of spades.
Yes, I know.
Oh, you're singularly dense today, Pat. What is a spade?
We just did that one. It's like a shovel.
A spade is a digger. A digger, get it? Mm-hmm. And the ace of spades is
a big digger. Say.
Had enough?
Tracy, you're a great man.
Oh, well.
We think that Big Digger murdered Mark Easy, and now this doorman dies under peculiar circumstances after having been shown a picture of Mark Easy.
It's more than the long arm of coincidence, Pat. Big Digger is our murderer.
Yes, but we still don't know where he is or what he looks like.
I think I know where he is, or at least where he operates.
Where?
Almost surely in that apartment house where the doorman worked. And I think I know what apartment.
What are you, clairvoyant?
No. It's the cards again. The 10 of clubs. Apartment 10C.
Say, I'll bet you're right. Should we pick him up?
I regret to say no. No, there's not a jury in the world would convict a man of murder because a dead man was holding 3 cards in his hands. And that's the sum total of our proof.
What about Mark Easy's killing?
There again, we're stuck. All we have to go on is conjecture. We haven't one shred of evidence.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to put a detective on as night doorman at that apartment. And we'll see if we can find out who this Big Digger is.
How about me, Dick?
No, you might be recognized, Pat. I'm going to use Danny Hochter. You know, he's an up-and-coming cop. I think he's going far in the department.
Isn't he on leave of absence?
No, he got back yesterday. He was just out a couple of days while his wife had a baby. Get him for me, will you, Pat? I'm going to call Duck Boy, the owner of the apartment house. Tell him he's got a new doorman. And at the apartment house late that very afternoon, Big Digger and Baguette meet in apartment 10C.
I see by the papers that your doorman was the victim of a hit-and-run driver in the park underpass last night.
Yes, wasn't it a pity?
How did you manage it?
I was very subtle. I slugged him and dropped him down the embankment in front of a car, neat and simple.
And safe.
A decided virtue.
There's been considerable loss of life since you came to town.
Only 2 casualties, and both completely justified.
Oh, I wasn't criticizing.
Did you see Van Rumpel?
Mm-hmm. I had lunch with him today. He's very anxious to play some poker tonight. He was so pleased when he won yesterday.
They all are. When I retire, I'm going to write a book on Dopus americanus, the common or ground variety of American sucker.
It should have an extensive sale. Have you seen your new doorman?
Have we got another already?
Why, yes, and he's beautiful. And so polite.
Does he seem accustomed to the work?
Well, just how much training does it take to open a door?
Stop being funny. I'm wondering about something.
What?
If that guy who was trying to blackmail me told the cops more than he let on, I'm going to call Duck Boy.
Who's he?
He's the owner-manager of this apartment house. He knows me as Roberts and thinks I'm a great guy. He ought to after the bribe I gave him to get this apartment.
Hello?
Hello, Duck Boy. This is Roberts.
Oh, hello.
I'm calling to complain about your new doorman. I want him fired.
Isn't he any good?
He's terrible.
Well, I'm afraid I can't fire him.
I'm not in the habit of playing games. Either fire that new doorman or I go to the state rent control board and tell them you took $5,000 under the table as a bribe for this apartment.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Roberts. I'd like to do what you asked, but I can't. Please don't do anything. Just be patient. You see, I was forced to take this man by the police.
In a moment, we'll return to Dick Tracy. But first, you've probably all heard the expression, life in the raw. Well, nowhere was life in the raw better exemplified than in the great Northwest during the days of the Klondike Gold Rush. That was country that, as the saying goes, separated the men from the boys. Each Thursday night on Challenge of the Yukon, you can enjoy exciting tales of adventure set in this rough wilderness, untouched by refinements of civilization. Challenge of the Yukon is a colorful program which is broadcast over most of these same ABC stations. The stories are concerned with Sergeant Preston's fight to maintain law and order at a time when authority seemed to rest in each man's pistol holster. Representative of the small group of Northwest Mounted Police who brave the elements to track down ruthless criminals, Sergeant Preston is aided by his highly trained Eskimo lead dog, King. Although many of the action-packed dramatizations on Challenge of the Yukon deal with conflicts between men, there is also variation in the plot, stories that revolve around a wolf, a bear, and other animals of the Yukon, wildlife adventures that are entirely different from anything produced on the air before this. Tune in Challenge of the Yukon tonight. And now, back to Dick Tracy.
What is it, Big Digger?
Not very good. The new doorman was put there by the police department. Call off the game tonight. I've got to do some thinking. It looks like another casualty may be justified.
It's bad luck for Dick Tracy that his scheme has been found out by Big Digger. Better tune in tomorrow for the adventures of Dick Tracy, heard overseas through the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is George Gunn speaking. An average Mr. Radio listener recently said, "Your Thursday night Willie Piper show is certainly pleasant." Yes, it moves along so smoothly and delightfully that you'll be surprised to find yourself completely absorbed in the story, unaware that your face is covered with a broad smile. 30 minutes pass just like that, and you're left with a mellow, contented feeling. The hero of the show is Willie Piper, a well-intentioned youth who blunders his way through the darndest predicaments. He's married to a wonderful girl. They live with Willie's father-in-law. These are the chief members of the cast, and so for the story and for wholesome chuckles, hear the Willie Piper Show broadcast tonight over most of these same ABC stations. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters who are up next.
Gangbusters.
Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Gangbusters presents Louis J. Valentine, former commissioner of the largest police force in the world, who will interview by proxy Lieutenant Tom McGrath, Chicago Police Department, retired. Commissioner Valentine.
Lieutenant McGrath, I know Winslow Urban terrorized the Midwest for years.
Yes, Commissioner Valentine. To Winslow Urban, crime was a big business. Where others sought thousands, he went after millions. Urban was so cunning and so daring that on one occasion he was able to rob hundreds of families of their life savings at one blow.
And that's tonight's case, Lieutenant McGrath. Where would you like to begin?
A few months ago in Chicago, Commissioner, a slender, wiry man named Lou Morgan was keeping an appointment in a large gymnasium where prize fighters exercised and trained.
Hi, Joe. Been waiting long? About time you got here, Morgan. Urban's getting impatient. This time he wants everything set and perfect. And no more excuses. Everything's okay now, Joe. I got it all figured like Urban wants. You took enough time. Well, he wants a clean job, Joe. It takes time. Okay. Come on. Urban in the back room here? Yeah, he's getting a rub down. Let's go in. Morgan says it's all set, Urban. Hi, Urban.
Fill it, Morgan. It worked. What are you waiting for?
Urban in front of this rub-down guy.
Ah, he's deaf and dumb. That's it.
Oh, look, Urban, I'm the front man. I can't take no chances.
You tell me, I tell you. Okay, I'll show you. That's enough rubbing, Mickey. See? You can't hear nothing.
Look, I'm a nervous guy, Urban.
Okay. Joe, send Mickey out of here.
Hey, Mickey. Urban says that's enough rubbing for now. You should come back later. Yeah, later.
Okay, Morgan. What's it look like?
It's an easy mark, Urban. Ought to be $200,000.
I told you to find out about the burglar alarm.
I did.
Well?
No burglar alarm.
How do you know?
Well, that's what took me so long. Like I told you before, the place looks like a business office, see? But they got a big vault with a tin door. Some people don't like to keep money in a bank, so they rent safe deposit boxes from this outfit. They got hundreds of boxes. How do you know there ain't no burglar alarm? They got a watchman instead. He lives upstairs over the office. Me and him, pals. I make friends with the guy, see? We take a walk, have a couple of beers, and before you know it, I got the layout of the whole vault. The same as if he handed me the blueprints. Yeah, it'll be a cinch, Urban. You could drop a bomb in there, nobody'd hear it.
What about the doctor that has his office on the second floor?
He's the only one upstairs besides the watchman.
You case the doctor?
Sure, even let the doc examine me. You got nothing to worry about him. Goes home every night. You gonna do the job, Urban?
Yeah.
When?
Friday night.
Then I guess I'll blow out of town for the weekend.
You want your 10%. You do a piece of work for it.
What do you mean, Urban?
Somebody's got to put this watchman on the spot. We don't know him, so you're the one who's going to do it.
Oh, no, Urban, I can't. I'm up to my neck now. If I put the finger on that watchman, the cops will hang it on me, sure.
You'll do like I say if you know what's good for you.
Yeah. Okay, Urban.
When's the watchman make his rounds at the vault?
Every hour on the nose. Takes him 15 minutes.
You carry a time clock?
Yeah, he punches it at 5 stations.
What's he do after he makes his rounds?
Takes a walk, maybe for 45 minutes. But look,
Shut up. You're going to have that watchman in tow. I figure it'll take 3 hours to open the vault and crack the lockboxes inside. You got to make the watchman's rounds for him, or the alarm will go off.
I'll take care of that, Urban.
Meanwhile, I don't want no nosy cops spotting a Jimmy door. So we go in with the watchman's key. And we keep the watchman where he can do no damage.
Yeah, Urban, I see your point, but look...
Friday night, you'll take a walk with that watchman at 10:15. When you get to the corner drugstore, go in for cigarettes. Leave the watchman standing on the corner. Me and the boys will handle the details from there on. Just you have the watchman outside that drugstore.
Say, I hope you didn't mind walking down here by the drugstore.
No, it suits me as long as we're walking.
Okay.
You know, walking's why I like being a night watchman.
Oh, yeah?
You can go out for air, between rounds.
Well, I just want to step in here for a minute.
Okay, let's go.
No. All I want is cigarettes. You wait here a minute, huh?
Oh, wait, come to think of it, I need cigarettes myself.
Oh, yeah? Well, okay, what do you smoke? I'll get them for you.
Oh, now, listen, I couldn't let you do that. I'll come on in.
What's a pack of cigarettes? Just stay here a minute. I'll bring you some out.
Okay, mister. Okay with me.
Pardon me, mister. We dropped a key on the curb back there.
Yeah, we wondered, could you hold a match while we look for it?
Why, yes, I guess so. I think I got a box of matches someplace here in my pocket.
Yeah, obliged, mister.
Right here is the spot. Sure. Just a second now. I'll strike a match. Right. Now, Joe.
After he's out cold.
Hold him up. Now, here comes the car. All right, get him in the car, quick. Okay, step on it. Head for the vault.
Look at it. Thousands.
A gold mine. Look at all them rings and things.
Oh, come on. We ain't got time to play with it. Crack this box. What a haul. Am I seeing right?
$100 bills.
Joe.
Yeah, Urban?
Come here.
Keep on cracking them boxes, boys, while I see what Urban wants. Did you ever see so much dough, Urban?
That's going to be the biggest haul anybody ever got. What time is it, Joe?
It's almost 1.
Time to make another round with that watchman's time clock.
Yeah, I'll take care of it.
How about the watchman?
I just checked him. He won't wake up for hours. When he does, it'll take him a week to untie himself.
Perfect, Joe. Perfect. All right, hurry up, you guys. Get them last boxes open. We're getting out in 20 minutes.
Looks like whoever broke into this vault made quite a haul, doesn't it, Sergeant?
No telling how much, Captain Rogers.
Oh, what a mess. Look at it. Mortgage papers, registered bonds, heirlooms. Everything they couldn't use. Thrown it all over the place.
They left this behind. Imagine what they took with them.
Any fingerprints, Sergeant?
Not a print, Captain Rogers.
Did you check that watchman story?
Yes, sir. I'm sure he's in the clear. But he's all we've got to work with right now.
Somebody cased this job perfectly.
Yes, they knew every corner like a book. Right now, it points to the man the watchman took a walk to the drugstore with just before the robbery.
What's the watchman have to say about this man?
He's given us a pretty accurate description, but it could fit 1,000 suspects.
All right. Put men to questioning everyone in the neighborhood, Sergeant. Maybe someone else noted this finger man. Meantime, we'll get an estimate of the loot. I hate to think of the figure when it gets totaled.
Stop playing them rings and things, Joe. I'm trying to add.
Boy, oh boy, what'd it take? How much, Urban? How much?
Let me check the figures now. Let's see. Currency, coins, negotiable bonds, jewelry. 8, 13, 22, 30, 38, 60, 44.
How much, Urban? How much?
Just a second. Wait a minute. There. Take a look.
300 grand.
Take another look, Joe.
300? Oh. 3,000. You're kidding.
No. That's the total.
$3 million.
Yeah. 3 million plus a couple of thousand and all that jewelry.
I didn't think there was that much dough in the world.
There was in them tin boxes.
And we got it.
Yeah. Joe.
Don't bother me. I'm dreaming about spending my cut.
That's what I want to talk about.
What do you mean? That's already settled.
Look, Joe. A $3 million score makes this dough the hottest stuff in the country.
So
we can't let the boys push it out too freely.
No?
My idea is everybody takes 15 grand apiece and we pack the rest away until it cools off.
Who packs it away?
Who's the boss?
You.
Then I take care of the money until we split the balance.
I know, Urban. I know.
You think I'm crazy enough to blow out with all this dough? The boys would cut my head off.
And I'd be there with the sharpest knife.
Okay, so it's settled. Each takes 15 grand and I pack away the rest.
It's settled, Urban. But don't forget what I said.
About the sharpest knife?
Yeah. 3 million. Why, that little punk Morgan. He had the right dope. You gotta give him credit.
Yeah. Morgan's in for casing this job is 10%. You know what 10% of 3 million is?
300 grand. So what?
300,000 is a lot of dough. More than we expected from the whole job.
He earned it.
What business a punk like Morgan got with 300,000? It's dangerous.
For him?
For us. If he tosses that dough around, he get picked up. Cops make him sing and we fry. You can't spend no 3 million in Joliet.
So we give him peanuts.
We give him nothing, Joe. He was front man, and sooner or later the cops will nab him. When a copper says boo, a punk like Morgan sings.
You mean we gotta give him the business?
Yeah, the business. But make sure it's a clean job. Morgan's out of town now, setting up his alibi. He'll be back Monday for a split. You and the boys will see that he gets it. Between the eyes.
Not 24 hours after Urban robbed the vault, Commissioner Valentine, he was planning to dispose of the weakest member of his gang.
Lieutenant McGrath, Winsome Urban had given instructions to his gang to murder Lou Morgan, the man who led Urban to the $3 million loot. What happened next?
Well, Chicago detectives questioned hundreds of people, Commissioner Valentine, to uncover even the smallest lead to the man who cased the vault for the gang. One of those questioned was the doctor who had his office above the vaults. Captain Rogers went there to talk.
I'd like to remember every detail, Doctor. As I said, the night watchman has told us he first met this suspect in the hallway, outside, coming out of your office here.
About 10 days ago, you say?
About then, Doctor. The watchman said he was wearing a plaid shirt and a
Wait.
pair of...
I think I do recall him.
Good.
Let me look back in my records. Here. February 2nd, J.L. Smith.
Well, he'd use a phony name.
I'm certain this is the man.
You examined him?
Thoroughly. He complained of feeling sick.
Was he?
Well, I could find nothing wrong. Hypochondriac type.
Well, tell me, when you were examining him, Doctor, did you notice anything about him? Any peculiar scars or marks?
Oh, yes. He did have a tattoo. Bathing beauty tattoo.
Where?
The left forearm.
Good.
I noticed the tattoo while taking his pulse.
Yes. Any other marks, Doctor?
An appendectomy.
Good. How about his teeth?
I recall several molars missing. He wore a dental bridge.
Perfect. Thanks very much.
I hope I've been helpful, Captain.
Doctor, you don't know how helpful you've been. This was a professional job. The men involved probably have records. And that tattoo, the appendectomy scar, and the missing teeth are distinctive clues. They may lead us to these criminals.
Identification Bureau to Captain Rogers. Have checked cross-file system for known criminals with 1 bathing beauty tattoo, 2 appendectomy scar, 3 missing molars and dental bridge. Results, 7 known criminals answering general description and having those marks. Sending these criminals' records to your office at once.
I asked you two gentlemen to come here to police headquarters to look at some pictures.
Yes, sir.
Doctor, will you please sit on one side of that table and the watchman on the other?
Of course, Captain.
I have here 7 photographs. Doctor, I'm going to hand them to you first. If the man who visited your office is in that group, pick him out.
All right, Captain. Here, Captain. This one.
All right, I'll just make a note of that number. Thank you, Doctor. Now, I'm going to shuffle these same pictures a bit and hand them to the watchman.
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, see if the man who went walking with you on the night of the robbery is any one of these 7 men.
Yes, sir. I'll try, Captain.
Take your time.
It's this one, Captain. I'd know him anywhere. I swear it is.
Here, give me that photograph, please.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Number 45682. Lou Morgan. It seems you gentlemen agree.
I knew him. I know him in a minute.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your cooperation. I'll assign the entire robbery and burglary squads to get a line on this Lou Morgan at once.
Hello?
Ivan,
Yeah.
Lou Morgan. I just got back to town, Ivan. Hey, we did good in our deal.
Good enough.
Hey, it was in 7 figures.
Yeah. So what?
Terrific. My commission ready, Ivan?
It's an awful big chunk of dough for you, Morgan.
I get 10%, don't I? You gotta pay off.
Sure, I'm going to pay you off. How about coming around tonight? Boys will be here.
Boys?
Yeah, we're planning a little party.
Party? I don't know party, Ivan.
Don't you want what's coming to you?
I know how you wake, Ivan. That's doing. I ain't coming around.
I said come around here, Morgan, or I'll send the boys after you.
No, Ivan. I don't want a knife in my back. Leave me be, will you? Leave me be.
Open up, Morgan. We know you're inside. Open up, Morgan.
Push the door in.
Okay. He don't seem to be here. The closet.
Keep your gun ready.
Okay, Morgan, come out of that closet or we'll shoot through the door.
Grab him. No. Look, honest, I won't squeal. Tell Ivan, will you? Tell him to keep the dough. I don't want any dough, honest. I don't want any dough.
Squirming, Morgan.
Look, I don't want to die, please. I don't want to die. Look, tell Ivan I'll hit the road. I don't want any dough. See, listen. Hey, who are you guys? They didn't send you, did he? You're coppers.
Yes, Morgan, we're police officers. What were you saying about Urban?
Urban? I don't know any such guy.
No? Well, you've told us what we want to know, Morgan. Take him downtown, Sergeant.
I got a piece of bad news for you, Urban.
Yeah, what?
We went to get Lou Morgan.
No?
The cops got there first.
What?
Nearly hooked us, too.
You gotta move fast, Joe. Round up all the boys. Have them at the hotel at 7. I'll meet you there. We'll split up the balance of the dough and blow. As soon as Morgan sings, Chicago's not going to be so healthy.
Sergeant Thompson speaking.
This is Captain Rogers, Sergeant. Did you get any more out of Morgan?
Not yet, Captain, but he'll talk in time.
We can't wait, Sergeant. As soon as word of Morgan's arrest spreads, that gang will scatter to the four winds. The loot with them.
We'll get Urban, Captain. We'll work day and night until we do.
Well, it's important to recover the loot, too, Sergeant. Hundreds of people have lost their life savings. Now, you check every place Urban's been seen. Couldn't carry $3 million around with him. Must be hidden out someplace. Find it.
Okay, Urban, wake up. Come on, wake up.
Hey, what are you doing?
Hello, Urban.
Joe, Hiya, boys.
Yeah, I brought the boys along. You took this little room 60 miles out of town. Didn't think we could find you, huh?
Look, guys, you got this all wrong.
Yeah, you were supposed to show up at the hotel at 7 o'clock 3 days ago. Instead, you took the dough and skipped.
I'm telling you, Joe, you're wrong. I ain't got the dough.
Remember, Urban, I said I'd be the guy with the sharpest knife?
Cops were getting too close to me. I tried to reach it.
Where's the dough, Urban?
Same place it always was.
Where? Where is it?
You'll get your end in time.
We want it now. Where's the dough, Urban?
If I tell you, you'll grab the $3 million and take a walk with my split.
Where's the dough, Urban?
It's hid good. Hey, what is this? Am I boss of this mob or ain't I?
You ain't, Urban. You're just stalling for time, but we want that dough quick. Go to work on it, boys. Make them tell us where it is.
No, boys, no.
I tell you, Joe, we shouldn't have killed Urban till we got our hands on the dough.
He wasn't lying about the dough being up here in this attic by the pipe.
Are you sure?
After that workout we gave him, Urban wasn't telling no lies to us.
Okay, Joe. You're the boss. For now, anyhow.
All right, you guys. When we go in the attic, no noise, no lights. The dough's in a tin box under the floor by a pipe.
Right.
Now, I don't want myself cut to pieces and dumped in a ditch like Urban. So we split the dough right here. Okay?
Okay.
Open the door. Quiet now. That's the corner over there. Got that crowbar ready?
Yeah.
You fool.
Sorry, Joe.
Fry up the floorboards. Easy now.
You see it yet, Joe?
Not yet. It's here, though.
We shouldn't have knocked Urban off. Yep.
See? What did I tell you? Here it is. Help me get the box out.
Okay.
What? I said no lights. Who turned them lights on?
Nobody turned them on.
Who turned them on?
Put your hands up, everybody.
Coppers.
Keep them up. You're cuffed. All right, Sergeant. Start putting the cuffs on them.
Right, Captain.
What's this all about?
We found Winslow Urban's body in a ditch near Kankakee a few hours ago.
So what?
And Morgan told us about this house. One of the many places Urban used. When you headed here, it was quite obvious where the loot was hidden. You walked right into our trap.
That Morgan, he'll get what's coming to him between the ribs.
You won't be the ones to give it to him. You've got you red-handed. You're going up for a long, long time.
Lieutenant McGrath, tonight's case is an outstanding example of efficient police work. What happened to Urban's gang?
All 7 of them, Commissioner Valentine, are now serving terms ranging up to life imprisonment.
Congratulations, Lieutenant, to the Chicago police. Even though this vicious gang staged one of the biggest robberies in criminal record, their loot did them no good, and all they got for their trouble was death or long sentences in prison.
Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
In a few minutes, mister, this town will be owned by a band of renegades. And you'll be dead.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
I thought you'd never get down, hey, boy.
Oh, it was a big job, Mr. Paladin.
Well, let's hurry. The stage is ready to leave. The driver promised to wait for me.
Why you want so many things in one suitcase? Make my job easier if you take 2 suitcases.
It's easier for me when I only have one bag to carry on a long trip. Oh, give me the bag. I'll take it from here. There's no need for you to get wet. Goodbye, hey, boy.
Goodbye, Mr. Paladin. Oh, Mr. Paladin.
I'm terrible. Sorry. Here, let me help you up. Please, forgive me, please. Are you hurt?
Oh, my dress. It's soaking.
This is terrible.
You've ruined my dress.
Please, I'll buy you another dress. I'm catching the stage, and they're ready to pull out. I must go, but I'll be back in about 10 days.
Well,
I'll take care of it then. I'll buy you another dress. Oh, here's my card. I'm registered at the hotel.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Wire Paladin, San Francisco.
Dandruff bothers most men, most women too, so listen. Today you can get rid of embarrassing dandruff in just 3 minutes. Yes, with Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Unsightly dandruff's gone in 3 minutes. It's the quickest, easiest of all leading shampoos. That's not all. Using Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep embarrassing dandruff away. Simply apply in the unique Fitch manner. Before you wet hair, rub in 1 minute. This way, Fitch shampoo penetrates right down to the scalp. Next, add water. Lather 1 minute to wash every trace of dandruff out of your hair. Then rinse 1 minute. All that loosened dandruff goes down the drain. In 3 minutes with Fitch, 1 rubbing, 1 lathering, 1 rinsing, dandruff's gone. And never forget, gentle Fitch can also leave your hair up to 35% brighter. To get rid of dandruff problems forever, brighten hair too, use Fitch regularly. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today, only 59 cents.
I had looked forward to this trip to North Fork. Not because of the job there, which turned out to be routine, uneventful, but because it would give me the opportunity to visit some old friends of mine in Three Winds on my way home. Sheriff Barry Deaver and his wife. The 20-mile ride from North Fork through sand dunes, buttes, and low hills led me to an unusually quiet Three Winds. The one saloon in town was quiet, too.
What'll it be, mister?
Whiskey.
If you're going to be in town for a while, you better check that gun in with the sheriff.
Against the law to wear a gun in Three Winds?
It sure is. Sheriff Deaver's the only one who can carry a firearm in this town.
Sheriff Devers changed his laws since I was here last. Something new?
6 months new.
Well, I'm on my way over to Devers' office. I'll turn it in then if need be. He's a friend of mine.
Yeah? You from Philadelphia?
No. California.
I didn't think you looked like an Easterner. I thought the only friends Owen Deaver had left lived in Philadelphia.
Owen? No, I'm a friend of Owen's father.
Oh, well, didn't you hear? Old Barry's dead.
Dead? Barry Deaver?
Yeah, last fall. Died of consumption. Owen came back from law school in Philadelphia and took over as sheriff. Uh-oh. There's going to be trouble for sure.
Why, it's just a couple of raunchy cowboys.
Yeah, but Deaver will arrest him. He don't allow no shooting in town.
Yeah, look here, French. One customer in this saloon on a Saturday afternoon.
Hey, what time do the girls come in, Whiskey Man?
No girls allowed in this saloon.
No girls?
City law.
Didn't know we was in a city. Only seen one saloon. Takes two to make a city, don't it?
Don't matter, French. We'll go up to North Fork. Plenty of girls up there.
Now, we gotta have a drink first. Bring us 2 bottles. One for me and one for Mason here.
You can't sell it by the bottle. Only 4 drinks to a customer. It's the law.
What kind of law are you talking about?
My law. The law of 3 winds.
Well, I didn't know this town was big enough to have a sheriff.
The law says 4 drinks to a person is the quota for a day. The same law says all guns must be turned into my office when you arrive in 3 winds.
Now, what is...
I'll give them back to you when you leave.
Don't you think you ought to let law-abiding people keep their guns to defend themselves with?
I defend law-abiding people in this town. They don't have to carry guns.
As long as we get them back, I'll go along with your ordinance, Sheriff.
Lay it on the table. All right, you men, I'm waiting.
Mason?
Do what he says.
Yeah. There ain't no use arguing with a load of turkey shot.
They'll be at my office when you leave town.
Watch it, Sheriff.
My hand. You shot my hand.
Whose side are you on, anyway?
You can lock him up, Sheriff. He just tried to throw a knife in your back.
You ruined my hand.
Thanks for saving my life. But I'll have to take you in, too.
For what?
For concealing that Derringer. You should have turned it in with the other gun. Hand it over.
Look, if I hadn't kept the Derringer, you would have been killed.
The law still stands. You'll spend a week in jail.
What about me? What about my hand?
You'll live, but you'll be in lockup till the judge comes through here. Then you'll be tried for attempted murder.
You taking me to jail, too?
No. You'll get out of town. If I ever see you back here again, I'll put you in jail for a year for trespassing. This town's out of limits to you because you've been associated with a murderer.
Well, now, ain't you tall? That shotgun sure makes you something I never heard of before.
Get out of here.
I'm going. But I'll see you again, mister.
What kind of rules are you laying down in this town, Deaver?
Rules that respectful citizens expect from their sheriff.
Well, don't you know if you disarm everyone who comes to 3 winds, you're waving a red flag in front of every gunfighter who thinks he's bigger than the law?
As long as I'm sheriff, there's no one bigger than the law in 3 winds. Let's go.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
When friends drop in, let your hospitality show you're sociable in the modern manner. Pepsi, you know, is the favorite of the smart and young at heart.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Have you tried a Pepsi lately?
All right. Get in there.
Deaver, you better get some bandages for this man's hand.
I need a doctor, that's what I need. Or does the law allow a prisoner to have a doctor?
We'll get you fixed up. Ma! Gotta come the new prisoner. One of them needs a doctor.
You're a fool. A two-headed fool. Shooting that knife out of my hand, you got your brains in your feet. I'll never forget what you did, mister. We could have both been free if you hadn't butted in.
You talk too much, Enfield.
How do you know my name?
Didn't take much to figure you're one of the Enfield brothers and that the kid named French is a member of your gang.
Well, we must be getting famous when tin horns like you know who we are. Well, I'll tell you something. It's going to be mighty miserable for you when my brothers come back to get me out of here. You'll wish you'd never heard of the Enfield gang.
Oh, and I don't know why you have to arrest every stranger who walks into this town. I'm nursing, I'm cooking, and if I... Paladin!
Hello, Ma.
Paladin, bless the stars in heaven. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you, too,
Well,
Ma.
how long has it been? A year and a half?
Oh, no, almost 2 now.
Oh, and you never met Paladin, did you?
No.
You was away in school then, son. He helped your pa round up the orneriest, wildest bunch of gunfighters you ever seen. It was the Barton brothers, wasn't it, Paladin?
That's right.
Well, what brings you back to Three-Wit? Paladin, what are you doing behind those bars? Oh, and how come Paladin's in jail?
Well, Ma,
Did you arrest him, Owen Deaver?
Yes, I did.
Well, you just get him out of there right this minute, you hear?
I can't do that. He violated the law.
Violated the law. Now, just who do you think you are arresting a man like this? Now, turn him loose. Turn Paladin loose, or so help me, I'll take a paddle and beat you to a blister.
That's all right, Ma.
Well, it ain't all right neither.
Now that Owen knows that I'm a friend of the family, he and I can talk this out.
We can talk as much as you like, Paladin, but you're going to stay in jail for a week. It's the law.
For a week? For what?
For concealing a firearm and not turning it in.
There you go again, with another one of your stupid ordinances. Now, what's going to come of all your foolishness, Owen?
The law is
The law is the law. Listen to him, Paladin. We let him go to Philadelphia to study, and what does he bring back? 5 books, that's all. Those 5 books over there on his desk. The Municipal Code of Philadelphia. And he's been beating the town over the head with them ever since he come back. The ranch hands won't come into town anymore because he won't even let them spit in the street. Why, it's come to the place where nobody's even got any respect for the name of Deaver.
Ma, I don't hold any offense against him. If this is the law of 3 wins, I want to abide by it. We'll talk it out later. Now, you give me those bandages, and I'll take care of this man's hand for you.
Yeah, all right. I guess there ain't no use arguing with you. Or with Owen either, for that matter.
He's a man of principle and strong will. I'd say he takes after his ma.
Ah, go on with your foolishness. I'm going to start your supper.
There goes a fine woman, Owen. You ought to be proud of her.
I am. She doesn't realize the ways of the old frontier towns are gone.
Are they?
You're going to stand there and talk all day. My hand ain't getting any better.
Owen, have you heard of the Enfield gang?
Enfields? Yeah, I got a circular on them just the other day. It's in my desk somewhere.
Well, this man is Mason Enfield. His partner in the saloon was another member of the gang, the one they call French.
Are you sure?
He's lying, Sheriff. Never even heard of the Enfield gang.
I'll see if I can find the circular.
Now, here's the bandage. Hold out your hand now. Let's see what we can do.
Thanks, Rabbit Head. The good thing my left hand's in good shape.
Why, you...
Come on, hold it. What's the matter, Paladin? Why did you hit him?
Because he tried to hit me. Guess he didn't want me to tell you who he was.
You were right. His picture's here on the circular with the others. And here's the one that was in the saloon with him, French.
Well, French will bring the others back here to get Mason out. 3 more of them, Owen. And they'll shoot this town up and drag the jail down the middle of the street. You're going to need help. Let me out of here.
No.
Owen, I helped your father once. You and I could nail the Enfield gang.
I won't let you out, Paladin. I'll round up a few deputies. We'll be ready for the Enfields when they get here.
I hope you are, Owen, because there's a lot that could go wrong.
There goes a treasure car. There goes another. And another. And one of them may be your car. Yes, folks, you may have a Fram treasure hunt filter in your car worth $1,000 and not even know it. A Fram filter worth 1,000 silver dollars. A filter change is important to today's cars, so important that Fram Corporation, in conjunction with its silver anniversary, is paying $60,000 in cash to get you to check your filters now. Last year, 10,000 secretly numbered Fram filters were distributed all over the United States and installed in cars during regular servicing. These filters are worth from $1 to $1,000. You may have one in your car and not even know it. A Fram filter worth 1,000 silver dollars. Check your oil filter and air filter now. If there's a specially numbered Fram filter in your car, you will win up to 1,000 silver dollars, and your dealer will win the same amount. Get in on Fram's big silver treasure hunt. Check your car filters now.
Owen Deaver, stubborn when it came to upholding his new laws, was inherently a kind-hearted man. He was considerate enough to move me to another cell, which allowed me a decent night's sleep away from Mason Enfield. Next morning, Ma Deaver let me out to have breakfast with her in the kitchen. Owen was out trying to round up some deputies.
Paladin, what am I going to do about Owen and his crazy books?
He's still young. He'll learn in time, if he doesn't get killed first.
And you think they'll come, the Enfields?
They'll come.
Yeah, Owen knows how to fight. Mr. Deaver taught him. How to shoot a gun, use his fists, everything. He can hold his own when it comes to fighting. But he never learned the good judgment his father had.
It's a rare youngster who learns wisdom from his parents. It usually comes self-taught through experience.
Did you have any luck, Owen?
No, Violet. What are you doing out of your cell, Paladin?
I let him out.
He's under arrest. Don't you ever let him out again.
What'll you do? Arrest me?
Oh, get back inside, Paladin.
All right, Owen.
Instead of putting him back in jail, why don't you deputize him? He's a friend.
He's also a prisoner. Get in there.
Owen, when your father ran this office, he wasn't afraid to take advice, not even from a woman.
I'm not Pa. I don't try to be.
You couldn't be. He was respected and well-liked.
Well, why shouldn't he be well-liked? He never stepped on anyone's toes.
He didn't have to. And he didn't need these 5 books to tell him what was right or wrong.
She's right, Owen.
Now, don't you start in on me, Paladin. What's the matter with everyone? Why can't they understand what I'm trying to do here?
What made you choose the Philadelphia ordinances for Three Winds?
Because they're good ones. I like living in a city guided by laws like these.
But this isn't Philadelphia. There's no mayor here, no town council. All you have is a sheriff and a judge who comes through once a month. It's the sheriff who must decide what's right and what's best for his town.
Yeah, and if the sheriff gets up on the wrong side of the bed one morning, everything's a crime that day. But if he wakes up feeling good, nothing's illegal. That's why we've got to have a legal written code to live by.
I'm not arguing against that principle, but don't you think that you should write your own code? One that fits your town?
Owen, they're out there.
Who's out there?
The Enfields, out front. I saw them through the curtains. 2 men are behind a wagon across the street, and the other one's at the side of the house.
They're waiting for you to come out the front door.
I'll go out the back door and around the side.
You won't have a chance against 3 killers. Let me go with you.
No.
Ma, get my gun and go with them. Go ahead. You know how to pull a trigger.
You want to get her killed?
Well, I'm not going to stand by and let them come in here and shoot us after you get killed.
There's nothing you can do.
I can draw their fire, give you a better chance.
But they'd kill you, don't you understand?
Who's going with you, Owen, your mother or me?
All right, Paladin, you win.
Get my gun, Ma.
Sure.
Owen, there's a flat roof over the jail. Is there any way we can get up on top without making too much noise?
Yeah, through the kitchen. There's a ladder just outside the back door. Yeah.
Here's your gun.
Thanks, Ma. Let's go. Get out.
There's another one out there.
Yeah, either that or the man on the side of the building came around back.
What do we do?
Go up to the front window and open fire on the 2 out by the wagon. I'll try to get this man back here.
How?
I'll stay down on the floor and open the door to draw his fire. Now go on, hurry.
All right.
Did you kill him? Yeah, he made a good target standing up at the rain barrel. If you'd have crouched behind it.
You think these two by the wagon are the only ones left?
Uh-huh. Now, you take anything on the right.
Uh-huh.
I'll take the left. As soon as one of them raises up to shoot... You got him. You know how to use a rifle.
I had a good teacher. Oh, there goes the other.
He's down. Come on.
Both of them are dead. You're pretty good with a 6-gun.
I had some experience with the same teacher you did.
My pa was a man you could learn a lot from.
Yeah. I remember something else I learned from him the last time I was here. It was something he said.
What was that?
That one man doesn't have the right to say what's good for all men. The lawman doesn't try to dictate the will of the people. He reflects it.
Paladin, you know anyone might be interested in buying some books?
Oh, I wouldn't sell those books, Owen. Just put them away for a while. Who knows, someday Three Winds might have a mayor, town council, or even sidewalks.
Yeah, maybe so.
Come on, we got to dig some graves.
Oh, Mr. Paladin.
Hey, boy.
Oh, I knew you come in on the stage tonight. I make bet on it.
Well, don't ever make bets on when I'll be returning to the Carlton. Let's get my luggage up to the room, will you, please?
Oh, yes, sir. I know when you come back this time. It's in the air.
What's in the air?
Rain. It rains when you leave, and when it rains again, I know you come back. Oh, this time.
Incidentally, what about the young lady? The one I accidentally knocked down when I left?
Oh, you make a very big splash.
Oh?
Yes, sir. She's the one I make bet with on your returning.
Oh, then she's still here. Did she order a new dress?
No, not yet. She waited for you. She said she'll ask you to go shopping with her.
If I remember, she was the most attractive young lady.
Oh, most attractive.
Why don't you make arrangements for this evening, hey boy?
To go shopping?
Of course. But be sure we start in the lounge at 7 with cocktails.
Yes, sir, Mr. Paladin.
Here comes Elmer Blurt, world's lowest pressure salesman.
Nobody home. I hope.
Rudolph the bodybuilder at your service.
I only came to tell you about the new 1959 Rambler.
Okay, lie down on the table and let's talk.
Well, I don't know.
Lie down.
But the 59 Rambler.
I know. First in sales gains, first in economy, first with personalized comfort.
Couldn't you just count on your fingers?
Imagine Rambler seats are individually adjustable. Perfect fit, perfect comfort for tall people or short. No more kinks in those leg muscles there.
Oh, woe is me.
No stiff neck either.
Oh, ouch.
Because Rambler has adjustable headrests. Yes, sir, only Rambler has the best of both. Big car room, small car economy. Well, you've sold me. Sign me up.
Okay, but you'll have to carry me out to my Rambler so I can get my order pad.
Rambler outsells all 6 of the best-selling foreign makes combined. 59 Rambler sales are nearly 2.5 times greater than a year ago. See the success car at Rambler dealers. Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed by Norman McDonnell and stars John Daner as Paladin with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was written by Sam Rolfe and adapted for radio by Frank Michael. Featured in the cast were Paul Dubov, Helen Klebe, Ken Lynch, Jess Kirkpatrick, and Sam Edwards. Hugh Douglas speaking. Join us again next week for Have Gun, Will Travel.
Hop Along with Hopalong Cassidy, up next.
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, Coyote's Creed. Riding the range all day, tangling with mesquite and juniper and sagebrush can make a man look forward to hot grub and a good night's sleep. A copper and gold sunset is already fading in the sky. Hopalong Cassidy and his sidekick, California, have just turned their horses into the corral and are heading for the Bar 20 ranch house when a horse and rider bear down on them at a fast gallop.
Is that one of the ranch hands heading this way, California?
He don't look familiar. Holy smoke, he's coming like a tornado with a twist in his tail.
Hello there. Where you headed, youngster?
You're Hopalong Cassidy, aren't you, mister?
That's right, son.
That horse is sure head up. You must have rode a long way.
All the way from Buckboard Flats. I'm Ricky Curtis.
Ricky Curtis? Oh, you must be Richard Curtis's boy.
Well, that's right.
I recollect your pa owned that rich mine up in Buckboard Flats. Got killed in an accident a few years back, didn't he?
Yes. My half-sister Ellen sent me to find you, Mr. Cassidy. She said if anybody could help us, it would be you.
Well, what's the trouble, Ricky?
There's something funny going on that we can't figure out. We're getting pretty desperate.
Well, suppose you tell me about it.
Well, it happened about 6 weeks ago. The cattle have been stampeded so many times we've had to put on extra hands at the ranch. Several head of cattle have been poisoned, too.
Poisoned? How?
The water holes.
I see. Go on.
Now something has come up about the old mining property of Dad's, the Gold Crescent. I'd rather my sister gave you the details.
We'll ride back to Buckboard Flats with you, Ricky.
Oh, I'm not riding back. Not yet. I'm going on to Elkhorn tonight to see Dad's lawyer. And that is, if you'll stake me to a fresh horse.
Fair enough. You ride on up to the chuck wagon and get some supper. Fresh horse will be ready for you by the time you are.
Oh, I certainly am obliged to you.
Your dad helped me out of a pretty bad hole just about the time you were born, son. I'd be a mighty poor sort of man if I missed this chance to repay him.
Well, thanks, Mr. Cassidy. Get along, Smokey.
Well, California?
Yeah, we'll be hitting the trail tomorrow morning, right after breakfast.
We'll be hitting the trail tonight, right after supper.
Oh, hey, I'm plumb tuckered out. I was figuring on a good snooze hop here.
Let me have a look at you, California. Yeah, you do need your beauty sleep pretty bad. Well, I'll go ahead to Buckboard Flats and send you a postcard. If you can wake up long enough to read it.
Guess I'll go along to help you write it. You can't spell worth a hoot. Ain't we a mite off the main road, Hoppy?
Just a little detour, California. I suppose you wonder where we're going.
Tarnation, no. Not if it's a secret.
It's a side trail. It'll shorten our ride.
Oh, sure. I knowed it all the time.
Yeah, I'll bet you did, you old rascal. Look, there's a light flashing over there.
I don't see nothing, Hoppy.
Over there, about where the Curtis mine should be. Some sort of light.
No, just moonlight shining on a tin roof.
Well, that's funny. I could have sworn it. Oh, that's a familiar sound.
Too darn familiar. That's a coyote.
Just a minute, California. Oh, Topper.
What's the matter, Hoppy?
Well, it's a coyote, all right. But I've got a hunch it's a human coyote. And it's coming from the Curtis mine.
Where's the Curtis ranch?
Over there, to the left.
Yeah? Hey, Hoppy, there's a fire over there.
Well, that's the ranch house, California. It's on fire.
Holy smoke!
Smoke is right. Let's go.
California approach the Curtis mine only to hear the imitated wail of a coyote. But they are more alarmed by what they see in the direction of the Curtis ranch. Angry flames lash at the wooden structure.
I thought maybe Ricky was exaggerating about the trouble they had around the ranch.
Speaking as a man who's just been shot at, I'd say it would be mighty hard to exaggerate the situation.
Of course, the fire could have been an accident. Looks like it's starting to lean-to.
Yeah, but it'll lead into the body of the house in a minute.
Come on, boy, just a little farther now.
Copper ain't liking the looks of the fire, Hoppy.
Yeah, I know.
That's a mighty good thing about riding this nag of mine. He don't mind nothing, not even me.
We better leave the horses here.
Yeah, guess so.
Well, there's no organization. They'll never check it this way.
You better take over, Hoppy.
It's just a lean-to. Where's an axe?
Here, partner.
All right, you fellas. Fill those buckets with sand.
Did you say sand, Hoppy?
Yes, sand. Water's too far away. Throw sand.
Yeah, he's right.
Fire's gaining. We gotta work fast here. Look out, she's gonna fall. Stand back, everybody. There she goes.
Now we can really smother it.
Money in the house, anyhow. That's right, and you're Ellen Curtis.
Yes.
Well, let's move over here where we can talk. That was mighty hot.
I have you to thank for saving the house.
That's a good thing the fire started in the lean-to off the kitchen. How did it happen?
I don't know. There's been trouble for months. Now this. I don't understand it.
Then you think it was done on purpose?
I don't know how else, but how can we prove it? All the ranch hands are asleep in the bunkhouse. Nobody heard it sound.
I heard something, but I couldn't get out in time to see who it was.
Oh, this is Dad's old foreman, Mr. Luther, Mr. Cassidy.
How do you do, sir? I tried so hard to keep things going right at the ranch for Miss Ellen's sake, but these awful things keep happening.
It's not your fault, Mr. Luther.
Well, you hands can take turns standing guard so the fire doesn't break out again.
Yes, sir, I'll tell them.
Then you'd both better get some sleep, because starting tomorrow morning, we got a little personal war to wage. And from the looks of things, we have a pretty treacherous enemy.
Don't know why we can't be stretched out in our bedrolls like decent folks are at this hour of the night.
Stop complaining, California. I want to take a look through the Curtis mine. Won't take but a little while.
Yeah, a little while and the whole darn night'll be gone. Guess I'll have to learn to sleep with my eyes open like a blasted owl.
Here we are.
Oh, sure is a lonesome place.
Yeah, I guess it's deserted, all right. We better leave the horses here. Come on.
Hey, I ain't going inside that mine.
Not scared, are you?
No, just careful. I ain't aiming to fall down no shaft.
There aren't any shafts and no tunnels. Just a big hole dug 10 or 1,200 feet into the flank of the mountain.
You don't say.
This was a famous mine until it played out. They called it the Glory Hole. Coming?
Yeah, I'm coming, but I ain't convinced.
It's been abandoned a long time.
I can understand why.
Edge in along the side. Don't bump your head on those timbers. Some of them stick out pretty far.
I'm sure glad I led a good, clean life.
Stop complaining. Where's your love of adventure? Probably nobody's explored these diggings since the mine closed down.
Oh, yeah? Then what's this?
Where? What?
A nice new carbide lamp off some miner's hat.
Well, what do you know about that?
No rust or nothing.
There's something else interesting. A nugget. Heft that.
That's some nugget, Huff.
Well, we've seen enough. I'll take this nugget along just in case. Let's get out of here.
Suits me. 2 more minutes and I'd have webbed wings like a bat.
Take it easy, California. You'll come out feet first.
I'm out. Hey, it's daybreak. The suns are coming up.
Yeah, sure feels good. Hug the ground.
Why, that dry guts and varmint are...
Somebody doesn't want us to leave this mine alive.
That's the varmint. Up there in the ridge.
I see him. Too far away.
There he goes, Hoppy.
Well, we scared him off anyway.
Yeah, him and that pinto sure skedaddle.
I wonder why. We sure had the advantage up there on the ledge and plenty of rocks to hide behind.
Hey, that lead-slinging idiot must have been the human coyote we heard last night.
Maybe. When somebody goes to that much trouble to take in the welcome mat, I get curious enough to investigate. I get more curious every minute.
Oh, what do you make of it, Hoppy?
It's one of two things. Either Alan Curtis has uncovered a new vein and is having the mine worked.
Or else what?
Or somebody's stealing ore. This is falling into a pattern, California. A pretty ugly pattern. Let's get the horses and head for Alan's ranch. This is good coffee, Alan.
Sure is. Just what a couple of night owls need.
California.
Night owls? Didn't you get any sleep?
Well, as a matter of fact, California and I went over to the Curtis mine to have a look.
You went to the mine.
How long have you been working that shaft, Ellen?
That mine played out years ago, after Father died.
You haven't had somebody up there taking out ore on a small scale?
I just told you. There's no ore to take out. I don't know what you're trying to say, Mr. Cassidy.
That's all right. Forget it, Alan. I guess we were just imagining things. Isn't that right, California?
Imagining what we...
Yeah, sure.
Oh, sure, Hoppy. Sure.
Is Mr. Luther around?
No, he isn't. He's gone somewhere.
This early?
Mr. Cassidy, it seems to me...
Could I have some more coffee, Miss Allen?
Oh, all right.
Sounds like a visitor.
I'll have a look. Oh, it's Steve Holt. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, Ellen. I want to have a talk with you.
Go on around to the front door. I'll be right there. Excuse me, Mr. Cassidy. I'll have to talk to him. He's been trying to buy the mine.
You go right ahead, Ellen. We'll stay here and finish our breakfast.
I won't be long. There's more coffee on the stove.
Thanks.
Doggone it, Hoppy. Why did you tell her we imagine things for? That miner's hat and that gold nugget ain't imagined.
Calm down, California. Did you notice how upset she was when we talked about the ore?
Yeah.
Well, there's something Ellen Curtis isn't telling us.
Let's get over here near the door and see what we can hear.
California.
Oh, come on.
All right.
I don't know what more I can say. I've told you several times, Steve, I just can't stand.
It's a good price, Ellen.
If you'll give me a little more time.
All right, but I won't wait much longer. If many more things happen like that fire last night, you're going to need the money. Think that over, Ellen.
We better get back to the table, California.
Did you hear that, Hoppy?
So Mr. Steve Holt is trying to frighten her into selling the mine. Here she comes.
I'm sorry I kept you waiting, Mr. Cassidy.
Is everything all right, Ellen?
Oh, Steve Holt's an impatient man. Do you know him?
Well, the name's familiar, but I can't just...
He and Dad were partners when they first made the strike.
Oh.
Began to pay off, and Steve wanted to sell out. Dad bought his share for $17,000.
Steve must have kicked himself afterward. That mine produced plenty of gold.
Yes, it was a rich mine. But that wasn't the only reason Steve was sorry. You see, he took off his overalls, bought some store clothes, and swore he'd never do another day's work again as long as he lived.
Yippee, that's real living.
In 2 months, he was broke. He came back to the Curtis mine, this time looking for a job. Went to work for $3 a day. He'd spent the whole $17,000 without leaving buckboard flat.
It must have been some spree.
Well, easy come, easy go.
He was an awful sorehead about it. Finally went away. Now he's back and wants to buy the mine.
Why does he want to buy it if the ore's played out?
Why, I don't really know. Sentimental reasons, he says.
How much did he offer?
$5,000.
That's a lot to pay for sentiment.
Who can that be?
Why, it's Ricky.
Ricky?
He's been hurt.
Oh!
Wait a minute, Ricky.
What's the
I'll
matter?
get you out of that saddle.
Hello, Mr. Cassidy.
Take it easy, son. Put your arm around my neck.
Easy now,
That's
Ricky.
fine. Lean your weight against me.
I'll try. How?
He's fainted. California, take care of his horse.
Be careful now. Bring him in here, Mr. Cassidy. Here.
Take those pillows away. I want his head low.
Is he hurt bad?
It looks like somebody's beat him up. He'll be all right, though. He's opening his eyes.
Oh, poor Ricky. This is terrible.
Hello, Ricky. Feel pretty rough?
Oh, my head hurts.
What happened?
I was ambushed
Ambushed?
on the way back from Elkhorn.
How many of them were there?
I don't know. 3 or 4.
Oh.
The pistol whipped me, Mr. Cassidy.
Did you recognize any of them?
No. They ambushed me from behind. The Tin Forks.
I'm sure Ricky has no idea who it could be.
Was one of them riding a Pinto?
A pinto? Oh, yes, I think so. Oh, I don't know.
You better get some sleep now, Ricky. We'll talk about this later.
Hoppy!
Yeah?
Hoppy! Here's a note I found pinned to Ricky's saddle blanket.
Let me see that. Printed.
Them's big letters, ain't they, Hoppy?
Yeah, and they're big words, too. Listen to this. Ricky Curtis wasn't worth killing, but a certain cowpoke named Cassidy is going to catch a belly full of lead if he don't clear out of Buckboard Flats by sundown.
Early evening has turned the desert as cold and gray as a lead bullet. Hopalong in California trying to help Ellen Curtis solve the problems of violent happenings on her ranch. Evidently, they aren't paying much attention to that warning to get out of town, for here they are, still in Buckboard Flats.
Buckboard Flats, hotel and bar. Well, this is it, California.
I'm as thirsty as a camel that's been eating dried apples.
Wait a minute.
What for?
Here's the object of our search at the end of the bar.
Doggone. I just thought we was coming in for the fun of it.
Wait here for me. You're Steve Holt?
That's right. But you sure got the advantage, stranger.
My name's Cassidy, Hopalong Cassidy.
What's on your mind?
Whenever I can't figure out a play, I like to know who's dealing the cards. I got a few questions to put to you.
Sorry? I don't know the answers.
You know the answer to this one. I want to know why you're so anxious to buy out the Curtis mine.
I reckon that's none of your business, Mr. Cassidy.
I've made it my business.
Why, you nosy polecat, if I... Hello. You... Wait.
Sorry, mister. When I see a man go for his gun, it's just reflex to knock it out of his hand.
Grease lightning, that's what it was.
Pick up his gun, California. Empty it. Let me have it. Not a bad gun. A little fancy, maybe. Well, Holt, here you are. Keep it sheathed if you don't want to lose a hand.
You won the first round, Cassidy. But there'll be another time. And another round.
You're pretty sure of yourself.
I got an advantage over you, Cassidy. I know the facts. All the facts.
Well, that's what California and I found in the mine. So you see, Sheriff, we'll need a posse to round up those gold rustlers.
Yeah, there's been a lot happening, all right. But the way you tell it, there ain't enough evidence to convict anybody.
Somebody's guilty as a coyote in a chicken coop.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. But who? Steve Holt wants to buy the mine. That ain't against the law. What about Ricky? Says he don't even know who beat him up. And there's Ellen Curtis. She had a mysterious fire on her ranch. I can't send no posse out till you catch somebody dead to rights.
You mean he has to have a gold nugget in one pocket and the deed to the mine in the other?
That's just about it. You catch him red-handed, and I'll sure come out and pick him up.
That's mighty decent of you, Sheriff. Good night.
Night, Sheriff.
Here now.
Fresh air.
Nice atmosphere in there, California.
To put it delicate, I didn't like the smell.
Well, looks like we'll have to get our own posse together.
Looks that way, Hoppy.
Can you meet me in about an hour at the Curtis mine?
You mean, we're the posse?
Right.
All right, Hoppy.
We're going to have a showdown with those high graders tonight.
I knowed it.
I figured they're working the graveyard shift.
Midnight.
Thereabouts. Now, that coyote we heard last night was their lookout.
Doggone. You're right, Hoppy.
But tonight, you're going to be the coyote.
Huh?
Sure.
Oh, no.
All you needed to do a little practice.
Now?
Right now.
I do a ball and calf better.
This has to be a coyote.
Well, here goes.
Oh, you can do better than that.
Yeah, I think I can. I'll try it again, Hoppy, here.
Oh, take it easy, Tom. Oh. Well, even Popper believes that one.
It was better, huh? And I got a bottle of sarsaparilla in my saddlebag. I'll oil up tonight before I let go.
Yeah. You know that ledge above the mouth of the mine?
Where that varmint shot at us?
Yeah, you hide out up there.
I get you, Hoppy.
You can take care of the lookout.
Take care of the lookout?
Yeah, hold that coyote howl till they're in the mine, working. Then start shooting. I want enough shots to make them think there's a posse up there.
Where'll you be, Hoppy?
I got my position all staked out. Now remember, in an hour, everything depends on you and your coyote's howl.
Hey, Steve. Steve Holt, night sheriff.
Come over here. What do you want?
This is my last night working this mine. I'm plumb uneasy.
Yeah, me too. Shoot yourself, boys. It's awful easy money.
I ain't hankering for no run-in with Hopalong Cassidy.
The lookout posted. If anybody rides up your signal, there's plenty of time to get out of here.
Yeah, just the same, I'm uneasy.
Hey, listen.
That's the signal now. Somebody's coming.
Get all the lights. File out easy and quiet and stay out of sight.
There, those shots. There's a posse out there.
What's the matter with that lookout?
We're trapped in here. We're trapped.
Kill all the lights.
Where's that for?
We'll see.
They've got us covered.
What's that?
What you now?
Dynamite.
Oh, it's an earthquake.
Steady, boys.
Get out the oven and drop your gun.
That's Hopalong Cassidy.
Where in blazes are you, Cassidy?
It's the ore cars. They're loose.
Cassidy did it. He's riding the cars out.
You're covered. Get out of this mine.
We're going.
Oh, don't shoot. Don't shoot.
Keep your hands up and march.
I knew we'd get
Keep walking and don't try anything.
You're not going to take me that easy, are you? Oh, my hand. My hand.
Draw a gun, will you, Steve Holt? California.
Right here, hurry.
My glad to see you.
Yeah, it's good to be out. I've been waiting in that hole for an hour. Take their guns.
And now rope and tie this feller. We'll deliver him to the sheriff.
All right. I'll take care of the rest of them.
I told you.
Well, let's start moving.
Hey, wait a minute, Hoppy. We got another prisoner. The lookout.
Where is he?
Tied up right over here.
Where? Stay quiet, men. I got this gun ready.
Why, well, I'll be doggone, Hoppy. I had him tied
Here
so
the
that...
ropes cut.
Yeah, and here's fresh hoof prints in the sand.
So in the confusion, someone helped the lookout get away.
Yeah. And when you hear who the lookout is, you ain't gonna like it, Hoppy.
Ellen, I can't bring you very good news, I'm afraid. Steve Holt and 4 men were high-grading ore from the Curtis mine.
Yes?
But they weren't alone in it.
What do you mean?
The lookout, Miss Ellen. It wasn't so dark that I couldn't see who 'twas.
There's no need to pretend any longer, Ellen. We may as well see Ricky now.
No, Mr. Cassidy. You've stopped Steve Holt. Can't you leave things alone?
It's no use, Miss Ellen.
Mr. Luther, I didn't hear you come.
A clean sweep is the only way.
You're all trying to trick me into saying something.
I've been trying to protect Ricky, too. I even sneaked up and cut him loose tonight.
Oh.
But it's all a futile effort.
No.
I figure that Ricky became involved with Steve Holt in this dirty mess before he realized how serious it was.
But why in the world did he go to you, Mr. Cassidy?
Well, I guess he was scared and wanted to stop it, but he didn't know how.
Sometimes youngsters do foolish things. And Ricky was always been greedy.
I guess deep in my heart I suspected my brother. But I didn't know what to do.
Face the truth, Ellen, then go on from there. Nothing's ever so bad it can't be righted if you stand up to it square. Ricky can be straightened out, and after that he'll have a big job running the Curtis mine.
Let's get out of here, Hoppy. A crying woman just makes jelly out of my insides.
Yeah. Goodbye, Ellen. Mr. Luther.
Goodbye, Mr. Cassidy.
Sure be good to see the bar 20 again, eh, Hoppy?
I won't have to wait that long. Ah, feels good to be straddle topper again after riding an ore car through a tunnel. That's no job for a cowpuncher.
And I didn't like being a coyote neither. I do a bawling calf much better.
You should, too.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy and all the gang up Bar 20 way. But be sure and be back with us when Hoppy in California will again be riding out as usual into dangerous action and adventure. Hop Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Coyote's Creed was written by Mel Gardner. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
Lights Out is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out, Everybody. It's later than you think. My name's Arch Oboler. All my life, I, even as you, have been fascinated by stories of the unusual and of the dark mysteries of the past. This is a story that touches on the supernatural. And no matter how calm you may feel at the moment, perhaps soon you won't be quite so calm.
Frank, is that good?
You're telling me. Hey, I got another one. Now, this farmer had a daughter.
Oh, no, Frank, enough's enough. You watch your driving.
Go on. This bus drives itself.
Hands on the steering wheel, sweetie pie.
Oh, yeah?
Till the rain stops.
Well, what if it rains all the way down to Mexico?
We'll stop.
Oh, gee. You sure got a nice set of tires on this.
Yeah. That's one thing about that ex-husband of mine. Kept everything he had in perfect condition.
For, me?
That's your face.
I wonder if he'll follow us.
What'd you say?
Sam, follow us.
What for? He got the divorce, didn't he? Anyway, how's he going to follow me? When that judge got through paying me off alimony, there wasn't enough left in the account for Sam to buy roller skates.
Yeah, that's right.
Sure. I'm going places. He ain't. He's stuck with the kids.
Yeah. Oh, how do you like that?
What?
Look, up ahead.
Well.
That's the first thing on wheels we've seen on this road since noon.
Hey, what kind of a truck is that?
I don't know. You think I got eyes like an eagle?
No, a wolf.
Oh yeah? Well, I'll catch up to him.
Hey, wait a minute. Maybe you better not pass it.
Why not?
Goofy-looking truck. Maybe Army.
Are you kidding?
Well, I
Go
mean...
on. Do you think that's all them Army guys got to do? They think about sticking out their hands and asking, hey, where's your death card?
Oh, for Pete's sake, Frank.
Oh. You're just needling me, huh? Now, Millie, lay off. I told you before. No more of that draft stuff.
Look,
if
Frank,
you want a tin hero in a uniform, you got the wrong guy,
Frank,
baby.
the truck is...
No draft boards roping me. No, sir.
Frank.
I'm getting so far away they
Frank,
won't
will you
even be
listen
able
to me? Truck ahead. Look.
Huh? Well, how do you like that?
I don't.
Danger. High explosive.
The minute I saw the red color of it, I knew it was something.
So what?
Yeah, pass him up.
Oh, you know me. All right. Get over there. Get over.
Look at the guy. Stand right in the middle.
come on, one side.
Is he thief or something?
How do you like that guy? Hog in the middle of the road.
Who does he think he is?
Get over, hey, you!
Come on, scare the pants off him.
What do you mean?
Come on, cut around him.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm not loaded with dynamite. He is.
Well, you're going to follow him all the way? Cut around the shoulder. You got room.
Okay.
Get over there, you big bum!
Shove over. I'm coming through.
Frank, look out! He tried to kill us.
Yeah. Run us off the road. A guy loaded with dynamite tries to run us off the road. Millie, what's the matter with you? What are you just looking like that for?
Frank.
Yeah, I know it was a close one. But it was your idea, passing him up. So he's gone on ahead of us. So what?
Didn't you see?
See what? What?
The driver of the truck. He didn't have a face.
All right, I've heard you once. I've heard you 100 times. So let's not talk about it anymore. Go on, take another drink.
Bottle's empty.
Well, there's another one in the black suitcase. Reach back.
I don't want any more.
Okay, then. So it's gone on ahead. The road's clear. We're on our way, so forget it. Without a face.
Yeah. Crazy, huh?
Sure. What's the matter, baby?
See, seeing things.
Yeah.
Like the song they sing over the radio. I ain't got nobody.
Other baby, laugh it off.
Sure. That's going to spoil our fun, huh, Frank?
Oh, you're telling me? Listen, once we get over the border...
Frank.
What?
Ahead. Look ahead, the truck.
Well?
It's there again.
I see it. I got eyes.
But it's that truck.
So what? I've been going fast. I caught up with it. This time I will pass.
Oh, no, Frank.
What do you mean, no? 4-lane road? You can't block me off this time.
Frank, don't. Turn off.
What are you talking about?
Another road. We'll take another road.
This one's the shortest one. We're staying right on this. I'll leave that guy standing still.
What's the matter?
The engine, No, it's all right. Gee, how you like that? It was almost up to him. If the engine would... Now I'll pass that buzzer.
Frank.
What's the matter with this car? There. It's all right again. Well, how do you like that? The second time in a row. Just when I was going to pass him, the engine cuts out.
Yes. Let him go.
Huh? What do you mean, let him go? There. It's okay. This time I will get around.
Yes, pass him up. I want you to pass him up.
I will. I'll be your son.
What happened again?
You're telling me? Say, what kind of a car did that husband of yours have anyway? This thing's crazy. Just when I'm going to pass him up, the engine cuts out. When I fall behind, it's all right.
Nothing wrong with engine?
Sure. What do you think I've been talking about? Well, I've had my belly full.
You mean we'll go some other way?
I told you this is the shortest road. Look. Downgrade. Now I'll do it.
What?
Pass him going on down a hill.
Oh, no.
If you think I'm going to follow behind a dynamite truck the rest of the day, you're crazy.
But, Frank...
What's the matter with you? First you want us to pass him, and then you don't. He's going downhill in gears. I'm catching up to him as if he was standing still.
Look out, he's cutting to the left.
So what? I'll pass him on the right. All right, you road hogging buzzard. Pull over there. Pull over, I'll knock your ears back on you.
Frank, what is it? Why did you stop?
Didn't you see?
No, my eyes. I was scared. I kept him shut. Frank, what is it?
The truck.
The driver. Frank, you saw what I thought. The face.
No, Millie. As sure as we're sitting here, I'm telling you, there's nobody driving that truck. Just nobody.
How long are we just gonna sit here?
I need another drink.
I don't need any more. Frank, before, when I thought I saw something goofy in that truck, you said I was seeing things.
Huh?
Well, maybe you did too. I mean, the rain and both our nerves being jumpy, so maybe we're just seeing things.
Yeah, seeing things. Yeah, maybe that's it.
All right. Then let's get going, will you? Just sitting here in the car in the rain. Let's get moving.
Okay. You know something?
Why?
I feel okay now.
With what you poured down, you oughta.
Goofy. That's what it was. Plain goofy. A crazy truck driver tries to block us off, and I see things. You see things. Goofy. That's what it is.
Yeah. Rain's sure making it dark fast, huh?
Know what I'm going to do?
Why?
The next crossroads I'm going to turn off.
But you said
so I changed my mind. Cut to the right, and the next road going south we'll take.
Frank.
What?
What if they stop us?
Who?
The cops.
Oh.
The border patrol, whoever they got guarding the border.
I told you, that guy will meet us at Nogales, and for $200 he'll show us a way. Don't you ever listen to me?
All right, all right.
That dirty truck-driving buzzard.
I never want to see a red truck again as long as I live.
Red? Yeah. Once we get over the border, we'll paint it red all the way down to South America. Hey, baby?
Yeah, that's what I want. Fun the rest of my life.
I told you. You'll get it. Oh, here's where we turn.
Hey! Well, I think how Sam used to worry about these tires.
Ah, that chump.
Patriotic duty to save me, said.
I'll bet you he had an American flag embroidered on his chest.
Oh, Frank. Oh, gee, you make me forget anything. How far do we go this way?
I told you. Next road, we'll swing back south and...
Right.
I see it.
Parked up there.
Here.
What are you gonna... Why are you pulling up behind?
Gonna wait.
Wait.
You don't think I'm gonna ride past him again, do you?
Then what?
We'll wait. Just wait.
Frank.
Yeah?
Getting dark.
Yeah.
Just sitting here. Rain. Frank, is there somebody in that truck?
There must be.
Who, Frank? Who?
The glove compartment. Open it.
Huh?
I'll give it.
What? Knife.
Yeah.
Who?
I'm going to find out who that guy is up there and why once and for all. Come on. Come on, come with me.
Oh, no.
You come with me.
My arm.
Come on. I'm telling you, I've had about all I can take.
Stop dragging me along.
I'll tell that guy. Crowding us off the road. Following us every place we go. I'll tell him.
Frank, let go of me. I don't want to go up there. Let go of me.
All right, mister. All right, come on out of there. Now, you see, Millie? There is a guy driving. Come on, you. Get out of there. All right, I'll drag you out. Come on, open that door. Climb down out of there. All right. I'll open it for you.
Oh, no.
The red truck has disappeared in the distance, but the man and woman sit there in the moving automobile with a frightened beyond words, while around them the rain beats down the lonely road.
Millie, stop crying. Stop crying, I tell you, stop it! Keep moving. That's all. Keep moving.
If we only get to some houses, people.
Yeah. First house we come to, we'll stop. Sure. Wait till it's light again. People. Safe where there's people.
People will help us, Frank. Anybody will help us.
Yeah. Get the people. A car. Haven't seen a car. Not for miles.
As long as we don't see him.
It's all right. No truck could keep up with us as fast as we've been going.
He could.
No. We'll keep on driving. And that'll be that. You hear me? That'll be that.
I think you're more scared than I am.
Shut up. Look.
What?
No, we're still alone on the road. Lift up your face. Look, see on the horizon? The lights? Oh, I'll bet you that's no galleys.
Oh, Frank.
Sure. Once we get there, it'll be all right.
Are you sure, Frank?
Sure. Lights, people, a drink. That's what we need.
Yeah, I don't want to sleep tonight.
Huh?
I said I don't want to sleep tonight. If I close my eyes, I'll see.
Shut up, I don't want to talk about it.
I gotta talk about it. Yeah, talk about it now and then. I'll get it all out from inside me and I won't think about it anymore.
I tell you.
You gotta tell me. In the truck. What I saw, was it really...
Shut up! You blasted woman, shut up! Oh, now what are you crying about?
Let me alone. I woke on my kid for what? For you to yell at me?
Okay, forget it. Look, lights in the skies. It's getting brighter. Oh, we're getting closer, all right.
No.
What?
Car ahead. Did you see?
What are you talking about? There's nothing there.
I saw. There I saw it again. Red taillight.
So what? It's another car. We're getting nearer town. That's swell. That's what we want, ain't it? Other cars, people, that's what we want.
Frank!
Red truck.
No.
Blast you. Shut up. You hear me? You gotta give me a chance to think. All right. Go on and cry your busted eyes out. I'll get out of this. I will. The rain stopped. Lights ahead. The town. Oh, once I get there, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to ditch you. You hear that, Millie? I'm going to ditch you. Sure, all that's happened. That thing up there. It's you that brought it on. You're just a hoodoo to me. Get rid of you and I'll get rid of him up ahead. Go on, cry, who cares? I'm ditching you, baby, and there's nothing you can do about it. Sure, follow him. Get to town. He won't get into town, he couldn't, but I will. And then out you go, baby.
You dirty rat.
You take your car and go right back again, baby. Once we get to know galleys, I don't want any part of it or you. Hey, look. Gone.
What?
The truck ahead. It's gone. Put on the spotlight. Yeah, gone just like that. The minute I even talk about getting rid of you, it's gone.
You walk out on me and I'll kill you.
Yeah? Bright lights, here I come. Clear road ahead.
You're not going to ditch me.
You're in the ditch already, baby.
Sam won't take me back.
You got me crying.
I'll fix you. I'll tell you running out in the draft.
Yes, you will.
I'll yell it so loud they heard it back on State Street.
Maybe I'll have to shut your mouth.
Touch me and I'll tear your eyes out.
All right, baby. I've had enough today. What's happened? What I saw in that truck, it all adds up to one thing. No matter what I gotta do for it, I gotta get rid of my hoodoo. You. Yeah. Even if I have to kill you.
Frank.
You're gonna be smart, eh, baby?
Frank, behind us.
What are you talking about?
Behind us.
Huh? The car. So what?
Him.
Ah, you're crazy.
Him, I tell you. Following us.
Nobody's following us. Getting near a town. It's another car. So what?
Following us.
Shut up. I'll show you. Put on speed. Leave behind. I'll show you.
No. It's no good. Getting closer.
What?
Closer, I tell you.
No. Go faster. It's not for us.
He's closer, Frank. He's closer.
You're crazy. You're trying to drive me crazy.
Frank, it is the red truck. It's him.
No, stop saying that.
Him.
No.
Rear vision mirror. Look in it. Faster. Go faster.
Yes.
Don't let him get me, Frank. Faster. He's getting closer. Faster.
I can't. Put us down to the floor.
Faster.
Can't.
Frank, he's right behind us. Gonna ride over us.
Back. No.
On top of
back.
Frank, turn the wheel. Frank, he's gonna drive. All right.
Hello, Sergeant. This is Reardon. About that crash just outside Nogales. Yeah, I've been all over it, and it still don't make sense. Empty road, no skid marks, no nothing. And it looks as if this sedan must have been the only car on the road. Yeah. And yet it's crushed flat like a 75-ton tank rolled over it. I'm telling you the truth, Sergeant. A whole automobile crushed flat like a tin can. And then it must have caught fire. No. What was left of them was burned to a crisp. Huh? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm coming in. One thing more, Sarge. There's a funny thing. All around the car where we found it, there are hoof prints. Yeah. As sure as I'm standing here, I'm telling you the car was crushed flat, and the body's burned, and the marks like hoof prints burned in the road like something walked around watching them burn. Okay. I was just telling you. It don't mean a thing to me. What the devil?
Mr. Obler.
Yes?
What was in that truck? Was it really, really?
Well, I can only repeat the title of tonight's story. What the devil?
It is later than you think.
The character first introduced in The Third Man is up next with The Lives of Harry Lime.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna, as those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. No. He had many lives, and I can tell you about all of them. How do I know? Because my name is Harry Lime. A fellow I knew once told me I was a poet, a but he was so wrong. Poets are always singing about daffodils and brooks and skylarks and the women they're faithful to in their fashion, a sort of Merry Widow waltz. I, if I sang at all, would sing about money and the women I've known, but in an offbeat rhythm. Money and women. Somehow they go together, neither's much use without the other, is it? At least that's the stuff that Harry Lime sings about. Those are the themes to which he dances in life's ballet, sometimes pleasant, occasionally a little painful. Like that time in Tehran.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man. In every frame has a silver lining.
It was in Tehran. That was some years ago. I'd just come there, and I was pretty sure that in a country with all that oil and all that intrigue, with so many people playing the game of empire building and empire busting, I could promote something that suited my special talents. I was walking along a street when I heard some shouting. A small, frightened man, out of breath and frantic, came wheeling around the corner and piled into me head on. Hey there! What's the... Where's the fire? Out of my way. Hey, not so fast. Pappas, don't you recognize me? Harry Lime. Right. Who's after you, the devil?
The police are chasing me. Here, take this.
Okay, what is it?
$50,000 worth of opium.
What's that?
Opium. $50,000 worth. Take it.
What am I going to do with it?
Then if they catch me, they'll have to let me go. Tonight at 7:30, bring it to the Grand Hotel. My principals will be there, and we'll cut you in.
Okay, I'm with you. Beat it now. Duck down this alley.
Thank you, Harry. Tonight at 7:30.
Tonight at 7:30. You, just a minute. You're the police, aren't you?
Yes.
Are you chasing the little man who ran around the corner here, the one in the dirty white suit?
Yes. You saw him?
He went down that alley.
Come, down the alley.
I waited until the police disappeared, and then I did some running on my own account to my hotel. I repacked my bag, making certain to conceal among my handkerchiefs and shirts the package my friend Pappas had been so kind as to give me. Then... Hello, desk. Mr. Lime, room 1123. I want a reservation at the 2 o'clock plane for Paris. Yes, I know I've just arrived, but I'm leaving now. I was now the sole owner of $50,000 worth of opium. In Paris, I could protect myself to some extent because of connections. And the other problem I had was how to smuggle it into America, where I knew I'd be able to get the best price for it. In Paris, I set about to find some likely tourist into whose luggage I'd be able to put my package. It took me 3 days to find my American. Very lovely-looking American, outside a cafe. A lovely, fresh, unspoiled girl sat watching the Parisian scene. Some men would merely have looked at her hungrily until the cafe closed. Not Harry Lime. Hello?
Do I know you?
My name is Harry Lime.
I don't know you.
Right. I just introduced myself.
Perhaps I should warn you that I'm waiting for my parents.
Oh, good. Fine. I'd very much like to meet your parents.
You are rude, aren't you?
You don't really believe that. You know, a man can see a girl and know that this is the girl. One they've always felt must be somewhere on earth, the one they've never met and always wanted to meet. But he doesn't speak, and she goes away, and he never sees her again. So is it rudeness if he speaks to her? Is it wisdom?
You're very bold.
Well, I hope I'm also convincing. I very much want to be. Can I sit down?
Well, since my parents are coming.
Thank you. It's better. Now, maybe I ought to know your name.
Helen Boat.
How do you do? American?
Of course.
I'm from New York, but you're not.
How can you tell?
Because you're unself-conscious, because you're direct and simple in the best sense of that word. You're not from a large city, but you're not a farm girl either. You're from a small city. Probably the Midwest, right?
I'm from Youngstown.
See?
You're very clever.
No. I'm interested, that's all. So interested that I can't be satisfied with anything less than a close and complete study of you.
Oh, you make me sound like a picture in the Louvre.
You're much too natural for that. I hope you're going to be in Paris for a while.
Well, we're leaving in about a week, I think.
Doesn't give you much time. Tell me, are your parents due here any minute?
No, I'm supposed to meet them here in an hour, but I didn't know where else to go.
Good. We have an hour then. At least an hour.
For what?
For me to show you Paris. Come on.
Oh, well, really?
Let's make it more than an hour. Let's leave a note for them. We can meet them later at your hotel, and I'll take you all to dinner.
Goodness, you're so sudden, so abrupt.
I haven't much time with you, you know. Only a week. Gaston? We went to the garden of the Tuileries, though I was tempted to see whether I could wean this girl away from her parents for the whole evening. I for once acted the perfect gentleman. Refinement is one of my many skills. Boring but useful in my trade. This girl and her Midwestern parents were perfect to smuggle the opium into the U.S. for me, so I questioned her with real interest about herself and her family.
My brother Jack was killed in the war. We came over here to see his grave.
I was very solicitous. I knew that Americans are always happy to meet compatriots abroad. All Americans but I, that is, and this time even I was delighted. I took her back to her hotel, met her parents, took them all to dinner.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lime. I tell you, there's no place like Youngstown. Isn't that right, Mother?
It's nice town. I mean, it's nice.
And you, Helen? Do you like your hometown, too?
Why,
Of course she does. Why shouldn't she? She was born there.
Oh, Daddy, that's no reason for liking the place. I do like it, though.
Helen's had some of the nicest times back home, Mr. Lime. I mean, she's really enjoyed herself with the young folks and all, I mean.
Hey, I'm getting jealous.
You come to Youngstown, Mr. Lime. We'll show you what living can be.
I mean, among real folks, Mr. Lime.
They were perfect for my gag. Real homespun boobs who wouldn't suspect I'd planned anything in their luggage and would not be suspected by customs officials. I knew after 5 minutes that I had the answer to my problem. After dinner, they took me back to the hotel suite, and here in a city full of the greatest art treasures in the world, I was made to exclaim over the family photograph albums that they'd brought from Youngstown.
This picture was taken at the picnic grove, Mr. Lime. See Dad in his white flannel, see?
Yep. Wore my ice cream pants that day.
Oh, this picture doesn't do justice to Helen.
Oh, you're making fun of her.
No, I'm not making fun at all.
Easy to see which member of the family this young feller's interested in. Eh, Mother?
Now you're embarrassing me.
Oh, personally, I think it would be impossible to embarrass you, Mr. Lime.
Call me Harry, won't you, Helen?
That's an example of what I mean.
Oh, Mr. Lime, here's a picture of our poor dead boy.
Jack.
Oh. Say, he's a fine-looking boy. It's a wonderful picture. Why haven't you had it framed?
It would look nice in a frame, wouldn't it?
I sure would. Say, maybe I could get one for you.
Oh, no.
Why not? I know where I can get a beauty, and over here things don't cost like they do in the States. So we don't have to settle that now, do we? Right now, all I'd like to do is to have you all agree to be my guests on a tour of the city tomorrow.
I'd like that first rate.
And one other thing, with your permission and with Helen's consent, of course, I'd like to take Helen to the Folie Bergère right now.
Well, that's up to Helen.
Oh, I'd like it very much.
Oh, that's great. Let's go. In 2 or 3 days, I was in solid with the family, and so the day before they were to leave for Cherbourg, take the boat for New York, I felt I could move in with my presents. It was a silver frame, good-sized one, a thick one, a hollow one for the boy's picture. In my room, I opened the little package I'd received from Pappas and concealed its contents in the hollow of the frame. Then I visited the Bolt family in their suite.
Well, this is a wonderful present, Lon.
I'm glad you like it.
Oh, thank you, Harry. It's such a beautiful frame.
You've done this so we can have Jack's picture on the piano back home. I mean, it's the nicest thing that's happened on the whole trip.
Oh, believe me, it's my pleasure.
Oh, see how the picture fits. Isn't it nice?
Wonderful. Jim Dan.
Oh.
Now, what time do you leave for Cherbourg?
Bright and early tomorrow morning.
I've been thinking I'd like to go with you, if I may.
Oh, no.
See you all.
No, there's no need.
Oh, you'll be seeing us in Youngstown when you come back to America, Harry.
Of course. We don't want to put you out. You'd rather stay in Paris.
Oh, but my dear people, I'd rather not stay in Paris. I'd rather be with you. I want to wave goodbye to you as you sail.
Well, it's very nice of you, Harry, but I...
Oh, no, I insist.
Well...
Oh, Mother, I think if he insists, well, that is a compliment to us. If Harry insists...
And I do.
Then we've got to let him come. Don't you see that? Don't you agree, Father?
Well, I guess I do. Okay, young feller.
Gee, thanks.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with Every Frame Has a Silver Lining.
I wanted to go to Cherbourg. Do I have to tell you? Because I never believed in leaving anything to chance. I had to know which suitcase the picture with the silver frame got packed in. I was determined to put them on the boat. So I went to Cherbourg the night before they were to sail. I walked with Helen down by the wharves.
It's so still tonight.
The night is holding its breath for us, Helen.
Our last night.
Yes. Our last night is sad, of course, but there is something beautiful about it, too, isn't there?
There's always something beautiful about sadness.
Yes, I know. And Helen, I'd like to make believe tonight. I'd like to pretend that this is the end.
Well, that we're never going to see each other again? It could be.
Oh, I don't mean it, but even though I'd soon come to you in Youngstown, even though we might soon be married, I want to say goodbye to you tonight, the way a man says goodbye to a girl he loves and will never see again.
Oh, I know how you feel. I feel that way, too. Harry, darling.
Helen. Look at me, Helen.
Yes. Oh, kiss me, Harry. Kiss me.
I delivered her fine into the hands of her parents, and before we had a nightcap together, I helped them pack, helped them put the frame I'd bought them and the opium they didn't know about to a certain suitcase. Tomorrow I'd put them on the boat, then I'd take the plane to America, and before they arrived, I'd have certain friends of mine ready to hijack that suitcase as soon as they got it through the customs. Everything was working for the best, and the best of all possible worlds. I slept well. The next morning, quite early, I went to their room in the hotel.
Monsieur, you must not make so much noise.
Well, I'm trying to rouse my friends.
But, monsieur, that room is vacant.
Nonsense. The Bolts are staying here.
No, monsieur. They have left at 2 o'clock this morning. See? I show you.
Vacant.
Oui, they are gone.
I stood there in the doorway looking into the room vacated by my erstwhile friends. And in my mind's ear, I heard the voice of Pappas.
My principals will meet you tonight in the Grand Hotel.
They met me, all right. They met me, Pappas's principals, and took me. Perhaps Pappas, who knew me well, had told them that I liked a pretty face. Now they were gone, and so was my opium. And so was my $50,000. I advanced into that room.
But, monsieur, you have no right in here.
Yeah, does this give me the right?
Oh, thank you, monsieur, thank you. Can I help you in any way, monsieur?
Yeah, I'm looking for something.
Oui, and for what?
I don't know. Clues.
Here is this picture on the floor, monsieur.
Ah, Brother Jack. Now, if they'd only left the frame around that picture.
Ah, monsieur?
Never mind. Hey, what's this?
What?
On the desk blotter there. Someone was writing on a paper over this blotter, and he bore down hard. Let's see. See if we can make it out. 23
Rue de...
Pêcheur. 23 Rue de Pêcheur. Oh, say, I'm off.
Mais, monsieur! Ah, ces Américains!
The Rue de Pêcheur in Marseille is a short and quiet street, quiet to the point of being suspicious. The street with more vacant lots than dilapidated frame houses in need of paint. Number 23 was there. A house with streaked windows, a house seemingly deserted. No one was watching, so I mounted the steps of the porch with my automatic in my hand.
Harry Lime.
Hello, Pappas. This gun has real bullets in it. I'm coming in.
Come in, yes, come in.
Okay. Where are they?
Who?
People you're holding prisoner. Pappas, I've come to take them out. Where's that girl?
But...
Where are they?
In that room.
Okay, lead on, McPappas. Open the door.
Harry!
Hello, darling. Hello, Mother and Father.
Lime, now, wait a minute. We'll make a deal with you.
Over to the corner, Pappas.
We always intended to cut you in.
Oh, that's a silly thing to say. Grace, he knows better.
Grace, huh? Not Mother. I'm relieved.
Lime, listen to me.
And there's the opium right on the table, still in the frame. Well, thank you, one and all.
Oh, now, wait a minute. There's a man coming to pick up that opium and give us the money for it. He's due here any minute. When you knocked, we thought he'd come.
He's paying American prices, Lime.
Yes, and we'll cut you in. We always intended to.
What do you say, Lime?
It's a good deal for you, Harry.
Yeah, sounds like a good deal.
Ah.
For me.
What do you mean?
Open the door of that next room, Helen. That's fine. I think it'd be nice to tie you people up in here.
Oh, no, you don't realize.
Lime, you're not serious.
Oh, Harry, please.
It's no use to argue with Harry. I know him. He's not an honest man.
Come on, all of you, in here.
I knew we should have taken that train.
All right, now all of you set to work tearing down these drapes. Come on, hop to it. Helen,
Well,
you're going to tie them up.
and then you'll tie me up?
How'd you like to come with me?
Do you mean it?
I mean it. We could be an excellent team. Nobody more innocent looking than you, and nobody more full of excellent ideas for making use of your innocent appearance than I. What do you say?
All right, Harry, it's a deal.
Oh, it's a dirty double cross.
Picked you up off of the street of Philly.
Shut up! Shut up! All right, Helen, tie him up. Gag him.
All right, darling. Glad to.
She tied them well, and afterwards she and I went into the other room and waited for the messenger with the money.
Oh, it's going to be a merry life.
Oh, it is that. It is that. You know, it's a relief, Helen.
What is?
Discovering that you're not a little maiden from Youngstown. I can like you just as much this way, more, but it's fine not pretending.
Oh, you pretended well.
Not half so well as you.
Do you love me, Harry?
Now, there you are. A woman can have all the wickedness and all the terrible, precocious knowledge of a street urchin, and still she remains a woman. Do I love you? Yes, Helen, I love you.
I'm glad.
I have a soft spot, you see. I could have left you in that room with the others. I could have taken all the money for myself, but I love you.
Oh, I'm glad you have that soft spot. And I am a woman, really. Well, there's messenger.
Come on. Oh, no, wait a minute. My automatic. Never can tell when you're dealing with crooks. All right, let's go. I'll cover the door with a gun. You open it.
Nous sommes gendarmes.
Oh, police.
Put down that gun, monsieur. Take it from him, Jacques. Eh bien.
Gentlemen, wait now.
There will be no waiting, monsieur. We know you have opium here. We've been watching the house. We have also got the man who was here with the money.
Oh, Harry, what can we do?
Now there, gentlemen, there is a clever girl.
What do you mean, Harry?
Do you hear her? She's making it sound as though I was one of them.
Harry!
What are you saying, monsieur?
Well, you saw me with the gun trained on her. I made her open the door, and I was going to take the messenger. Did not realize, of course, that you, the so efficient policeman, had already taken him. I made this girl confess to me where the opium was hidden.
He's lying. He lured me here. He's been making love to me.
I want the truth, mademoiselle.
You won't get it from her, gentlemen.
You said you loved me. You said we were to be married.
Gentlemen, this is a most wicked liar. In the back room, you will find the rest of her gang, tied up as I tied them myself. You can easily trace this girl to these people. She's gone everywhere on the continent with them, pretending to be the daughter of the two of them. Is that a lie, young lady?
You...
Monsieur, if your story is true, France will be most great.
Oh, it's quite all right. That's quite all right. You'll find the gang back there.
Jacques, you stay here with these people. I myself will go and see.
Oh, by the way, Captain.
Yes?
Just in case you're wondering about my angle in this, I believe your so gracious country offers a reward in cases like this.
That is true.
I do hope you'll be able to put it through for me quite speedily, Captain. I really shouldn't stay in Marseille much longer.
I will do my best, monsieur.
Thank you very much.
Dirty, dirty swine, Harry.
Oh, now, easy does it, darling. I'm a realist. You know, my sweet, though you are so beautiful, I'm afraid I cannot undertake to wait for you to get out of whatever Bastille is about to embrace you. After all, there's a time for everything. There's a time for seeing Paris. There's a time for making love, a time for sentiment. There's time for you. In about 10 years, I should think. So long, dear.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
By the way, there's a postscript to that story. I told you once before I don't approve of dope, and you may have thought from this little adventure that I'd gone against my principles. Really, you should know me better by now. Harry Lime may be a trifle underweight on some of the virtues, but touch upon his principles, and I warn you, watch out. The police, of course, got the dope. But even if they hadn't arrived at that rather dramatic moment, I'll let you in on a secret. I'd already come to a decision. I was going to claim that police reward anyway. Of course, I may have been influenced by reading about the size of the reward and also by the size of the risk. You know, the way things are going, it may pay to be honest, which all goes to prove that even Harry Lime may not be incorruptible, if you see what I mean.
here we are. We've come to yet another Trivia Minute, and here we go. The first bristled toothbrush was invented in China during the Tang Dynasty. It didn't make it to Europe until over 1,000 years later, when travelers to China brought it back during the 17th century. The first nylon bristle toothbrush, made with nylon yarn, went on sale in 1938. All the way back in 3000 BC, the ancient Egyptians made crude toothbrushes from twigs and leaves to clean their teeth. The Greeks, Romans, and Indians also used twigs to clean their teeth. They would even fray one end so that it could reach between teeth more effectively. Until the early 1900s, toothbrush bristles were generally made of Siberian hog hair. However, in 1938, the soft-bristled Miracle Tough toothbrush was invented, and within a decade, Oral-B was mass-producing soft-bristled toothbrush similar to the ones we use today. And that was the Trivia Minute, and I hope you enjoyed this stream, including the new show that joined our stream tonight, and I hope you all have a great day.